A Soldier's Salvation. Highland Heartbeats. Book 7. Aileen Adams. Chapter 1. Come on, lads. Put your backs into it. Rodric Anderson chuckled to himself, albeit quietly, so as to avoid arousing the ire of his friends. They were not the sort of men one wished to rouse to anger, as they'd proven more times than he could count. Bryce MacDougall let out a growl which cut off suddenly, as he smashed a large hand against the side of his neck to kill a bug which had lighted there. Perhaps the work would go better if he'd quit supervising and lend us a hand. Aye, and perhaps he wouldn't come off as such a prig if he did, his brother Fergus agreed through gritted teeth, as he attempted to lift the wagon's wheel out of the thick mud in which it had become hopelessly mired. Quinn Murray groaned in frustration, sweat rolling down his neck and under his tunic where it spread in a growing patch of dark wetness. We'll never manage it, lads. I swear to all the gods this mud is cursed. Rodric could see how his old friend would believe this, as it seemed no matter how hard they fought against the deep-sucking mess, the wagon's wheels only sank farther into the muck. They had grown up in villages, however, not in the Highlands. No matter how much of their adult lives had been spent out of doors, they were still unaccustomed to navigating through what could quickly become treacherous ground. Or, as in their current situation, ground impossible to travel across. They'd been at it for nearly an hour, losing precious time as the sun sank lower with each passing minute. I give up. Fergus left the muddy patch, covered up to his knees in the stuff, and flopped down with his back against the trunk of a birch. I mean it. I give up. Come on now, Rodric urged. This was no longer a laughing matter. I'm fresher than ye, so I'll lift the wheel while you and Bryce push the wagon from behind. Quinn, you lead the horses forward on my count of 3. Och, the laird is deigning to dirty himself. Quinn chuckled. Rodric barely avoided the impulse to cuff the man about the ears as they crossed paths. I was daft, thinking the 3 of you lot could handle a task as simple as this without my muscle, Rodric muttered, as he pushed the sleeves of his tunic up past his elbows. He didn't dare make a comment about them needing his reasoning skills, as that would merely anger them even further. Everyone was tired, dirty, hungry, and more than ready to arrive on Duncan land and unload the supplies they'd been tasked with bringing back to Jake Duncan and his family. Bryce, always the thinker of the group, frowned as Rodric walked past. Are ye certain this is a task you ought to be undertaking? He asked in a quiet voice. Rodric shrugged off his friend's concern. I'll be fine. You just worry yourself with pushing this wagon. When Quinn took the reins and gave a signal that he was prepared, Rodric crouched in the mud with his feet planted at shoulder width, wedging his shoulder beneath the inside of the wheel's rim. A glance over his shoulder told him the MacDougalls were in place. On 3, he ordered. 1, 2, 3. They worked as one, with him lifting while the others did as he instructed. He grunted with the effort, grinding his teeth together, and finally letting out a roar as the wagon began to roll forward. He slid from beneath the wheel and rotated the spokes with both hands to help with the motion. For the love of all that's holy, Fergus huffed, bending at the waist with his hands on his knees as Quinn led the wagon and horses to a dry patch of ground. Amen to that, Rodric agreed, having fallen to his knees in the mud once the wagon began moving. After a spell of rainy weather, this had been their fate for much of the journey from Inverness. What would have taken 2 days, perhaps 3 at the most in good weather and on horseback alone, had turned into nearly a week's worth of slow going. Rodric knew without asking that none of them would have done it for anyone else but Jake Duncan. A shipment of goods had come, which none of the men of the Duncan clan were currently in a position to retrieve. A more than fair price was offered to Rodric and his friends, the sort of sum none of them could afford to say no to. But again, the fact that it was Jake who'd made the request meant more than the silver he was willing to part with. He'd been like a brother to all of them while they fought, side by side, at the Battle of Largs. Rodric remembered all too well the wound his friend Jake had suffered. They'd all earned wounds and scars of their own, but his had been enough to send him home for care. From what they'd heard months later, the second-born Duncan's son had nearly died, no thanks to the callous creature who'd been charged with healing him. A scorned lover, as it had turned out, and she'd set her sights on killing Jake for jilting her. Yet another reason why Rodric had always felt it best to remain unattached whenever possible. The disloyal wretch of a healer was long since dead, and no longer a threat to the clan. Rodric had been glad to hear of it. Had someone not put the creature out of her misery, he would have gladly done it himself. He owed Jake no less than his life. He reminded himself of this as he removed his soiled clothing beside the stream they'd been traveling alongside, dunking them in and beating them against a nearby rock in the hopes of rinsing out the mud. A little discomfort was nothing to begrudge a man who'd withstood a wound, which would have likely killed Rodric had he taken the brunt of it. There were times when the entire matter seemed to have taken place only a day earlier. The battle had raged on for what felt like an eternity, men falling on both sides in a blur of blood and screams. The clanging of metal on metal had rung in his ears, until it seemed the entire world was nothing more than screaming and clanging, and the groans of the wounded and dying. Rodric's horse had reared, though he was never quite certain why, even after having gone over the scene hundreds of times in his mind. The animal had been spooked, obviously, considering the death and chaos taking place all around it. He'd slipped from the saddle, that sickening moment of fighting to hold on, scrambling out of sheer desperation to stay atop the beast, and had landed on his shoulder, breaking it. In front of a warrior whose weapon was already raised high, ready to separate Rodric's head from the rest of his body. Until Jake Duncan had come between them. Rodric wrung out his clothing, shaking it several times to remove as much of the water as possible, then draped the tunic and trousers over a low-hanging tree branch, before taking a few moments to wash in the cool, refreshing stream. The sun was low in the sky now, all of them having already decided to set up camp after fighting for so long to free the wagon, and the steamy heat of the day after a long summer rain had settled into a more bearable warmth. It wasn't easy for a man to come to grips with the knowledge that he'd been mere moments, heartbeats away from death. Had Jake not been there at just the right time to take that blow to his thigh, Rodric would have long since become a rotting corpse. One of so many who'd fallen for the last time during the battle. What would that be like? A question he'd asked himself countless times. To be alive one moment and then, what? The heaven he'd been promised as a child. The utter nothingness he was beginning to believe truly existed once a man passed beyond. For how could there be anything else? There was nothing glorious about death, to be sure. No final moment of peace had come over the men he'd watched suffer and die, sometimes with their insides pouring out onto the ground beside them. There had been no heavenly light shining down on their faces, no singing of angels as they came down from the heavens to collect the soul. There had been life and there had been death. That was all. He might have been one of those dead men whose bodies were, he supposed, piled into a large grave and covered in blood-soaked earth. That might easily have been his fate, instead of standing in the middle of a stream letting the water run over his body. What was the reason for this? Why did he live while others died? He never would have shared this with his friends, knowing they would think him daft, but he'd often questioned whether there was a reason why his life had been spared. Never one for religion, no matter how his sainted mother had tried to convince her son to adopt the church's beliefs as his own. Even so, the sort of experience he'd endured had given him pause. Perhaps the God he'd often questioned the existence of had spared him for some higher purpose. Perhaps there was something bigger for him to do, something better. When he looked up at the sky in all its vastness, the thin clouds which hung about the tops of the Grampian Mountains, still too far in the distance for his liking but closer all the time, it did give him cause to take a deep breath and assess his life. Perhaps it was for the best then that Fergus called out to him. "What's taking you so long out there? Fall in, did ye?" Rodric snorted. "Not this time. When will you grow tired of bringing up things that occurred years ago?" "When they stop amusing me," was Fergus's chuckled reply. Rodric was still shaking his head, as he returned to the spot they'd chosen for their camp. The fire they'd built was burning briskly as Quinn skinned rabbits for roasting. While he'd never been overly fond of rabbit as a rule, The thought of something hot to eat before retiring made his stomach rumble in anticipation. "How much longer do you imagine?" Bryce asked, coming back from feeding and watering the horses he'd tied to trees a short distance from the camp. Their soft neighing spoke of their relief at being given a chance to rest. He understood the feeling. Rodric's nose wrinkled in distaste at his friend's stench. "You were supposed to look after the horses, not rub their shit on ye," he joked, waving a hand in front of his face. "And I'd say if we have a run of good luck tomorrow, we should make it to Duncan Manor before the evening meal. If we don't all keel over dead from your stink long before then." Bryce grumbled as the others laughed, walking in the direction of the stream for a bath of his own. "It was a hot day, your lordship, and some of us did more than simply walking about shouting commands," he pointed out over his shoulder, disappearing behind a tall bramble. Had the comment come from anyone else but the trio with whom Rodric traveled, or the handful of men with whom they normally joined up for more dangerous assignments, there would have been hell to pay. They knew each other well enough to throw harmless insults back and forth, like brothers. Rodric grimaced. In some ways, he was closer to them than he was with his own brothers. He rolled his arm in circles, rubbing the shoulder he'd used to help lift the wagon from the mud. It was the only reason he hadn't helped sooner. The brake hadn't been set or treated properly, and therefore sometimes gave him pain. The wet weather they'd experienced for days prior had already left him achy, sore, and in foul temper. "Have ye any more of the tincture you purchased from the healer in Inverness?" Fergus asked, keeping his eyes on the fire. It was a casual question, carefully phrased. It wouldn't do to show too much concern. Rodric let out a grunt of frustration. "Nay, the price was far too dear to purchase as much as I wished. It will be fine." What he knew, but wouldn't share with the others, was that he had a long, uncomfortable night ahead of him. Any stray movement in his sleep would make the shoulder ache even worse, to the point where it would wake him. And he would lie there, staring up at the sky, watching as the stars made their slow trek across the blackness. Quinn settled in against the saddle he'd propped up before a fallen tree, sighing deeply. "I wonder if there are any comely lasses in the Duncan household." All of them chuckled, including Bryce, who'd just returned from his bath. It was a familiar question which Quinn always managed to be the one to ask, no matter the nature of the journey their group was on. His mind was on one thing only, not that Rodric never thought about it. He thought about it all the time. But he'd managed to master his thirsts better than his friend had. Like as not, Fergus decided. The manor house is large, likely the largest in the Highlands. "Aye, but I don't believe you'll find any in the household," Bryce pointed out. "I hear they're all good and paired up there, married off." "There's bound to be a lady's maid or kitchen wench for ye," Rodric offered, barely suppressing a chuckle. Quinn merely muttered a curse under his breath, causing the rest of them to break out in good-natured laughter. They shared their meal, still throwing jokes back and forth, placing bets on who would be the first to make the acquaintance of an unmarried beauty in the village beyond Duncan Manor. 3 of them did, at any rate. Rodric remained silent on the subject, chewing his overcooked rabbit, staring through the fire he no longer saw, and deep into the past. Chapter 2. Duncan Manor was indeed a sight to behold. All the time we spent serving beside him, and I hadn't the first idea Jake lived in such a castle, Quinn marveled, once they started up the rocky trail which led to the imposing structure. Even from a distance, there were lookouts visible in each of the towers. Rodric grunted in agreement. No one would have known of Jake's upbringing, had they only seen him on the field of battle, fighting hard alongside men who'd come of age in far lesser circumstances. He'd been as tough as any of them. Tougher than many. He'd only ever seen the manor house from a distance before, like the rest of them, and silence fell over the group as they drew closer, with Quinn driving the pair hitched to the wagon, and the other 3 on horseback. The slow-moving wagon gave them ample time to take in the expansive beauty of Ben Nevis as well, sitting behind the house and seeming to touch the sky. A band of riders greeted them before they'd reached the village, as was expected. At the front was a barrel-chested man who sized them up with a practiced eye. What business have ye here? Rodric spoke for them. We've come to deliver supplies from Inverness, as Jake Duncan instructed. You'll be the men he served with then. He's been expecting you. The man's expression softened to one close to friendliness as he held out a hand. The name's Mackay. Of course. I believe we met once before, Rodric remarked, shaking Mackay's outstretched hand. Introductions were made among them before the entire group continued the rest of the way together, with Mackay and Rodric in the lead. Truth be told, we'd expected to see you lot a few days back, Mackay pointed out. But the wet weather undoubtedly slowed you. Aye, Rodric grunted, the memory's still fresh. It was a bit of a struggle at times, but we managed. As Jake said you would. Mackay grinned. Hard-headed a group as he'd ever known, I believe, were his exact words. Never the type to give up, even in the direst situations. He should be the one to talk. Which is exactly what his wife said. Mackay's laughter rang out. Aye, he'll be glad to see ye. How was it he came to entrust you lot with this task? We crossed paths on the road to Inverness, Rodric explained, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper. I believe he thought himself up to the journey, but it didn't seem that was the case. Mackay's expression darkened. I suspected the story of his horse going lame was just that. A story. I'd never say it to him, of course. I prefer my tongue still attached to the inside of my mouth. Rodric snorted. We'd never speak a word of it, not any of us. Certain things a man doesn't want getting around. His heart clenched when once again, he remembered how his friend had come to earn the wound which had made it impossible for him to ride for long distances. Jake met them outside the massive front door. I was beginning to fear for you, he called out, grinning. You know us, Rodric replied as he dismounted. We would never let something like Scottish mud keep us from delivering what we promised. You wouldn't be the first to concede defeat, even if you had. Jake laughed. The two of them clasped arms, the bond between them as strong as ever. It did Rodric's heart good to see Jake looking healthier than he had on the road. The pain had obviously gotten to him long before their encounter, and his skin had looked downright ashen. Jake glanced around at all the men. Please come in. The courtesies of the house are extended to you. Rest, refresh yourselves. I'll have baths drawn and meals prepared. If it's not too much bother, Fergus replied. Not at all. The laird is out riding at present, but he's already instructed the servants to prepare rooms. You need only make yourselves comfortable. Meanwhile, a handful of men appeared seemingly out of nowhere to unload the wagon, while Mackay and his men rode off to perform other duties. The entire place ran smoothly. Clearly, the Duncans were skilled at managing. I would like to walk a bit before going in, Rodric decided. His legs were stiff from riding, though he was careful not to mention this in Jake's presence. It was a sensitive issue and always would be. I'd be happy to show you around, Jake offered, falling into step beside him. Rodric's instincts told him there was an unspoken reason for this offer of companionship, but he kept this insight to himself while in the presence of the others. One of the servants, a young girl, too young for Quinn, he noted with a wry smile, led the others inside. How have things been here for you and your family? Rodric asked. Better than ever, though it may sound a bit as though I'm bragging when I say it. Just a bit. Rodric snorted. Still, I'm glad to hear it. God knows we had more than our share of challenges, Jake replied, his voice and expression darkening a bit. I suppose we're due a stretch of fair weather after so many storms. I cannot think of anyone more deserving of the peace you seem to have found here. This was all Rodric could reveal of what lay buried in his heart. He'd never be able to express his appreciation for what Jake had done. If anyone deserved happiness and the satisfaction of a peaceful, abundant life, it was Jake Duncan. And you. And me. What about me? He chuckled. Do you plan on spending the rest of your life going from place to place, offering your specialized skills to the highest bidder? This rankled Rodric, as his friend made it sound as though he were nothing but a soldier of fortune. As though he were a brute, who inflicted pain on behalf of the man or woman willing to pay. There were men such as that, who wandered the roads, always moving, never able to settle in one place for long, as they were more often than not wanted by officials in every corner of the countryside. When he didn't receive a reply, Jake clicked his tongue and sighed. "I shouldn't have spoken so freely. It was unfair to you." "A bit," Rodric conceded. Jake sighed again, this time the sort of sigh which signaled a bit of bad news. "There's a reason why I ask about your plans. I thought there was a chance you hadn't heard, and now I believe I'm right." Hair stood straight up on the back of Rodric's neck. "Hadn't heard what?" "There's been some trouble in your clan. I had hoped to approach it delicately, asking if you planned to return home. I didn't want to greet you with such unpleasantness right off." "What sort of trouble?" He should have known. The moment Alan took over. It seems there was an argument. It was clear to him that Jake chose his words carefully, irritatingly so. "Put it plainly," Rodric snapped. "What did my brother do?" "How did you know your brother had anything to do with it?" How did he know? There wasn't enough time in the day to explain to his friend how he'd known without being told that his older brother, Alan, had started a feud between their clan and another. Alan had been starting fights since the day he was born, or so it seemed. He's always had a talent for fighting. If it hadn't been for his being the eldest son and our father needing his assistance with the clan, he would have been the one to go to war for King Alexander. And he would have loved it. For once, he'd have had the excuse to release his insatiable appetite for violence. Well, it seems he's used that talent with another clan. The McAllisters. Rodric went cold at the name. Not a name he'd expected to hear, much less one he wanted to hear. A McAllister was the reason he would have gladly never returned home. He managed to speak over the blood rushing in his ears, though he couldn't hear himself. He asked, "Did you happen to hear what the feud involves?" Jake shook his head. "Only that there's bad blood between the clans now. Rumor has it bloodshed isn't far off." "I wouldn't doubt it, knowing Alan." Rodric's jaw tightened. If only their father was alive to see what his son was making of the clan which had brought him such pride. Then again, if the old man were still living, Alan wouldn't be leading the clan to destruction. Perhaps it wasn't that grave. He tried to convince himself of this. It didn't work. "Will you go?" Jake asked. The question sat heavy on Rodric's heart. Would he go? He hadn't gone in so long, not even at the announcement of the death of Rodric Anderson. His father had been a rough, brutish man, but he was merely a product of his times and the responsibilities he'd shouldered since boyhood. Not to mention the roughness of the land, and the sort of hardy character one needed to possess in order to survive. Rodric had never been the hot-tempered, strike-first and ask-questions-later sort of man Alan had grown into. For that reason, and so many others he'd never dared discuss with Jake Duncan no matter what he meant to him, Rodric had stayed far away. He thought of Jake's question, would he go? "I do not know," he replied, keeping his tone even. "I truly do not know." "Is there no longer any loyalty to your clan?" When Jake caught sight of the withering look with which Rodric favored him, he almost visibly fell back. "My apologies. It was an indelicate question, and not one I had the right to ask." Rodric withheld a grunt, and looked around at the bustling activity beyond the manor house. Smiling, cheerful people. The sounds of laughter coming from the smithy and the stables. There was warmth and life in the house, in the family. Philip was a good and fair leader who cared deeply about doing what was right by both his wife and child, and the clan on the whole. And everyone knew it. That was the most important of all. Doing right by the clan meant no fear of showing strength when the need arose. Philip Duncan wouldn't back down from a fight, and he'd shown as much time and again. The two of them walked past the training yard, where many men practiced with swords and shields while instructors shouted commands. He ruled both with compassion and an iron fist. A good balance, Rodric thought. "My brother isn't your brother," he pointed out. Your clan was fortunate to fall into the right hands upon your father's passing. Do you feel the Andersons would have done better in your hands then? Jake asked. The question was asked both in jest and in all seriousness. He shook his head. Nay, I've never wanted to take on that sort of responsibility. It holds no great pleasure for me. I would much rather sleep in a field every night, downwind of the stinking beast I spent the day riding. Jake laughed. I cannot say I miss those days much, though there are moments when I look back on them fondly. Aye, because they're so far in the past. We can look back with fondness on that which the passage of time has softened for us. They laughed together then, though Rodric's eyes kept falling on Jake's leg. The days of spending sunrise to sunset in the saddle were indeed far behind him. Even if the second oldest Duncan son had wished to devote his life to roaming the clan's holdings to ensure their safety, it would have been beyond his grasp. The short walk they'd taken together had already left the limp far more pronounced than when he'd exited the house. If it pained him, Jake gave no indication, then again he wouldn't. Neither of them was the sort of man to reveal weakness or pain unless under the most extreme circumstances. Even when they'd met up on the road north, less than a day's ride from Duncan lands, Jake hadn't spoken a word of the agony he'd clearly suffered. They came to a stop several yards from the house. Jake turned to him. You realize I have somewhat selfish reasons for bringing this up. Philip will more than likely wish to discuss it with you as well, once you've freshened up and eaten your fill. Any troubles between the clans could in time mean trouble for us, so naturally, he'd prefer the matter be put to rest as painlessly as possible. And if it's not possible to put it to rest? Rodric grumbled, folding his arms. Please do not mistake me. I would do anything in my power to assist you in keeping the peace. But my brother is hardly the type to listen to reason. I remember hearing he took a wife not long ago, Jake said. I didn't hear which clan she was from, but I did hear he'd been wed. Perhaps she might be persuaded to bend his ear. This only inflamed Rodric's already troubled mind. Rather than shouting, rather than explaining why that was a terrible idea which would never work because he would rather die than see his brother's wife in his brother's household, he merely replied, Of all people, I'm certain she's the one he'd be least likely to listen to.
Chapter 3. Caitlin drew her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around her legs as the sun began its magnificent descent beneath the far-off Grampian Mountains. She'd never seen them up close, but could imagine their ability to strike awe in even the most jaded heart from a distance. What was it that drew her to them on this day? There was no way of knowing. She only knew she had to watch them, as the brilliant warmth of early evening light turned into dusk. The rays of light, amber and gold, turned nearly red as the fiery ball sank lower and lower. Something about the mountains called to her. Something quiet, like a whisper on the wind, but far more incessant. Insistent. She wished the whisper would tell her what it wanted from her, why it perturbed her so. Why it made her heart ache. A lock of hair fell in front of her eyes. Hair blonde as her mother's. She smoothed it into place, even though the breeze was bound to tease it free again. Mother had always fretted so over Caitlin inheriting that hair. In a world where it seemed brown or red or brownish-red hair was the norm, to be born with hair as light as theirs was surely a sign. Of what? Mother would never say, or if she did, Caitlin had been too young to remember now. There were so few memories which had stayed with her. Would that Mother had lived a bit longer. Would that Caitlin had died with her. She dragged her knuckles over her cheeks to dispense with the tears which had begun to fall. She wouldn't allow herself to give in to emotion, she'd done enough of that already. Over the last month, she'd cried enough to fill a lake. But you got away. You ran away. Yes, she had, and she'd barely made it through the journey. By the time she'd reached Fiona and Kent's farm, a day's ride from Anderson lands, she'd been half dead from exhaustion and starvation. It had been days since she'd last eaten, since long before the wedding ceremony had taken place. The thought of marrying Alan Anderson had robbed her of an appetite, and she'd been far too panicked to take time to secure food for the journey. There had been no time, as it was. Her new husband had been heavily into his third or perhaps even fourth pitcher of wine by then, laughing and jesting with fellow clansmen, paying her little attention. But that would change. He wouldn't ignore her for long. There would have been the bedding, for one. He would have sought her out soon enough, in order to climb on top of her and sweat out what he drank. To officially make her his property, until the end of her life. Even now, weeks later, seated on a hill a day's ride from her husband, the idea turned Caitlyn's stomach. She'd left Alan's home with nothing but the clothing on her back, and the horse which she'd raised since the day it was foaled. She didn't want to owe him anything, didn't want him to be able to claim she'd stolen anything from him, other than herself. Naturally, he'd think of it that way. She was his wife. She belonged to him, as she had always belonged to one man or another. She'd never been her own person before she'd slipped out of Alan's home. She refused to think of it as her own, and taken off into the night, without even knowing whether or not her cousin would take her in. Fiona had, thank the heavens. A chill ran through her, making her hug her legs tighter in spite of the very warm evening. What if she were found? What if Fiona and Kent suffered for the charity they'd extended? She had already been with them for far too long, a fact which she was certain Kent was also aware of. The first fortnight, he'd been genial and almost overly solicitous toward her. She'd been ill-used for certain, and as her cousin's husband, he'd offered to take her under his protection in spite of the fact that she was wed to another man. After all, he'd reasoned at the time, the marriage was never. He had blushed and stammered after that, a gentle man, a kind one, as befitting her gentle and kind cousin, but Caitlyn was old enough to understand what he'd tried to express. The marriage was never consummated. If she wished to have it dissolved in the eyes of the church, she had the ability to do so. Except she had no power. And no money with which to secure such a decree. Her powerlessness was the entire reason she'd been forced into marriage at all. Now she was powerless to escape it, except by running away and staying away. Far away. What if it meant running for the rest of her life? Her eyes fixed on the mountains, which were turning deep purple now that the sun was all but a memory. Could she truly live out the remainder of her days without a home of her own? Always moving, hiding, pretending to be someone she wasn't in order to avoid being tied down to a brute? He'd always been a bully. Her first memories of him were of being teased and taunted, not the way Rodric had teased her, the way boys and girls sometimes teased for lack of the ability to share what they truly felt for one another. Alan had taken pleasure in being mean. He'd laughed loudest whenever he'd made her cry, such as the time when he'd pretended to drown her favorite doll. She'd been old enough by then to know her doll wasn't alive, didn't breathe or think. But that doll had been with her as long as she could remember. The doll had been a gift from her father, the only thing he'd given her aside from his blue eyes. He'd died long before she was old enough to remember him. Had Alan known this? Had he understood the hidden significance a simple rag doll had held for her? Caitlyn didn't know. She only knew that he'd noticed the way she'd carried it everywhere, and he'd waited for just the right moment to snatch it from under her arm and thrust it into a bucket of water. "Don't," she'd screamed, pleaded, wailed, tugging at his sleeves in a frantic attempt to save her beloved friend. "Don't, Alan, you'll kill her. She's not real, you baby." He'd laughed, still. He'd held the doll beneath the surface of the water, squeezing it and laughing louder the harder Caitlyn had fought him. She'd nearly had a fit, she was so thoroughly beside herself. Until her hero had stepped in, shoving Alan with all his might. Perhaps it was surprise which had knocked the bigger, older brother off his feet. He'd been taken off guard by the brother who'd almost never managed to land a punch when they'd tussled. Or perhaps Rodric had been so overcome at the sight of Caitlyn's horror, that he'd found strength he didn't know he had. Perhaps that had been enough for him, to knock Alan to the ground. The doll had been left in the bucket. Caitlyn would never forget the extreme tenderness with which her 7-year-old hero had lifted the rag doll, squeezing gently so as to wring out some of the water, then handed her over. She had fallen in love with him then and there, and the feeling hadn't dimmed with time. If anything, It had grown brighter and stronger until there was nothing in the world but him. Rodric. Her hero always from that day on. And where was he? Gone. Dead perhaps. No one had heard from him in ages, ever since the death of his father. From the few times she'd had the displeasure of being in Alan's presence, she'd gathered he believed his younger brother to be jealous of his claim over the clan. He asserted that Rodric wouldn't return, because he believed he should be the one to lead the Andersons. There was no sense in telling him she didn't believe this. It wasn't in Rodric's nature to be jealous, besides he had never wished to be in Alan's place. He was the second son. He'd never once harbored delusions of one day taking on his father's role. It simply wasn't done. Why would he then carry on such a pointless desire? Because Alan liked to believe he'd won. Won what? She couldn't say. Perhaps he couldn't either. Perhaps it was just enough for him to feel like the winner. He had won the clan. He had won the girl. Her. The very thought brought sickness to her stomach. He hadn't wanted her, not for a single minute. He'd only wanted to have what his brother couldn't. He wanted to be the winner. She'd never had a brother or sister. She didn't understand the pain of sibling rivalry, yet even if she'd had a sibling of her own, Caitlin was certain she'd never treat them the way Alan had treated Rodric. She wouldn't ignore them either, as he'd ignored the youngest brother Porrick. It wasn't until her 12th year that she understood, truly understood, the wedge between the first two sons. At the time Rodric had been nearly 14, an exciting, dashing older man as far as she'd been concerned, and Alan 16 and a man by anyone's standards. The storm had raged for 2 days, days full of wind and hard driving snow. It had come up quickly, without any warning, while Caitlin's stepfather, and thus Caitlin herself, had been visiting the neighboring Anderson clan. The thought of being trapped in the great Anderson house with the second son had all but stopped Caitlin's 12-year-old heart. She had imagined so many situations in which they might be alone together. Even if they only exchanged a few words, a glance or a touch of the hand, it would be enough for her to live on until they saw each other again. But he'd been preoccupied throughout the storm, his father ordering the men to get the livestock under cover. It had been all but impossible, the wind whipping the snow into a curtain which left any who stepped out of doors blinded and half frozen in an instant. Even so, Ross Anderson had insisted the older 2 of his 3 sons go out into the storm and assist the other men. Caitlin had all but fretted herself into a frenzy, wringing her hands and pacing the room to which she'd been relegated during the commotion. Would he come back? When? And in what condition? When one of the older men returned, snow caking his beard to the point where he could hardly speak for the ice which covered the lower half of his face, and reported having lost sight of the Anderson sons, she was certain she'd die. Judging by Ross Anderson's reaction, he thought he would as well. But it was Rodric's name, he repeated over and over. Rodric, he demanded someone look for. Not Alan. No one else seemed to notice this or think it strange. Perhaps she'd noticed because she too was so concerned for him that she saw his father's panic for what it was. He loved Rodric as she did. Alan? Alan was his son, his heir, the one who would take his father's place one day by sheer luck of the order in which he'd been born. Yet Ross did not much care for him. He protected his son, yes, perhaps a bit too fiercely. Caitlin had never been one to agree with her stepfather on anything, but she couldn't help believing he was correct when he declared Alan Anderson to be in dire need of a good whipping. Perhaps if he'd received that whipping from a young age, and as regularly as necessary, he would have been a bit better disciplined, instead of flying into a rage of temper whenever he didn't get his way. Yet Ross had never seen fit to mete out such punishment. And his son had grown wild. The wilder he grew, the greater the distance between him and his father's affections. She'd always recalled that storm, the type of squall which would have been remembered for its fierceness even if it hadn't otherwise been so momentous. She had never forgotten the rejoicing in her heart when Rodric had stumbled in, half dead but still breathing, still smiling through his chattering teeth when their eyes met from across the great hall. Caitlin. Her head snapped around at the sound of her cousin's call. Fiona was visible in the doorway of the house, the kitchen hearth burning and crackling behind her. She stood, stretching after sitting for so long in the same position. She'd lost track of time, the sun having set the sky dark. A few stars already twinkled above. "Yes, I'm here," she called back, taking a few steps toward the house. Kent's beloved horse sat just beyond the door, meaning he'd returned from his ride to the village. Fiona waved her arms. "Come quickly. Word from home."
Chapter 4. What will you do then? Fergus looked at the others before turning his attention back to Rodric. He looked skeptical. No more skeptical than Rodric himself. "The thought of returning to my home hardly pleases me. It's something I've avoided until now. If it were anyone but Jake, I wouldn't go at all. But I feel it's my duty to at least do what I can." "What can you do?" Quinn asked. "You've told us of your brother. He's not the type one negotiates with," Rodric finished. "I know this." "What do you think you can do then?" "I can at least find out what it is he's fighting over. I can try, somehow, to make peace with the McAllisters." "You know them then?" Bryce asked. At least I did when I was young. Before I left to train. I haven't seen any of their lot since." "How large a clan?" He shrugged. "I couldn't say. The family itself is nothing. Only Connor McAllister. His wife bore no living sons. Only a daughter, and she was born prior to the marriage to the first husband." Did his voice give him away? He fought hard for it not to be so. No sense in letting them know what that single daughter meant to him. What they'd once meant to each other. "And you know nothing of the nature of the feud?" Bryce asked, frowning. "Jake could give me no insight into that." "That isn't an answer to the question which I asked ye." Rodric fairly growled. "How would I know? I haven't seen my brother in years, which you all know, or you would have seen him as well." "Aye," Fergus agreed, shooting his brother a look Rodric recognized as a warning. It rankled with him, the idea that his friends would hold an opinion they didn't see fit to share, and about him no less. He supposed he'd have to become accustomed to it, rather than arguing the point. He'd found that excessive argument only made the one doing the arguing seem guilty of something. He rose, regretting that there would only be that single night in the comfortable bed on which he'd been seated. Not that they would have spent much time in the Duncan lands, but a few days of rest in a civilized household would have been a pleasant diversion. "I'll set out at first light." "You'll set out?" Quinn chuckled. "And what are we? Mere baggage." "There's no need for you to come along with me," Rodric declared. He knew his men would wish to accompany him, but his was the type of task best performed alone. No telling what his brother might say, what accusations he might hurl. The sort of things a man didn't want his friends to hear. And she would be there. He had no wish for them to witness what might transpire. Fergus snorted. "What do you think we'll do in your absence? Lie about here, waiting for your return? While I'm not entirely opposed to the notion of having my every need catered to. And don't think I haven't got my eye on the cook's daughter," Quinn added with a grin. "We won't hear of you going on your own," Bryce concluded with a shrug. "We'll follow along behind you at a distance, if you're ashamed to be seen with such a rough group as ourselves." Rodric merely snorted at this assessment. True, they were rough, burly, dressed in the same clothing they'd traveled in for endless months. None of them owned more than 3 tunics total, and all were in need of new footwear to replace the leather they'd all but worn through. "Unless I miss my mark, I doubt my brother or anyone in his household has adopted a better mode of dress," he replied. They were all cut from the same cloth truly, men accustomed to spending most of their lives outdoors. Except for Porrick. The thought of seeing his younger brother was possibly the only worthwhile aspect of what otherwise appeared to be an unpleasant task. The youngest Anderson son had always been quiet, intelligent, thoughtful. In many ways the opposite of Alan, and as a result the one with whom Rodric had gotten along with. But Porrick was little more than a child when Rodric went off to fight. It had been 7 years since they'd last seen each other, with Rodric riding off on horseback while his younger brother ran alongside him on the road, until they reached the end of the stone wall which signalled the end of Anderson lands. Porrick had been 13 years old then. He'd be a full-grown man. The realization that he hadn't thought of his brother in years shamed Rodric to his core. He looked around the room at the 3 men who were set on accompanying him. It was no use arguing, also they had a point. There was little else for them to do while he was gone, unless they intended to take on another mission without him. They were more than welcome to do it, but his absence would take their number down to 3. Very little only 3 men could do, fierce and skilled though they were. "I suppose we'd best get to sleep then, if we're leaving so early," he announced by way of accepting their company. As though there had ever been a question of whether they would gift him with it. "If anything should go wrong, send word for help," Jake urged as Rodric mounted one of the horses Philip had insisted they take along for the journey. If they were going out of their way to protect Duncan interests, Philip had reasoned, they should at least have fresh horses on which to ride. "I will that," Rodric promised, though he had to wonder what good such an action would do. It would take at least a solid day of riding to reach the border of the land, which his father had held down by the sweat of his brow, and more than a few fierce battles, which meant it would be at least 2 days before help would arrive. A young woman carrying a babe against her body joined them. Philip's wife Sarah. "How did the tincture work last night?" he asked. "Like a miracle," he admitted with a sheepish smile. Thanks to whatever it was she'd given him, he'd been able to sleep through the night without so much as a hint of discomfort in his shoulder. "I thought so." She handed him a wrapped bundle. "There is more of it included here, just a few drops in a cup of hot broth or water as you took last night, along with herbs which I've labeled and instructions for creating poultices. There is never any telling what trouble Philip's or Jake's friends might find themselves in." "Thank you very much." He tucked it carefully into his bedroll, marveling at the generosity of the laird's wife. Philip had married well. Just like that, at the mere thought of marriage his mood darkened. And he had been so looking forward to another night of pain-free sleep, too. That was the furthest thing from his mind when he set off with the others following on his heels. Would she want to see him? More important, would he want to see her? No, he decided. He had no desire to set eyes on his brother's wife. If there was a way to ensure avoidance of her, he would follow it, and gladly. It was better to remember her as she'd been, than to see what she'd become. In his memories, she was his. Only his. Caitlin. With her beautiful light hair and eyes that reminded him of the sky in autumn. Deep blue, clear and expressive. He'd been able to read the love he held for her reflected in those eyes. Or perhaps he'd only told himself that much. It only made sense in the end, her marrying Alan, instead of waiting for the love of her childhood to return from service. He'd held every intention of making her his wife once the war ended and he was free to go home. He'd resisted temptation at every turn, passing up the many opportunities afforded a soldier whom women seemed to find attractive. There had only been Caitlin. She was the one who had changed, not him. When he'd received word of his father's passing and the almost simultaneous announcement that Alan and Caitlin were betrothed, he had gone so far as to wish Jake Duncan hadn't saved his life. A fleeting thought, one which had exploded into the forefront of his consciousness unbidden, but the sentiment had been true. Without her, what was there? What had he been fighting for? There they were, at the end of the war, and him without a home to return to. Hence his acceptance of the offer Bryce had made for him to join their band of rootless men, who no longer had a war to fight, but did possess skills which made them valuable to those in need of muscle. Even so, not a night had gone by that he hadn't imagined her in his brother's arms, warming his brother's bed. Perhaps carrying his child, it was inevitable that he would seek an heir, and as soon as possible. She might very well already be carrying an Anderson in her belly. It turned his stomach. All of it. His cat, wed to another man. even if that man happened to be his brother. Especially him. Are you listening? Or have you gone deaf up there? Quinn shouted. It was a relief, this break from his terrible thoughts. I'll start listening once you start speaking of things which hold any interest to me, he called back over one shoulder, affecting a sense of carelessness he certainly didn't feel. He was merely commenting on our good fortune, Bryce explained. The way the rainy spell seems to have passed. Oh, aye, Rodric agreed, distracted. We ought to make good time. Bryce picked up his pace on the wide trail between the thick-growing spruce and pine. I find myself wondering why you sound displeased when you say that, he murmured. You know why, Rodric grumbled, already beyond the point of patience. Do I? Perhaps you do too much wondering. He tapped his heels to the horse's sides and urged it ahead, just close enough to allow the others the chance to follow but far enough to discourage conversation.
Chapter 5. Caitlin wiped fresh tears from her cheeks. Just when she thought she'd cried every tear available. From what I heard, it was a brief illness, Kent explained. He stood in the doorway to the bedroom he shared with his wife, drying his face and hands on a strip of linen after having washed both in the basin. The fever flared up of a sudden, and it was all over within another 2 days. She squeezed her eyes shut. It was too painful to imagine poor sweet Uncle Gavin succumbing to any such illness. To think she would never see him again. Would never be able to thank him for treating her as though she were his own daughter. Fiona patted her back. He was a good man. I'm certain he's gone on to his reward. I am certain he has. Caitlin sighed, not wishing to upset either of her hosts by asking what good it was for him to be gone, reward or no reward. Surely, if what they'd all been taught as children was true, and there really was an eternal reward waiting for all God-fearing pious people, Gavin McManus was in the heavenly kingdom at that very moment. Little good it did her. A selfish thought, but her heart was far too pained for her mind to think unselfishly. She needed him. Aunt Sorcha needed him too. They had never been blessed with children, and she would be all alone. What difference did it make for a person to do good their entire life? To be good, to do right by others? Sorcha and Gavin had been the kindest, dearest people in the world, and the only true family she'd known after her mother's passing. If it hadn't been for the certainty that their home would be the first place Alan would look for her, she would have fled to them after the wedding. Their modest home had been more of a home, more of a comfort to her than her own had ever been. And where did it get them? Uncle Gavin, dead after a sudden illness. Aunt Sorcha, alone and poor and childless, without the husband with whom she'd lived so happily in spite of their meager circumstances. They had always been loving and dear, and had always kept her best interests at heart. They'd even gone so far as to stand up to her stepfather when he'd announced her betrothal. Not that he had listened. Not that she had expected him to. You say he only died early this morning? Caitlin asked, looking at Kent. Aye, just this morning. I tried to call upon your aunt to express my condolences, but she was far too occupied with other callers and the arrangements which needed to be made. Yes, it's a difficult first few hours just after someone dies. Caitlin being but a child when her mother died after having given birth to her 4th dead son, but she remembered the great commotion just afterward. People coming and going, the village deacon hanging about, the weeping of women in nearly every room of the suddenly very crowded house. Only Aunt Sorcha had thought of her that day, finding her in her bedchamber and ensuring she was cared for, while everyone else mourned the double death. Who would care for Sorcha now? I must go to her, she decided, determination setting her jaw in a firm line. What? Fiona leaped to her feet, hands on her hips. You'll do no such thing. What do you think? That we've taken the chance of allowing you to live here all this time, so you could then be so foolhardy as to show yourself on McAllister lands? Fiona, Kent murmured, taking her arm. Caitlin merely shook her head. It's all right, Kent. You needn't behave as though you haven't felt my presence just as keenly as my cousin has. I hold nothing against you, in fact I owe you everything and I'm well aware of it. Even so, he replied, not bothering to tell her she was wrong. Even so, it seems a great risk, and an unnecessary one. What do you hope to accomplish? I must at least let her know she isn't alone. She has the entire clan to look after her, Fiona argued. Do you think any of them care? Truly? Connor cares nothing for my mother's family, as they are not his blood relations. He'll extend no courtesies to her, you can be sure. You'll still accomplish nothing by going. Nothing real, nothing lasting, as you cannot afford to be seen. You'd never be able to stay without someone spotting you, and reporting back to Alan or Connor that you were seen. I'll simply have to be smart enough to avoid detection, she reasoned. Fiona shot Kent a look of exasperation, throwing her hands into the air. There's no reasoning with her. My mother was right when she told tales of her cousin Katrina, and how that hair of hers meant a stubborn temperament. She passed it on to her daughter. You might not speak of me as though I'm not here, Caitlin interjected, looking from one of them to the other and back again. Also, once I'm gone, you won't have to fret over my presence. Fiona's cheeks flushed scarlet, matching the color of her hair. Clearly ashamed of her cousin knowing the truth of her feelings. It's all right, Caitlin assured her. I forced myself on you, and you've been kind enough to keep me here all this time. You're welcome to return, would that you wouldn't leave at all. Fiona wrapped her in a tight hug. It's what I feel I must do. I'm alive and well and a half day's ride away. I could return in 2 days, perhaps 3. Once I'm certain Sorcha is taken care of. She'll be furious when she sees you, Fiona warned. You know that once you tell her the chance you've taken, she'll be so disappointed. I know. There's nothing I can do about that. She's worth the risk. Kent sighed, wringing his hands together. You'll want to borrow some clothing then. No use traveling in. He waved his hands to indicate her light grey kirtle. She eyed him up and down. You would lend me something? You'll need to belt it tightly, but I've an old pair of trousers which might help. He let out an anxious sigh, but then he was an anxious man. It was a wonder he'd ever agreed to allow her to live under his roof. At least he'd breathe more freely once she was gone, even if it was only for a short while. If she managed to escape detection, of course. Otherwise it was back to the Andersons, back to Alan. He'd never let her out of his sight again. And that terrible thought was nearly enough to make her doubt herself. Was she indeed behaving rashly by rushing to join her aunt, when Alan would undoubtedly make her pay dearly for running from him? The thought of Sorcha suffering alone, Sorcha who'd been like a mother to her, reminded Caitlin of the reason why she had to make the journey. She simply had to, if only to provide a small bit of comfort. I'll leave before dawn, she announced, squaring her shoulders in determination. It was still dark when she awoke on the straw-filled tick, tucked in one corner of the main room. Had it been winter, she would have been nearer the hearth. Even without a fire blazing inside, the stones which lined it would hold warmth. She'd often slept by the hearth while staying with her aunt and uncle. Even a makeshift bed on the floor of a house full of love was better than comfortable lodgings in that cold, lonely home which had once been her mother's domain. Mother had always ensured that her daughter felt wanted, safe, protected. Not like Connor, who had all but cast her aside once Katrina McAllister's body gave up after the 4th stillbirth. Theirs had never been a loving relationship prior to her mother's death. She wasn't his child, not really, though that might have been forgivable had she been male. There was no one for him to pass his name on to. Hence the near obsession he'd had with his wife bearing him a son. He hadn't suffered as Katrina had suffered with each loss, he hadn't carried the babies in his body as she had. Lines hadn't etched themselves into his face, deeper and deeper, as though each line represented another child which never lived outside its mother's womb. He'd killed Katrina as surely as if he'd driven a blade into her heart. It might have been easier on her, at that. And what had he done afterward? Had he expressed sympathy toward his motherless stepdaughter? Had he shown her love, attention, even the slightest semblance of caring what came of her? No. None of it. If anything, he'd regretted her existence. He would have been free had it not been for Caitlin. It was easy to fall into dark memories when she was alone, and the rest of the world seemed to be asleep. Were Fiona and Kent enjoying a good deep sleep? Perhaps so. They wouldn't need to fear Caitlin being discovered on their farm for at least a few days. She washed her hands and face before sliding into the trousers and tunic which Kent had left for her. Both were quite large, though Kent was of a smaller build than the men she'd grown up around. Highlanders, all of them. Burly and massive. She never could have worn Rodric's clothing, had he been there to lend it to her. His trousers would likely have billowed around her legs like sheets, no matter how tightly she'd cinched them. The mere thought of him made her heart clench tight, as though a hand were squeezing it. The sensation took her breath away, made her clutch the sides of the kitchen table for support. How different it would all be if he had never gone away. Perhaps it was easier to believe that. The truth wasn't as simple as she liked to believe. There was no way of knowing whether Rodric would have wanted to marry her upon his return. War changed a man. Hadn't he warned her of as much before leaving? He swore his feelings for her would never change. Why then, hadn't he come for her once the war ended? Why hadn't he at least let his clan know he was living? He'd never once stepped foot on Anderson land again, so far as she knew. He hadn't really loved her. Theirs had been nothing more than a childhood romance, which had ended with the passage of childhood. Its usefulness had run its course along with other childish concerns. For him. Not for her. Never for her. Still set on leaving? Fiona's soft whisper was still enough to make Caitlin jump and whirl about. I must admit to having my doubts. You ought to know me better than that. I also know how you loathe waking before the dawn. Caitlin barely stifled a laugh for Kent's sake. She assumed he slept on, though he'd surely be awake soon enough in order to begin the day's business. One was rarely idle on a farm, no matter how many hands were employed there. I should go. Now. She hugged her cousin, who returned the embrace. I owe you no less than my life, and should I not make it back to you? Do not speak of such a thing. Do not even dare think it, Fiona whispered in her ear, fierce and determined. You will return. He will not find you. Pray for me. She kissed her cousin's cheek and turned away, wanting to leave before the tears in her eyes became evident. As she went, she pulled her long braid up on top of her head before jamming a borrowed hat on top. It would do little to conceal her feminine features, but she might keep her head down in the presence of others while passing through the village. Her only chance at survival. The morning air was soft, warm, full of dew, and the stars still shone when Caitlin mounted the gentle mare Kent had agreed to lend her, along with his clothing. The song of the grasshoppers was nearly deafening, what seemed like hundreds of them shouting to be heard over their brethren. She turned in the saddle. Tell Kent I owe him everything as well, and I plan to repay him whenever I can. Fiona nodded from the doorway, a deep frown creasing her brow. I will, though you know he'll accept no such repayment. I can offer, can't I? The two of them were smiling, when Caitlin clicked her tongue to signal the beginning of her journey. The mare took off at a trot, and soon the farm was behind them.
Chapter 6. Rodric Anderson, the tavern keeper, shouted when the four of them entered. A face I'd never expected to see again in this life. Nor had I expected to see yours, McKendrick. The men clasped hands before Rodric turned to introduce his companions. Any hope of quietly entering Anderson lands was dashed in an instant. He knew word would quickly spread of his return and eventually meet his brother's ears. So be it then, he thought with a grim smile, as the four of them sat about a large table. You lot look as though you could use a large meal, and an even larger tankard of ale. McKendrick chuckled, his bulbous stomach jiggling as he did. He looked a fright as always, though he took pride in maintaining a clean tavern. As though the time he could have spent washing himself and investing in a clean tunic was spent on scrubbing the place instead. Aye, and we thank ye most heartily, Quinn growled, having complained of hunger for at least a dozen leagues prior to their reaching the tavern. If it had been up to Rodric, they would never have stopped. He hadn't wished for the news of his arrival to spread so far in advance of his arrival at his brother's doorstep. His brothers. All his brothers. Everything that had ever mattered to him was Alan's. "Are you back for the burial, then?" McKendrick asked, a sour look marring his features. Rodric's stomach dropped, and he was suddenly as far from hunger as was humanly possible. "Burial?" he croaked. "Not her. Not her, please, not her. Anyone but Cat." Old Gavin McManus. Passed away 2 days back. They're putting him in the ground this very day." McKendrick patted him on the back. "I thought certainly, since he was so often seen on their land in your youth." The fact that he felt relief at the announcement of Gavin's death had to speak poorly of his character. Did it not? He could breathe again. He could think again. Because it wasn't Caitlin who was being placed in the ground. He realized then and there that he very much wished to see her again, even though he'd been set against it only moments before. "I'm sorry to hear of it," he murmured, quite sincere. "A good man? A loyal man?" "Aye, and with no one to mourn him but his poor wife." The tavern keeper shook his head. "It's a pity, to be sure, but at least the sickness took him quickly. They say he barely knew who or where he was for much of it, a fever wiping out his reason." McKendrick hurried away, if a man of his size could be said to hurry, in order to see after the needs of another patron. "You knew this man of whom he speaks?" Bryce asked. "Aye. Gavin and his wife Sorcha were good friends. The uncle and aunt of a childhood friend whose home was not far. She spent most of her time there, and I did the same whenever possible." "She?" Bryce raised an eyebrow but did not comment. Wise of him. Better to get it out of the way now. "I told you of her last night, indirectly at least. Caitlin McAllister. The stepdaughter of the man with whom my brother is feuding." "Ah," came Bryce's soft sound of understanding. Rodric ignored it. Theirs was a happy home. A warm, loving home. They had no children of their own, so they welcomed our presence. Kind, generous people. "I'm sorry to hear Gavin came to an end." He smiled to himself at the memory of the games they had once played, the races they had run from the well to the barn, from the barn to the stables, then back to the house. They were young and so full of life vitality, seemingly never fatigued. Sorcha never grew tired of their boundless energy, either. She had indulged them, laughing at their antics, feigning surprise or wonder at their feats of strength and speed. Caitlin had been the ideal playmate, in some ways the brother Rodric had always wanted. She wasn't temperamental and rough as Alan, nor was she a baby like Porrick. She looked up to him, saw him as a brave and daring older boy, and he basked in the glow of her adoration. All of this had taken place under Sorcha's watchful eye, with Gavin's hearty laughter and understanding nature, a welcome change from the often fractious nature of the Anderson home. Those were golden, peaceful, idyllic days. When he was too young for his father to expect much from him, at the age when it was more desirable that he find something to do outdoors, away from clan business. Ross Anderson had always been a busy man, always smoothing over one dispute or another, always seeing to it that his clan's lands were held fast. After a time, his eldest son's exploits had taken a good deal of attention too. And by then, Caitlin had become more than just a playmate to Rodric. Their refreshments arrived, and not a moment too soon. "I thought I'd soon have no choice but to eat my own arm," Quinn admitted, before sinking his teeth into a hunk of browned, sizzling meat hanging from a thick bone. "To hear you talk, I'd think you never knew hardship." Fergus snorted. "You forget what it was like out there in the field. Now that was real starvation, laddie, and it lasted longer than half a day." "Half a day?" Bryce laughed. "Half a day would have seemed a grand miracle. I'd have felt like a king if the longest I ever had to go hungry was from the time I broke my fast until the time the sun was just past overhead. I suppose younger men simply grow hungry faster than you older ones." Quinn shrugged, and the three of them burst into good-natured laughter. Or perhaps you were a bit busy this morning with one of the village girls. I saw a pair of them making sheep's eyes at you as we left the Duncans. Bryce grinned. I think you overestimate even my stamina. They laughed again, louder this time. Rodric smiled, tried to stay in the conversation, but it was no use. The past tugged at him, pulled him back into its embrace, wrapped itself around him in the form of memories he'd worked so hard for so long to free himself of. And they were so vivid, too, as if the ignoring of them made them that much stronger. They'd been untouched and were therefore fresh once he reached a tentative hand their way. It seemed strange that on looking around himself, it wasn't Sorcha and Gavin seated across from him. It should have been Caitlin at his left hand instead of Quinn. He could nearly hear their laughter. They were always laughing. He'd lived such a wonderful life in those days without ever knowing it. Perhaps that was the saddest part of life, that the good times never appeared as good while a body was going through them. Only after, and usually in comparison to something terrible. Like the war. How many times had he wished he were back home and fighting with Alan, while in reality he was camped out in the mud, the stench of blood and sweat and rotting flesh hanging heavy in the air. Life at home had seemed all but unbearable at times thanks to the bitterness between father and eldest son, a bitterness which had at times left Rodric feeling as though he would choke from it. In those ugly, stark moments just after a battle, he would have given anything to go back to when everything was simpler. As good as things were, seated around a table with his friends in a warm and welcoming place run by a man happy to see him, Rodric still wished himself back to when life was simple. When Caitlin was his. I ought to go and at least pay my respects. He didn't realize he'd said it out loud until 3 pairs of eyes turned his way, the table suddenly silent. Fergus spoke first. What was that? I said, I ought to go and pay my respects at the burial. It's the least I can do. And what are we to do in the meantime? Quinn asked. And what of the promise to Jake? Bryce added, eyes narrowing. We'll be on our way right after the burial, Rodric promised. If ye don't wish to come with me, take a room for the night at the inn. We have more than enough silver, thanks to the payment from Philip. I'll even pay for it, out of my share. It's that important to ye? Bryce mused, sitting back in his chair. Aye. It is. Ye don't wish us to come along? Quinn asked, the skepticism heavy in his voice. Nay, it's best I do something of this nature on my own. It's less than a half-day's ride from here. I'll be back for ye in the morning, at the latest. Perhaps I'll spend the night at the McManus house, depending on how long the visit takes. Otherwise, I'll return tonight and take a room at the inn with you. The more he considered it, the better it sounded. He'd make an appearance at the church and offer his assistance to Sorcha, who might or might not accept it. Surely it would give her comfort to have a man about the place for at least a night. She'd never lived alone, he reasoned. And if Caitlin happened to be there, or somewhere in the area, all the better. He barely finished his mug of ale, wiping his mouth on the back of his sleeve as he stood. It seemed foolish to wait another minute once a course of action had been set. Tonight or tomorrow morning then, he announced, offering Fergus silver for a room. Keep it, his friend insisted, shaking his head with a roguish smile. You've given us all reason to spend a bit more time in the area, and become acquainted with a few of the lasses who ply their trade nearby. Rodric grinned at the memory of the brothel they'd passed along the road. Try not to lose everything we've only just earned.
Chapter 7. Was Caitlin merely lying to herself, or did it seem as though she was getting away with her deception? Perhaps the truth was even plainer. People simply didn't look at her, as she traveled down the wide road, which had become more and more populated the farther she went. While dressed as a woman, she'd never been able to avoid glances, looks of interest, outright stares from men and sometimes even other women. She'd never taken it as a compliment, and not only because to do so would be sheer vanity. She'd simply assumed it to be the way of life, that a traveler riding along alone would attract attention. Only if that traveler were female, evidently. A man, even one in clothing far too large for him, could come and go as he pleased with no one paying much mind. Still, she kept her head down as she rode, avoiding meeting the eyes of those she passed as much as possible. Men's clothing or no, she still looked like a woman. Excitement thrummed in her veins, a mixture of nauseating fear and the certainty that she was getting away with the grand risk she'd taken. She'd get past anyone who might identify her to her husband. Her husband. Oh, the horror of it all. The very thought sent a jolt of disgust throughout her body. What had once been excitement in her veins turned to ice. Her hands clenched tight on the reins, her teeth grinding together, as though a cry of revulsion would escape her throat otherwise. She wasn't entirely naive. She knew many women married men, not because they wanted to, but rather out of a sense of familial duty, or because they'd been promised from a young age. She understood enough of the world to comprehend that marriage was not always a result of love. But Sorcha and Gavin had loved each other. She liked to believe her mother and father had, as well. Why Mother had married Connor McAllister was anyone's guess, though Caitlin suspected the arrangement to be more one of necessity than anything else. A new widow with a young daughter, no man to protect her. Connor had like as not appeared to be a savior, sent from the heavens. And he had been kind to Caitlin when she was young. She remembered it well, most likely because he'd changed so over time. Such a contrast from the patient, kind, friendly man her mother had married. Perhaps he'd put on an act to convince Katrina that her daughter would be loved if the marriage took place. Perhaps he'd led her to believe he'd never sell her daughter in marriage. The closer Caitlin drew to the village which sat just outside the border of McAllister land, the greater the danger. She was aware of this, and made an effort to maintain a sense of calm as a result. It was critical that she do nothing to arouse suspicion, as the mare trotted over the well-worn road. Which only made her more aware of herself, and more likely to behave as though she had something to hide. Sweat rolled down the back of her neck. While it was a warm day to be sure, the hat she wore made it worse. Would that she could remove it. Though there was something to be said for the freedom afforded by trousers. No need to concern oneself with gathering skirts, tucking them strategically, being careful not to show more leg than was considered proper. How was a woman supposed to exist in the world, when she had to worry about her kirtle getting in the way? The church steeple stood out against a clear, cloudless sky, the beacon which drew her in. There was no telling when the burial rites would be performed, but she had nothing better to do than to wait. Her mother was there, as were the brothers she'd never known, but she decided against visiting them. Her presence at their graves might arouse suspicion. She needed more than anything to avoid causing those around her to ask questions. At least the yard surrounding the church was empty, telling her there was time before the services would begin. Perhaps she might meet up with her aunt before the other mourners arrived. It was a poor church, a poor village, and the condition of the graveyard reflected this. The corners of her mouth pulled down as she took in the overgrown grounds, weeds choking out every other living thing in an attempt to take over. If she were there as herself, she'd clean off the graves of her family and perhaps even plant something pretty. The weeds would only choke it too. Like everything else. There was a fresh hole dug not far from Mother's grave, which she guessed was intended for Gavin. A lump formed in her throat when she imagined him there, at the bottom of a grave, covered in the dirt, which sat in great piles along the edges of where he'd be laid to rest. It was doubtful that Sorcha would have the silver on hand, to afford a marker for the grave. He deserved better. They both did. Would that she were in a position to provide for them. She might have been able to, had she stayed with her husband. A sobering truth to be sure, but still a truth. While Alan wasn't the most thoughtful of men, and had a temper worse than any she'd ever witnessed, he wasn't an animal. He had feelings. He could reason. She may have talked him into providing for Sorcha in the future. Into at least seeing that her needs were met. Connor most certainly wouldn't. Gavin was his dead wife's brother, so Sorcha meant nothing to him. At least there was no chance of Connor appearing at the burial, nor of Alan's presence. She knew them both well enough to be certain. This knowledge helped her dismount smoothly, without looking all about herself, as she tied the mare off to the post which ran the length of one side of the old church. Some of her earliest memories involved it, or standing in the shadow of it, during so many burial services. Too many for a child as young as she was to attend. Connor had insisted she attend for her brothers. She'd insisted she be there for her mother. As had Sorcha. All the more reason for the risk Caitlin took that day, walking about in the shadow of the church to avoid notice, while fetching a bucket of water for the overheated horse. "There, girl," she whispered, stroking the smooth grey neck of the sweet beast as it drank deeply of the cool liquid. Sorcha had stood up for Caitlin so many times. For a quiet, unassuming woman of small stature and even smaller voice, she'd become a tower of strength and fortitude in the face of Connor McAllister's callousness. Would that she could have talked him out of Caitlin's marriage. Not that she hadn't tried, but both ridding himself of the daughter he'd never wanted, and securing his friendship with the Andersons had been far too tempting a prospect for him to give in. The familiar sight of the wagon which her aunt and uncle had always used to carry crops to the village, brought tears to Caitlin's eyes. There it was, passing under the low-hanging branches of a towering birch tree. She recognized the team of workhorses which pulled it, and noted the way their heads hung low, as though they felt the absence of their master. She wouldn't doubt it, as Uncle Gavin had been so wonderful to them and every animal on the farm. A born farmer really, though he could easily have bred horses and possibly made a much more comfortable living. "I'd miss the earth, lass," he'd remind her whenever Caitlin asked why he wouldn't choose the more profitable vocation. "I'd miss watching things grow," he'd said. How sad for him that he'd never gotten the chance to watch children grow. Then again, she reflected with a bittersweet smile, he had. Nearly every happy memory of her childhood could be attributed to either her aunt and uncle, or to Rodric. There was Aunt Sorcha, riding beside the deacon. A young man fresh-faced, he held the reins. His forehead was deeply creased, the weight of his task clearly written there. Caitlin barely spared him a glance, focusing on her aunt instead. Why, she looked 5 years older than she had the last time they'd seen each other on the day of Caitlin's ill-fated wedding. There was a faraway look in her eyes, a sort of lost expression on her face. Rather blank, unfocused. The grey-streaked auburn hair was arranged in a messy braid, as though the fingers which wound it cared little even for such deeply ingrained movement. She should have left in the night, no matter the dangers of traveling in the dark. She should have found a way. She might have provided comfort the night prior to Gavin's burial, might have washed and braided her aunt's hair, and seen to it the woman had something solid in her stomach, and a little tea to fortify her. Caitlin's heart wrenched. How terrible it must have been to lose one's love so suddenly, without the chance to express all that had been left unsaid. To face the prospect of a life spent alone. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks as she watched from behind an overgrown hedge. The wagon came to a stop beside the church, not far from where she waited. The deacon, a man Caitlin had never met, indicating his status as a newcomer, alighted from the driver's box and hurried around to help Sorcha from her seat. She stumbled. Before she could stop herself, Caitlin lunged forward and darted over to where her aunt struggled to right herself. The deacon made a fretful, sympathetic noise, which she supposed was meant to comfort Sorcha. Caitlin took her aunt's arm, wrapping her other arm around the older woman's waist and nodding in the deacon's general direction. If anything, he looked relieved as he walked to the back of the wagon and motioned for the gravediggers to join him. Caitlin hadn't noticed them before, meaning they must have emerged from wherever they'd been resting at the approach of the wagon. They'd be removing the body from the wagon. Caitlin bit her lip, struggling to hold back a fresh flood of heartbroken sobs at the thought of her uncle's body being so close, wrapped in linen in preparation for what was to come. Sorcha hadn't noticed who held on to her, eyes fixed on the ground. "I'd like to visit my sister-in-law," she whispered, clutching the hand which gripped hers. Another wave of emotion threatened to knock Caitlin off her feet, but she complied, helping her aunt to the site of her mother's grave. Sorcha trembled slightly as she stood there, looking at the humble marker which time had already begun to wear down. "You see, Katrina lost her husband as well," she explained in a voice hoarse with strain. And with a young daughter too. Though at the time I thought, God forgive me, that at least she had young Caitlin to remember him by. I have nothing of Gavin. No child. The trembling increased, until the bereaved woman shook from head to toe. You have the love he shared with you, Caitlin whispered. That love was a great comfort to your niece when she needed love the most. She thought of you two as her parents after her mother's death. You were her strength and solace. Sorcha nodded. Aye, darling, but that was a long time ago, and now you've run away from us, and I didn't know until just now that you'd survive. She raised her head to look into Caitlin's eyes. I should be furious with you for coming, but it's so good to know you're alive. I needed you so. Caitlin broke down, leaning on her aunt as much as her aunt leaned on her. Oh, Aunt Sorcha, I'm so sorry. The two of them stood there, holding one another up, as Gavin's body was placed on the soft ground beside the freshly dug grave. How did you know it was me? Caitlin whispered. I would know you anywhere. The moment you touched my hand, dear. I last held yours not so very long ago, remember? I do. The night before the wedding, when she'd sobbed through the night with her aunt at her side. Where have you been? Sorcha asked, barely whispering. With Fiona. I'd hoped as much. Alan never knew her, or her husband. Which was why I chose their home to flee to. You took quite a chance coming here. Their eyes met, and Sorcha's crinkled at the corners as they narrowed. He wouldn't like it, if he knew. No, Uncle Gavin wouldn't have liked it at all. I needed to be here. I needed to be with you. As I said, I should be furious that you'd take such a chance. The sound of approaching hooves caught their attention, and Sorcha stiffened at the sight of the mourners on their way to the graveyard. Quickly. You must hide yourself. Caitlin didn't wait to be told twice, releasing her aunt and fleeing to the hedge behind which she'd hidden prior to Sorcha's arrival. It sat in deep shadow, untouched by sunlight thanks to the trees on either side whose branches formed a roof overhead. She watched, barely peering out from around the hedge, as one after another horse and wagon arrived. All of them carried sorrowful friends, faces Caitlin recognized. It seemed the procession would never end. Was it Caitlin's imagination, or was her aunt's back a bit straighter than it had been when she'd arrived at the church? Some of that was surely an attempt to keep up an appearance of strength in front of others, but she wanted to believe her presence had bolstered Sorcha at least a bit. If that was all she managed to accomplish, the journey and its risks would be well worth it. Her eyes moved across the sea of faces, all of them either tear-stained or looking as though they were about to be. Gavin had touched so many of the neighboring families with his humor and generous nature. It did Caitlin's heart good to see them there, to know they remembered him fondly. What did not do her good was the sight of a familiar shade of dark hair as a rider descended from his horse. Thick and wavy as ever, the sunlight seeming to hit it straight on so as to catch her eye. Sorcha said she would have known Caitlin anywhere. Caitlin would have known him anywhere. The last time she'd seen that hair of his, not to mention the broad back and wide shoulders, and the way he'd carried himself in the saddle, so straight and tall, had been the day he'd ridden off and left her behind. She'd seemed much younger then, but as deeply in love as anyone could be. Deeply in love and certain of his return. Certain that he would make her his wife one day. Rodric, she breathed.
Chapter 8. Where was she? Rodric surveyed the crowd on his approach, his eyes trained for the sight of her fair head amongst so much red and brown. Like a ray of sunshine, she'd always stood out. Naturally, she'd stood out to him for other reasons as well, reasons which he turned his mind away from or at least did his best to. Bad enough hers was the face he was most intent on seeing again. He didn't need the reminder of what he'd always thought of as their love to cause him any further pain. Would her husband be with her? Perhaps it was Alan he should be looking for, then again no. Alan was hardly a monster, and would likely pay a personal call on the widow, but he had never been one for public displays. In fact, Rodric reflected while dismounting, he couldn't recall his brother's presence at their mother's burial. Strange that. They'd been mere children, Porrick no more than a baby, and yet Alan had refused to attend. And Ross hadn't pressed the matter. Sorcha stood by the grave, greeting those who'd come to pay respects to her husband. She was unkempt, though he hadn't expected much better. If he'd very suddenly lost his wife, he did not think the condition of his clothing or his grooming would take priority over his grief. Even so, she appeared to be holding up well and with a great deal of dignity. He moved through the crowd, nodding in silent greeting to those who appeared to recognize him. Oh yes, his brother would soon find out of his return if he wasn't already aware. He deliberately avoided looking toward the grave, where the body was waiting. Odd, for a man who'd killed so many in battle and wounded countless others. He hadn't known them. They hadn't been kind to him. It was easier to look upon the dead body of a stranger, especially if the stranger was an enemy. Still, no Caitlin, though he'd made it to nearly the front of the line of people waiting to speak with Sorcha. Perhaps it was for the best that she'd be absent, though she had even more reason to be there than he, and he'd managed it. Had marriage to his brother done this to her? Did she no longer care for anything that had once mattered? "Thank you," Sorcha murmured to the man standing in front of him, who then moved aside to make room for Rodric. Their eyes met, and the past thrust itself upon him. Everything came back in a rush, so sudden and all-encompassing that he could hardly breathe. When she'd nursed his childish injuries, a skinned knee, a bruised rib, the black eye Caitlin had given him the one and only time his teasing had gone too far. He'd learned his limits that day for certain. And Sorcha had gone along with the lie that a boy from the village had given it to him, just to protect his young pride. "Rodric," she breathed, her face almost lighting up once she recognized him. The strength of her reaction startled him. Had he meant as much to her as she and her husband had to him? "Sorcha, I was so sorry to hear of Gavin's passing," he murmured, taking her outstretched hand. To his great surprise, her fingers clamped down over his, before she pulled him closer to whisper in his ear. "Come to the house. Can you manage it?" "Aye," he muttered in return, his nerves tingling in the wake of the sudden change in her. She sounded desperate. What could have happened? Even if he hadn't planned to pay her a visit, even if doing so would cause greater complications, he wouldn't have refused for anything after her fingers dug into him the way they had. "I'll meet you there. It's important." She released him, and he caught just the hint of her eyes moving in the direction of a hedge off to the side of the graves. He thought there was a movement of the branches, a rustling, but it might have been a squirrel or other small animal. He'd been one of the last to arrive, and the deacon began the short service soon after he moved along to join a group of mourners who stood alongside the grave. Sorcha stood to the deacon's right, her head bowed in prayer much of the time. All the while, Rodric wondered what had unnerved her so. It seemed to be more than the loss of her husband. Such desperation, such fierceness in the way she'd whispered to him. As though it were a matter of dire consequence that he meet her at the old house. The house which sat so close to his clan's lands. It was quickly becoming a very interesting day. He slid from the saddle and secured the horse, before turning to the left and admiring the river Nevis. He'd always enjoyed watching it flow by from this spot, behind the house in which Gavin and Sorcha had lived out their married lives. The land came to a point, with the river forking off on both sides. To the southwest were the lands under his brother's protection. To the right was McAllister land. They'd always met in the middle, he and Caitlin. To think, she was the woman of the house in which he'd grown up. In his childish daydreams that was how he'd imagined her, though she was his wife in these dreams, not his brother's. That the woman of the house would by necessity be married to the head of the clan hadn't factored into his imaginings at the time. She was so close, right there, in the house he would have been able to see had it not been for the woods which sat in the way. He would only need to cross the shallow, narrow stretch of river, more like a stream really, in order to continue on his way to her. If he had any right to her, he'd do just that. Would that he had. There would be no reason to go to her now if she were yours, you daft fool. He closed his eyes briefly, wondering what he might have been able to do that would have changed things. There had been no choice but to go off and fight. Someone from each clan had to do so, and Alan had been needed. Besides that, Rodric had wanted to bring honor to the clan, and if he were being truly honest, to himself. He'd wanted to be her hero. The creaking of wagon wheels made him turn away from the river, toward the trail which led from the road to the farmhouse. There was Sorcha, seated beside the driver, hands folded in her lap, but her eyes active. She looked around the place, searching for him. And she found him, and a look of calm replaced the strained expression she'd worn up to that point. As though she were afraid he'd not keep his promise. As though he would do that to her. He hadn't expected her to be in the company of another, a farm hand most likely, someone she'd asked to do the driving for her. A young man, perhaps a mere boy judging by the small frame and loose clothing. As though it had been borrowed from a larger man, for the occasion. The lad raised his head, not entirely, not enough for Rodric to get full sight of the entire face, but it was enough for the entire world to go silent. The birds which had only just been singing a sweet song, the river, the frogs which sang at its banks. Everything went quiet. The air stopped moving. It wasn't a lad at all. How could he have believed it so, even for a moment? But why? Why would she dress as a lad? Why would she look back and forth all the time, as though watching out for danger? Why would she pull the wagon to a sudden stop, the moment she caught sight of him?
Chapter 9. What is he doing here? Caitlin's question was directed at her aunt, though her eyes never left the familiar figure lurking in the shadow of the house. She'd just been reflecting on the familiarity of the farm, and how much she'd missed it in such a short period of time. Extreme duress, like that under which she'd labored, had a tendency to make a person long even more desperately for the things they'd left behind. All the while she'd been watching. Waiting. Driving the wagon as fast as she dared, Kent's mare tied to the back, wishing she could spur the team into running the entire duration of the journey. The sooner they were inside the house, the door closed on the outside world, the sooner she'd be able to breathe freely. For though the air was fresh and clean, if not a bit too warm for her taste, breathing was very nearly a chore. She couldn't seem to get past the pressure in her chest, as though something or someone were sitting on her. And now him. Under any other circumstances, she would have marveled at the handsome sight he made. The wide expanse of clear blue sky behind him set off the hue of his hair, and even the stubble on his cheeks. He crossed impossibly thick arms over an equally thick chest, his jaw clenching as though he were working through some unpleasant emotion. Emotion from seeing her again? Undoubtedly. Though it wasn't love. It couldn't be. Why would he have stayed away so long? How silly to think that she'd seen him as a man back then, before he'd left her. Man enough to train with the army and fight in a war, to be sure, but the Rodric who'd ridden off that day so long ago had been nothing but a boy compared with the tall, muscular man before her. All of this went through her mind in a matter of moments, thoughts overlapping as she fought to understand what it all meant. Had he come to take her back to his brother? Was that what it was all about, his appearance after so many years? Aunt Sorcha tugged on the sleeve of her tunic. Go on. Hurry. To the house. When Caitlin did not respond, could not possibly respond, Sorcha took the reins from her and finished what was left of the drive, which wasn't much at all. Caitlin hardly noticed. Her eyes never left him. And his never left her. What is he doing here? She whispered again, like the hissing of a snake. I told him to come, Sorcha announced in a calm, almost pleasant tone. I told him how important it was that he come to see me. Caitlin pried her eyes from the tall, brooding figure beside the house, in order to glare at her aunt. How could you? You of all people know how important it is for no one to know of my presence. This didn't seem to bother her aunt in the slightest. You need his help. He won't help me. You know he will. Sorcha pulled the horses to a stop, before turning to her niece. You know he will. Though common sense denied it, her heart agreed. But her heart had been so very wrong. It couldn't be trusted. I can't stay, she whispered, shaking her head almost violently, wishing she could bolt from the wagon and run, just run anywhere. As far as her legs would carry her. Perhaps she would make it easier for herself and everyone she'd ever loved by simply throwing herself into the river and allowing it to carry her away. Yes, that would be better. No more fear, no chance of Alan finding her, no chance of her family facing his wrath for hiding her from him. No need to face Rodric again, either. Stop this right this instant. Sorcha placed a firm hand on her arm, holding her in place. He is still your friend. I know this to be true. Would that I knew it, Caitlin whispered as he approached. Come. Sorcha had no time for such qualms. She pulled Caitlin from the wagon and propelled her toward the house. Rodric, please see to the team. You might lead them into the stable. She did not wait to see whether he would comply. It was as though a great change had come over her. Instead of the weak, unsteady woman she'd first seen at the church, Caitlin watched in awe as her very capable aunt went about the business of preparing tea. In spite of the roiling mix of emotions fighting for control in her stomach, hunger made itself known at the sight of sweet cakes which Sorcha placed on a small plate. She'd eaten nothing more than a few bites of stale bread and hard cheese prior to leaving Fiona's that morning. With the door firmly latched behind her, Caitlin felt free to remove her hat and shake free the coiled braid which had been hiding underneath. She felt soiled and uncomfortable after hours of riding through summer heat. At least the inside of the house was cool, the hearth dark and cold. Sorcha moved quickly, sparing no excess motion as she worked. A woman very familiar with her kitchen. The door opened. Caitlin's breath caught, her eyes cutting to the side so as to catch a half look at the man standing on the threshold. He all but filled the doorway, his shadow casting itself over the room. Hurry up inside, Sorcha ordered without so much as a glance over her shoulder. There's much to be discussed. There is nothing to be discussed, Caitlin whispered. Her hands shook so she twisted them in her lap, and eventually thrust them between her closed thighs to keep them still. This was a grave mistake, and I would thank Rodric to forget he ever saw me here. Rodric is standing right here in the room with you, so you might as well speak to me rather than about me as though I'm not here. He leaned against the now closed door, folding his arms again. Was he aware of how they bulged, of how the sleeves of his thin tunic seemed to stretch against his muscles? Please do not tease me, she begged, turning her face away. I'd do anything, if only you'll give me your word that you won't announce my presence to your brother. If I what? Sorcha placed the cakes on the table, along with bread, butter and jam. Eat. If I had anything else at the present, you could have it. But I... Caitlin knew she meant to say that she hadn't been over-concerned with the condition of the larder, likely since the moment her husband had taken ill. Instantly, Caitlin regretted her thoughtlessness. Please sit down. If there is anything else to be done, I'll do it for you. As will I, Rodric offered. Nonsense. I like to be busy. Sorcha turned to light a small fire over which she placed a kettle of water. Hunger got the better of her, and Caitlin made short work of one cake, then another. Rodric hadn't moved since he'd closed the door. Why did you urge me to meet you here? He asked Sorcha. I had intended on paying a call, but you seemed quite set on my joining you. She straightened and turned, running a distracted hand over the side of her head to smooth back a few strands of hair. A gesture Caitlin had observed countless times, even when there was no loose hair to smooth back. Did you know that your brother wed my niece? She couldn't help but watch him out of the corner of her eye, judging his reaction. He didn't move at first, didn't even blink. Only the slight flaring of his nostrils indicated that he was still alive. I'd gotten word of my brother's marriage, and of the lass to whom he'd been wed. How could he sound so uncaring? As though he was speaking of two people he'd never met. No, he'd never been close with Alan, but he had certainly been close with her. Or so she had believed. Sorcha made a noise in the back of her throat, as though she had guessed as much. Did you know she ran away the night of the wedding? Before the wedding feast had even ended. He had nothing to say to this. Caitlin turned to him, all but forgetting the thick piece of buttered bread in front of her. Well? Had you gotten word of that? You seem to know so much of so many other things. She didn't mean to snap at him, but the coldness in his voice made it impossible not to. The way he sounded, as though she were nothing. Less than nothing. And not only to him, but to the world in general. Like a pesky fly he wanted nothing more than to squash. The muscles in his jaw jumped, though he said not a word. She stood. Well? Say something. Did your brother send you to fetch me? Is that why you're here? You want to take me back to him? His mouth fell open. Lass, I didn't know you'd left to begin with. I thought so, Sorcha murmured as she poured the tea. I knew you'd never have waited so long to return otherwise. You left him. Rodric sat down across from her, fell into the chair more like. I was never with him, Caitlin replied. In order to leave him, I would have to be with him. The marriage ceremony took place, yes, but not with my consent. How was it arranged then? It was her turn to stand, hands balled into fists which she wanted to smash into his face. How could he be so daft? You thought I wished to marry him? Alan? Of all men? He stared into the dying embers, Sorcha having already put out the fire so as to avoid roasting the three of them in an overheated kitchen. I suppose. I mean to say, I had assumed naturally that your stepfather arranged the match. I suppose I also assumed you agreed with it. Her chest rose and fell in great heaving breaths. You shouldn't assume so much, Rodric Anderson. You ran from him. As though he was struggling to make sense of it. She blinked in disbelief. What choice did I have? I wouldn't. I couldn't. He closed his eyes. Oh, I see now. It makes perfect sense. What does? Sorcha asked. I should have known they were connected somehow. Your marriage and the feud between our clans. It was Caitlin's turn to be surprised. There's been a feud? How far away have you stayed? He growled. Yes, there has been, and now I understand why. You ran and Alan wants what he paid for. If he'd struck her, he could not have pained her more. He made her sound like. She picked up the first thing her hand reached, the bread she'd forgotten until that very moment, and smashed it into his face, butter and all. It wasn't the first time she'd struck him, though it was perhaps the messiest. Caitlin. Sorcha sounded as though she wasn't certain whether she ought to laugh or be angry. She was quick to fetch a rag with which to clean his face. Either he leaves or I do, she demanded. I'm sorry, Aunt Sorcha, but I can't stay in the same house with him. You were wrong. He won't help me. Her voice cracked at the end, much to her disgust. The last thing she wanted was for him to know how deeply he wounded her. Do not worry about which of us should go, Rodric grunted once his face was somewhat clean. He stood, patting Sorcha's shoulder in a rather clumsy display of either affection or regret. Caitlin wasn't certain which. Where are you planning to go? Sorcha asked, her mouth twisting in a dismayed grimace. I intend to visit my brother, to ask that he end this feud which threatens the peace between not only our clans but the Duncans as well. What have they do with it? Caitlin asked. It was they who asked me to come, to ensure war doesn't break out. He shook his head and chuckled. I should have known, I suppose. Only you could cause two clans who've worked so hard for so long on even a tentative peace, to break down in such a manner. She drew herself up to her full height, throwing her head back with a defiant sneer in spite of her aching heart. Are you certain it isn't your brute of a brother you ought to blame? Perhaps if he weren't such a beast, a woman would wish to remain married to him. He was laughing as he went to the door. I'll be certain to share the sentiment when I see him. Sorcha let out an exclamation of pure terror. Rodric. He paused, his hand on the latch. You know I wouldn't, he murmured, sounding contrite. Yes, Caitlin thought as she sank back into her chair before putting her head in her hands. She knew he wouldn't.
Chapter 10. Rodric didn't know whether to laugh or shout in frustration. Perhaps both. It was with a sense of determination that he rode through the narrowest, shallowest part of the river. The water reached the horse's knees and no higher, then allowed the animal to run full out through the tall, rippling grass. He'd made the ride countless times before, but never while driving the horse beneath him to a full gallop, except on the rare occasion when he'd lost track of time, and knew his father would tan his hide for coming home so late. It was suddenly very important that he reach Alan quickly. His jaw smarted when he smiled, but only slightly. She could still land a blow. A shame there had to be butter involved. Oh, he should have known. She wouldn't have changed that much, couldn't have. All along, he'd harbored a quiet belief that she'd married Alan because she'd wanted to. A belief he hadn't wished to admit to himself. How furious Alan must have been. No wonder he'd begun a feud. But what in blazes had he thought he was doing, forcing Caitlin into marriage? Connor McAllister had little to offer in the way of monetary offering. He'd be the one to benefit from such an arrangement, all but bringing his clan under the protection of the more powerful Andersons. Unless more had changed than he'd ever thought possible, that would still be the case. What then had Alan to gain? Furthering peaceful relations between the clans? It could have been, and had Ross Anderson been alive, he might have advised such a match for that motive alone. The two clans, bordering each other's lands as they did, had been at one sort of war or another for generations prior to Rodric's birth. His grandfather and two uncles had in fact been killed by members of the McAllister clan. That was behind them. At least it had been Ross Anderson's chief purpose to make it so. Alan could easily claim that he'd been only attempting to further his father's cause. Why start things anew then? Why not work with Connor rather than against him? Not that Connor McAllister was a man who believed in dealing fairly, of course. Rodric had never borne much goodwill for the man, who he knew had all but abandoned his stepdaughter after practically causing his wife's death. Any fool could have seen the woman wasn't fit to bear his children, or, seeing as how Caitlin was so healthy and vibrant, that he wasn't fit to sire living babes. A rough creature of slovenly habits, if he remembered correctly. His housemaid and cook had often gossiped about their neighbor, and from what he remembered of the conversations on which he'd eavesdropped, the man had fallen into ruin after Katrina's death. He'd stopped caring for himself entirely. Because he'd loved her. Because of the guilt he surely had to struggle with. Regardless of the reason why, he'd become a hardened, bitter, slovenly man, who was more than likely partly to blame for any inflammation between the clans. Rodric could just imagine the two of them going head to head. His grim smile set off another twinge of stinging pain from the blow Caitlin had delivered. The pain would pass. Knowing that he'd hurt her wouldn't fade so easily. He hadn't been able to help himself, though the knowledge did nothing to ease the crushing guilt at the memory of her crestfallen face. She hadn't deserved it. He'd been a cruel beast for making it sound as though she'd been little more than a trollop. When he thought of her grief at the notion of being sold in marriage to his brother. The courage it took for her to run. The skill she'd used to survive the journey. His heart swelled with pride. His Caitlin, if she still wanted to be his after the terrible way he treated her. He'd find a way to make it up. He'd express his sorrow, and explain that he'd only wanted to see how she'd react. To test how she truly felt about her marriage, to understand whether it was simply Alan she'd been opposed to, or the entire idea of marriage to someone other than himself. He'd gotten a face full of butter for his efforts, but then he'd never been good at expressing himself in a way which wouldn't earn a slap in the face. Especially when it came to her and her temper. When the house came into view at a distance, his heart swelled with pride and longing he hadn't realized existed. He did love it so. He had missed it so. Perhaps that had been another reason for staying away, one he hadn't considered a possibility. Staying far away because the thought of returning to a place which held such deep significance in his heart was too much to bear. Knowing he'd have to leave again, that his brother would undoubtedly make decisions which would put the two of them at odds, and drive a wedge between them tight enough that it might never be removed. The future of the clan, and of the tenuous relationship they'd always had, were too important to jeopardize over nothing more than a little homesickness. The house grew larger as he continued to ride, though at a slower pace than before. He wanted to drink it in with his eyes, to hold it in his mind, as there was no way of telling when he'd be back. The rock wall had been repaired, he noted, the stones no longer crumbling. Someone had long since patched the thatched roof too, a good thing, since it had leaked even before he took his leave and like as not would have been clear open to the sky by then. So Alan had seen to it that the house was kept in good order. The fields were well kept too, the hay neatly baled and stacked against one of the barn's long outer walls, where it could quickly be brought into use by the lads who tended the livestock. His shoulders and back ached at the memory of long hours spent with the beasts, cleaning their stalls and ensuring they were fed and watered. The sort of work that made a man, his father used to remind him with a gleam in his eye and a bit of a smile. Would that he were still alive. So many things might have gone differently. A game he often played with himself, a habit he tried to break long since. The unfortunate habit of wallowing like a pig. How would life differ if Ross Anderson had lived until his middle son returned from war? A waste of time to dwell on these matters. Things were the way they were. Nothing could change it. He had only to make the best of what had transpired. He reached the split log fence which separated the pen where the horses took the air and rode along its length, noting the neighs from inside the stables as well as the snorts and bellows from inside the barn. So Alan was indeed responsible for the thriving conditions around the place. It spoke well of his abilities. Perhaps he had changed somewhat over the years. Not enough to keep Caitlin from running away, a voice inside his head whispered. Is that young Rodric? An old woman in a smudged apron and kirtle came on the run from the side door which led to the kitchen. At least she tried to run, though at her advanced age the attempt was all but futile. Cook had seemed ancient to him even all those years earlier. He quickly dismounted, tossing the reins over a fence post before meeting her with arms outstretched. It sounded as though she were weeping when she fell against his chest. It's a blessing, to be sure. She sniffled, shoulders shaking. We thought the worst many a time, young Rodric. Not so young anymore. He chuckled in an attempt to brighten the old woman's spirits. It's been a good many years since last we saw one another. Too many years. And now it sounded as though she were accusing him of something. When she straightened up, her watery faded blue eyes were hard with anger. What did you think you were about, staying away for so long? Worrying us all near to death. This is your home, young man. Time had not softened her tongue nor her spirits. He winced with embarrassment even as he slung an arm over her shoulders and steered her in the direction of the kitchen door. You know how it is, Cook. A man's life doesn't always follow a straight line. Nonsense. She sniffled before blowing her nose on a handkerchief which she tucked back into her sleeve. There's no excuse for leaving the ones who love you with no word of your well-being, Rodric Anderson. Surely you knew I was living. He chuckled, embarrassment clawing at him in spite of the light-hearted manner he pretended. We knew you were living, but nothing of how you were living. And I thought you'd come back for the wedding feast too. He froze just before stepping foot over the threshold. You did? Aye, she replied, stepping inside without hesitation. What with your brother being wed, and you and young Caitlin always having been such good friends. When we didn't receive word from you. She went on, her voice fading into the background of his thoughts. He hadn't gotten word of the wedding until after it had taken place. No one had alerted him to the upcoming event. The sudden knowledge of his brother's marriage had hit him like a death blow to the chest, as though a bludgeon had caught him at the height of its force and knocked the life from him. Yet the household had been led to believe he was aware the wedding ceremony was to take place, that he'd simply ignored the announcement. Damn that Alan. Not until that moment was Rodric certain that his brother had understood the full weight of what Caitlin meant to him. What had he expected? A violent brawl on her behalf. Cook was unaware of the turmoil in his head, prattling on about everything he'd missed. Who had wed whom, who was no longer in the clan's service, who had come into the household to replace those who'd left. He wouldn't have been able to keep track of it all, even if he'd been paying attention. The kitchen looks the same, he observed, looking about himself. Unlike the repairs which had been done to the outside of the house, the kitchen appeared just as run down and overcrowded as ever. "No one will be touching my kitchen," the old woman warned, eyes narrowed dangerously. Naturally, she would never have allowed anyone to step in and advise her to run things more efficiently. Several young women bustled about, cutting and plucking and watching him as though he were the first interesting person who'd crossed the threshold in years. Perhaps he was. I'd expect nothing less. He eyed the doorway which led to the great hall. She read his gaze. "Your brothers are both at home. I only just served the midday meal," she murmured. "Late, of course, but Alan rarely rises from bed before late morning. The evening meal is sometimes served close to midnight." "I see. I suppose neither he nor Porrick received word of Gavin McManus's passing." "Och, we heard of that," she murmured, shaking her head. "Your brother instructed that none of us were to leave for the services, as there was more than enough work to be done about the house. I had planned on calling upon poor Sorcha McManus on my afternoon off." "I see. It was a stupid thing to do, but well in keeping with Alan's general disregard for anyone but himself. A graveside appearance, even a brief one, would have spread goodwill. He'd never cared much for behaving with diplomacy. One reason of many why it would have been better had he not been born first." "I suppose I should continue on," he murmured, rather unsure of himself all of a sudden. What would he find when he confronted his brother, who now rarely rose from bed before mid-morning, and had refused to pay his respects to a lifelong neighbor? Just how had leadership changed him? And what could Rodric possibly do about it? Chapter 11. The great hall was dark, the drapes pulled closed over every one of the tall narrow windows which lined both of the long walls. Their home was nothing like the Duncan house, whose great hall could easily have sat 100 men or more, but the room was just as imposing as he'd remembered. The table was still set, the servants only just clearing away what was left of the meal his brothers had shared. So much food for only two of them, with so much left over. What a waste! He picked up a chicken leg and sank his teeth into the succulent, if slightly cold flesh. He left the room through an arched doorway which led him to the entry hall. The walls were hung with rich tapestries depicting the history of the Andersons. He knew every one of them by heart, having studied them time and again throughout his youth. The glorious history of his clan had always interested him, something which had pleased his father to no end. It was one of those tapestries he was examining when Alan's voice rang out. "You think you'll find something there you haven't already learned?" He sounded pleasant, perhaps even glad to see his brother, and Rodric turned to face him with a smile. What he saw shocked him, though he thought he did a good job of concealing the surprise at what his once strapping brother had become. He'd gained weight. Quite a lot of it. The man wasn't yet 30, and yet looked at least 10 years older. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and a permanent flush colored his cheeks and nose. Too much food and drink. He'd always had a weakness for overindulgence. The two clasped hands, Alan holding on a bit longer than he needed to. "You're looking healthy," he observed, his grey eyes shrewd, waiting to see what his brother's response would be. "And you seem to have taken well to your position in the clan," Rodric replied as diplomatically as possible. It seemed unlikely, his brother's change in appearance, seeing as how he'd always been rather vain about his physique. Always looking to impress the lasses with his strength, the broadness of his shoulders, the thickness of his arms and thighs as he rode on the back of his favorite stallion. Why concern himself with that anymore? He was head of the clan. That was impressive enough. I have at that," Alan agreed, clapping Rodric on the back before leading him to the room just off the entry hall which had served as their father's study. It would be Alan's study now. "The house and fields are well kept," Rodric continued, wondering if his ploy to get in his brother's good graces was as obvious as it felt coming from his tongue. "You've truly taken to leadership." You needn't sound so surprised. Alan sat in a high-backed chair behind a long table, which Rodric could remember being filled with advisors during clan meetings. It looked strangely empty with only one man seated there, even if that man took up the space of 3 ordinary men. I'm merely complimenting you. Rodric noted the absence of an invitation to sit, so he remained standing with hands clasped behind his back. Alan shrugged. It's nothing really. One thing Father taught me: leave the work you're no good at to the men who are good at it. I see, Rodric murmured, nodding. Who have you left this work to then? Porrick. He has a genius for such matters. I was never much good at managing the workers, Alan admitted. I'm not too big a man that I cannot acknowledge my shortcomings. Rodric bit his tongue at his brother's unfortunate choice of words. Once he was certain he wouldn't laugh, he asked, "Where is he then? I would enjoy the chance to speak with him. He's a man by now, I imagine." "He is, though I make it a point to remind him who's the youngest son." Alan chuckled. A young woman appeared seemingly from out of thin air, though Rodric knew she must have come through the almost hidden door in the wall between the study and the kitchen. "Ale," he barked. "And be certain to bring a tankard for my brother." Rodric had no intention of drinking, as this was not a celebration or even a mere social call, but he knew better than to refuse Alan. Best not to draw his ire too early. "Please sit, no need to stand there as though you were a mere visitor. This is still your home, whether you choose to treat it as such or not." A lock of dark red hair fell over his brow when he leaned forward. "And why have you been away so long? Why did you not return at the war's end?" "You ask the question so simply, as though the answer were that simple," Rodric muttered with a smirk. "Why does it have to be complicated?" "Because it simply is. I needed something to do for myself, something which didn't involve the clan. There was more than enough work here for you, especially as I secured our holdings after Father died." An edge crept into Alan's voice which he didn't try to conceal. The reappearance of the kitchen lass couldn't have come at a better time. They remained silent as she poured the ale, not speaking again until they were alone. "It seems you've handled everything very well," Rodric reminded him, keeping his tone low and light. "I doubt I could have done anything to improve upon what you've built." "Stop complimenting me as if I were some trollop you're looking to bed." Alan laughed, not without humor. "You only see things now, after much work and many sleepless nights. When our father closed his eyes for the last time, the McAllisters took it as a sign that they could step in and take the lands we've held for centuries. The filthy bastards." He slung back his first cup of ale as easily as though he were drinking water, wiping his mouth on his sleeve once he'd drained the vessel. "You managed to hold them off without violence." "Indeed, though not without many rather interesting meetings between ourselves and his men. He lost several to my sword before finally giving in and agreeing to compromise." Alan snickered. Old Connor McAllister, the sly devil. He truly believes himself a master of negotiation, thinks he's the smartest man in the room. "I remember that about him. Among other things. Lucky for him, I was getting over a fall from my horse and not in full spirits, or I would have blackened both his eyes. But as it was, I felt a bit more generous than is normally in my nature, and I allowed him to talk me into an agreement." He cut his eyes to the side, away from Rodric's, a familiar gesture which told more than he intended to tell. It wasn't entirely Connor's idea for Alan and Caitlin to wed, no matter how Alan tried to retell the story. Rodric would have bet anything Alan put the idea in the man's head, and then pretended that he'd allowed himself to be swayed. "An agreement which, from what I understand, you've now forfeited," Rodric murmured. "He forfeited first." Alan slammed down the pitcher of ale after filling his cup once again and draining it as expertly as he had before. Rodric wondered why he didn't simply drink straight from the pitcher. "He forfeited when that bitch ran from me. That was the compromise we made. Peace, so long as we united the clans in marriage." Rodric drew in a deep breath, ready to give his brother a talking to, if not a good pummeling, for no man spoke of Caitlin McAllister that way in his presence, when the door behind him opened. "I heard of your arrival but hardly believed it." A tall, handsome younger man all but crushed Rodric in a hug which stole the air from his lungs. When released, he sputtered in surprise. "Porrick." But it couldn't be. And yet it was. He was the image of their father, much more like him than either of his elder brothers. As though Ross Anderson had come back to them in a younger form. His brother grinned. "It's been a long time." "Too long, if this is how much older you've become." He'd imagined his baby brother as a bookish, quiet, shy little man who allowed Alan to push him around after hearing the truth of how the lands were managed. Not so. Porrick looked as though his ham-sized fists could easily pummel any man who dared speak ill toward him. And yet the same softness was about his eyes and smile. The same boyishness. "Our brother was just about to tell me how to run the clan," Alan explained, already into his third cup of ale in mere minutes. It didn't seem to affect him, at least not yet. Hardly enough time had passed, and he was a very large man accustomed to drink. "I wasn't telling anyone how to do anything," was Rodric's testy reply. "I was merely addressing the fact that a feud has sprung up anew." Porrick ran a hand over the back of his neck, a rueful smile touching the corners of his mouth. "It's a hardship, to be sure." "Hardship." Alan slammed the cup down again, reminding Rodric for all the world of a child showing his temper. "It's a damned break of the agreement we reached. I was to marry the girl and unite the clans. What does she do? She runs off like a thief in the night. So help me if I find out who's harboring her." "You don't know that anyone is," Porrick reminded him, his voice firm but gentle. Rodric reminded himself that his brother knew how to handle the leader of his clan. He'd been doing it for years. And again, let us consider the situation from Caitlin's point of view. Point of view bar. Alan crossed his arms over his chest, his face more flushed than ever. She had a duty, the agreement was set, and she reneged. "What has Connor to say about this?" Rodric asked. "Claims it had nothing to do with him, he had no control over her." "What I would expect him to say." "Why hold it against him then?" "Why not?" He stood, palms on the old heavy table, and leaned forward. "For all I know, he told the girl to do as she did. Wanted to make a fool of me. Wanted the benefits of a peace between us, and the protection of a much stronger clan." He cares nothing for the girl," Rodric reminded his brother. "He wouldn't have cared one way or another, whether or not she wished to be wed. I strongly suspect this was her doing, and hers alone." "Even so, what do you expect me to do? You expect me to roll over and take this sort of treatment? What kind of message would that send the other clans?" A fair point, reluctant though Rodric was to admit it. "Is this why you've returned?" Porrick asked in a voice far different from Alan's. He didn't need to bellow and bluster to command attention. "Aye," Rodric admitted, turning his attention on Alan. "Word of this new disagreement has reached other clans, as you've suggested. The Duncans in particular." "Bar the Duncans. A curse on the lot of them." Alan shook his head as he poured yet another cup, full to the point where ale sloshed over the sides. "I wouldn't speak so flippantly if I were you," Rodric warned. "Why? Are they so much stronger than we?" Alan taunted. "You know the size of the force we had at our back when you and I were boys. Double that number, and you'll have some idea of our current strength." "We all know how wealthy and powerful the Duncan clan is," Porrick reminded both of his brothers, looking from one to the other. "Perhaps it's best we solidify our alliances, rather than destroying what's made us strong from the beginning. I, for one, do not wish to count Philip Duncan as an enemy." "You'd be better off as a woman," Alan snarled, glaring at his younger brother. "Says the man who only just admitted what a wonder Porrick is," Rodric spat. "Aye, a woman can run a household, can she not? But she hasn't the balls to run a clan," Alan announced. "Which is why I sit in this chair, right here behind me, and why my word is the final word when it comes to clan business. And I say damn the Duncans straight to hell, if they think they can tell an Anderson what to do." He squinted at Rodric, who realized Alan was holding himself steady against the table, and took this to mean his brother had already had more than enough to drink. "And damn you along with them, if that's what you've come here for." "I should have known there would be no talking to you," Rodric muttered. "You were impossible enough when you were sober, but now?" "Stop this," Porrick insisted, stepping between the two of them before Alan had the chance to explode. "Nothing can be achieved this way." "He wants to achieve nothing but what he wants," Rodric pointed out, pushing his way past Porrick. "He had good intentions and would have made a much better leader than either of his older brothers, but he was still the baby of the family." "Yes," Alan cried out, eyes lighting up. "Let him come at me as he's always wanted to. Now that he's a big man, a soldier, he thinks he can take on his older brother." "I could have taken you on years ago when you were still in shape," Rodric added. "Now, you're nothing but a shadow of who you used to be and nothing like the man our father was. You can't even stand up straight. And you can't stand the blow the girl landed on your pride. Why not admit what this is truly about?" "I ought to kill you." Alan lunged, missing Rodric completely and falling against the chair. Porrick went to him in spite of the cruelty he'd just shown, and helped him to sit. Rodric drew a deep breath, regaining control of himself. He shouldn't have allowed himself to lose his temper. He shouldn't have allowed his tongue to run away from him. His brother was a pathetic, quivering wreck of a man. It was the same as abusing a defenseless creature, really. There was little defense Alan could offer in his shameful state. Except one. "A shame you'll likely be away again when I find the bitch," Alan snarled as he leaned his head against the back of the chair. His breath came in ragged gasps like an animal. "Why is that?" Rodric whispered. The dirk he always carried was at his waist, concealed by his tunic, but he was more than ready to clasp the hilt and withdraw the thing. Alan's smile held no humor. It was the nastiest, most repulsive thing Rodric had ever seen. "I would hate for you to miss witnessing the punishment I'll surely deliver." "Alan, please," Porrick urged. "That's enough. I won't hear any more of this." "Then leave. I didn't invite you in." His eyes bored holes into Rodric as he spoke. "She's my wife. Mine to do with as I choose. And I choose to make certain she never gets away from me again. If it means she no longer walks, so be it." A cold hand gripped Rodric's heart even as his blood began to boil. "You won't touch so much as a hair on her head." "Ah, and there it is." Alan chortled. "I knew it. Pretending to only care about the future of the clan, and whether the Duncans hold the Andersons responsible for breaking the peace. As if I didn't know all along that it was the old feelings you had for the girl that truly brought you to my door." "That isn't true," Rodric murmured with a shake of his head. "I didn't know she'd deserted you, rather than take your bed." Porrick roared, "Enough." When Alan tried to stand, Porrick placed a hand in the center of the man's chest and shoved him back into his chair before whirling around. Porrick scowled at Rodric. "After all these years, the two of you fall right back into your old ways. I've managed to grow up a bit over the last few years. A pity neither of you has, still at each other's throats like a pair of children." In spite of his brother's harsh words, in the back of his mind, Rodric couldn't help but marvel at just how like their father Porrick was. He even sounded like him when he scolded them. Porrick turned to Alan, staring down at him with contempt but not without a bit of love and sympathy mixed in. "It's barely nightfall, and you're already at the point of falling down. Perhaps it would be best for the two of you to continue this discussion in the morning." "There's nothing to discuss," Rodric murmured. "We all know it. Drunk or sober, some things never change." Alan nodded. "Aye, such as my pride." "A man's pride." Rodric merely snickered. "I did what I could. Let it be said that I came here in good faith, wishing to broker a peace between the clans." "Talk to McAllister about it then," Alan slurred. It was Porrick who answered, his voice as sharp as a freshly honed blade. "You were the one who started the old feud back up, and we all know it. If a peace were to be arrived at, you would have to be the one to extend a hand. Which will never happen, unless my bride is returned to me." Alan squinted at Rodric, struggling to bring his face into focus. "That's my final word on the matter." "So be it," Rodric replied, casting a regretful look at his younger brother before turning on his heel and marching from the room, then out of the house entirely. It looked as though he would be her only protection.
Chapter 12. You should not have allowed your temper to get the better of you. Sorcha's voice was gentle yet firm. "I thought you were a grown woman now, no longer the child who once blackened the lad's eye." Caitlin shrugged as though it didn't matter, her hands working the dough she intended to bake into a fresh loaf of bread for her aunt. The least she could do was attempt to fill the kitchen with as much food as possible. There was already a stew bubbling on the fire, and she had brought in fresh vegetables from the garden after weeding and tending to what was still growing. Not once could she remember a time when there hadn't been more than enough to eat, her aunt always busy working while happy, tuneless little songs erupted from her now and again. It was she who had taught Caitlin to cook and bake. Life was strange. Sometimes it brought a person back to where they'd started, without their knowing it. She shaped the dough into a loaf, then covered it with a cloth and set it aside to allow for rising. "The lad hasn't learned to control his mouth, which was the reason why I blackened his eye all those years ago. When he learns how to speak to a woman, I'll stop letting my temper get the better of me." "He hurt you," Sorcha surmised, watching her niece from a chair by the window. "I know he did. I hurt for you when he said it, for both of you." "Both of us? How can you defend such terrible things?" "He was merely lashing out at you, my dear. He was hurt too." Caitlin made a dismissive noise as she fetched the broom and began to sweep. "Nonsense. My darling girl. I've known you since the day you were born. I might not be your blood relation, but you're the closest to a daughter the good Lord ever saw fit to grant me. And he's the closest to a son. I've watched you grow up together, I saw what developed between you. I'm certain that when he heard of your marriage to Alan, his heart all but broke in two. I'm sure that's not true. And I'm telling you it is. I'm older than you, dear, and wiser. I've seen much more of life. I know what love looks like, and the two of you shone with such a light when you were together that it nearly blinded me just to look at you." "Aunt Sorcha." Caitlin turned her face away, a flush creeping up her throat and over her face. "It's so," Sorcha replied, a bit of gentle laughter at the edge of her voice. She'd always loved to tease, and couldn't help but indulge in a bit of it in spite of her sadness. Caitlin managed to calm the trembling in her hands before replying. "That was a long time ago, so it matters not any longer. Several years have passed. Many. Who's to say what's happened to him since then? He's a changed person. Surely you saw this with your own eyes." He's a grown man now, strong and capable," Sorcha observed. "The sort of man you need." "Please don't tease me." "It's not my intention to tease you, my dear. Not now." Sorcha leaned forward in the chair, her hands grasping the arms. "I saw the same light in his eyes when he looked upon you. He hasn't forgotten you, my dear girl, not for a moment in all this time. And I would be willing to wager that you haven't forgotten him either." She settled back in the chair. "If I were a wagering woman, that is." Caitlin knew her aunt's words were intended to reassure her, but they only served to upset her more than ever before. Was it true? Did he love her? How could he be so cruel then? She let the matter rest, knowing that the more she protested, the more her aunt would insist she knew the truth of the matter. Instead of discussing Rodric and the terrible things he'd said then, she finished cleaning the kitchen and put the bread to bake. By the time she did, the tunic she wore was stuck to her back with sweat, and the hair at the nape of her neck was soaked. "Go to the river and bathe, wash your clothing," Sorcha advised, gathering soap and a linen for drying. "You can borrow an old nightdress of mine tonight, while your tunic and trousers dry." Such an opportunity could not have come at a better time, as Caitlin needed to be alone in order to think through the swirling murky thoughts which seemed ready to tear her head to pieces. As murky as the water into which she stepped, making sure to watch her footing as she walked farther into the flow. It came to her waist at the deepest point of the narrows, so she crouched for the sake of modesty before removing her clothing. It was silly to worry about modesty when there was no one around to see. Even Sorcha had settled in for the night, though she'd made her niece promise to announce her return. When Caitlin had pointed out that this would only wake her, Sorcha had merely offered a weak smile in return. "It won't wake me. I will not be asleep." No, she'd be awake and thinking about her husband. Her dead husband. The man who would no longer warm her bed. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she set about the business of washing the sweat-stained tunic, her hands rubbing the soapy homespun together almost viciously. Now that she'd mourned her uncle over the course of the day, anger had taken the place of sorrow. It made no sense for him to be gone when her aunt was left behind. What sort of cruel God would take a woman's only solace away from her when she needed him? What God would not at least allow the two of them to speak words of love to each other before one of the pair was silenced forever? At least he did not suffer. It was intended to be a consolation, she knew, though she could see how a woman might scream in frustration after hearing it too many times. But people couldn't be held accountable for the things they said when comforting the grief-stricken. It was always a difficult terrain to travel. Once the clothing was as clean as she could reasonably hope for it to be, she wrung it out and spread it across a group of rocks at the water's edge before going back in to wash herself. The water was so cool, a refreshing change after working so hard. The night air was heavy with warmth, almost moist with it. Caitlin unwound her braid with practiced fingers, before dunking her head under the surface of the river, delighting in the way her hair floated around her head. Like she had when she was a child. When she'd swum in this river with Rodric. The longer she spent in the water, the bolder she became. No one was nearby to see her resting her hands on the river bottom, allowing her unclothed body to float on the water's surface as she had when she was a little girl. There was something almost wicked about the freedom of it, allowing the river to flow over her skin, through her unbound hair, washing away everything she wished to be rid of. So she could hope. She stood again, waist deep, and rubbed the soap all over herself before dunking up to her neck again, then springing up and laughing to herself at the way the water ran down her body. The moon was nearly full, and turned her pale skin even paler, almost silver, and the water which dripped from her breasts sparkled like jewels. A man cleared his throat from the bank behind her. "Shouldn't you be a bit more careful, bathing in the moonlight?" She gasped. Reflex caused her to drop to her knees, the water rising to her shoulders and granting her a bit of modesty before she turned to face him. "It's only me." Rodric chuckled, his voice tellingly humorless as he sat on the riverbank, arms slung over his bent knees. At most he'd only seen her bare shoulders and perhaps her waist. Otherwise her hair hung in a curtain which covered most of her back. Thank heaven. She would have died of shame had it been otherwise. "I knew it was you," she snapped. "I know your voice." "Do you? After all this time?" She prayed the moonlight wasn't bright enough to reveal the flush which spread across her cheeks. "You have a distinctive voice. It is rather memorable, I suppose. And you've a rather memorable tendency to use your fists to speak for you." She gritted her teeth and willed herself to keep her temper. He wanted her to lose it. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. "Only when I see a face which begs to be hit. Yours is the only one which has ever done so. I assure you, lass, it's an honor to be your first and only." If she hadn't been completely naked and dripping wet, she would have rushed from the water and given him a large piece of her mind. Instead, she stayed where she was and pretended to ignore the heavy double meaning behind his words. Yes, Aunt Sorcha was right. He was a grown man, one whose teasing had grown along with him. She supposed it was a result of his time in the army, among rough men. "I didn't expect you to come back tonight or ever," she observed. "Nor did I, truth be told." His smile disappeared, a frown taking its place. I came back to warn ye. Warn me? Of what? Of the fact that my brother has no wish to let you go. She began to shiver, the water which had once been so cool and comfortable, becoming unbearably cold in the blink of an eye. What does he plan to do? What do you think? He plans to hunt you down like a fox or a doe. Why are you so hateful? Her question clearly surprised him, though she didn't see how it possibly could. He seemed to be going out of his way to hurt her, when she'd done nothing wrong. In fact, she'd had no say in any of the details. You think me hateful? He asked. You've been answering a question with a question when you wish to take extra time to find an answer, for as long as I've known you, Rodric Anderson. Then it shouldn't surprise ye, lass. Answer me, damn you, she demanded, stomping a foot to no avail. He couldn't see. He sighed, his eyes drifting away from hers until his gaze rested at his feet. Forgive me, lass. It's cruel I've been. I admit it. And you're right for pointing it out. I know I'm right. You don't need to agree with me. I already said you were right. He shook his head, snickering. How do we seem to rouse each other's tempers so easily? She bit back the sharp retort which danced on the tip of her tongue. If you weren't so hard-headed and nasty, my temper wouldn't flare so easily. I don't know. I've never known. The truth was plain to see, even if neither of them had the courage to speak it, there was far too much between them which remained unspoken. Caitlin cleared her throat. I suppose I should get out of this river and dry myself, then get started. Started? For my cousins. I need to go, if Alan still wishes to find me. She cast an anxious look in the direction of the house. I knew this was dangerous. I can't expose Aunt Sorcha to danger on my account. You needn't worry about him tonight. Rodric snorted, his voice heavy with disgust. Or was it disappointment? He's well in his cups at the moment, and looked to be settling in for more when I made my leave. He's in no condition to be hunting for anything or anyone, and likely won't be until midday tomorrow. Get your rest tonight. You're safe here. You came back here to tell me I'm safe? She asked, her head tilted to one side. He winced, looking at her as though she had taken leave of her senses. I came back to ensure you're safe, lass. What else do you think? When he stood, he brushed the dust off his trousers and very deliberately averted his eyes. I would feel a sight better if you'd finish with your bath and return to the house with me, just to be on the safe side. Only when she was certain he wasn't looking, did she emerge on the bank opposite and wrap herself in the sheet her aunt had provided. It instantly soaked through, clinging to her, but there was nothing she could do to help that. She told herself he wasn't chuckling as they walked to the house, that he hadn't watched her playing alone in the river.
Chapter 13. It was at times such as these when Rodric was glad to be a decent man. Otherwise, there was no way he'd have been able to control himself after seeing her in the river. He'd noticed her right off, as soon as the McManus house had come into view. Her skin shining like silver in the moonlight when she stood with her back to him. It had nearly been enough to stop his heart. He'd battled with himself then, wondering if he should call out to her as a warning. Only the vague notion that someone might hear him doing so and come to explore had stopped him. A silly idea in hindsight, as there hadn't been a soul in sight except for her. But it had been enough reason at the moment to hold his tongue and see what would happen next. Whoa, he'd whispered, slowing the horse to barely a walk as he'd crept up on her. It had been the wrong thing to do, like as not, but there had been no helping it. The closer he drew to her moonlit magnificence, the further away his resolve seemed to flee. The slim arms, the curve of her shoulders. The way her waist narrowed before flaring just slightly at the hip. He hadn't been able to see more than that, the water covered the rest of her. But that slight beginning of a flare, just the mere hint of it, was enough to fuel a lifetime's worth of dreaming. He'd remembered the young lass, the one he'd grown up with. The 14-year-old who he'd left behind. In some part of his mind, he'd known she must have grown up. He had, after all. But what she'd grown into, he couldn't have imagined that, had no idea of it while she wore those large, shapeless, clearly borrowed clothes. He stretched out on his side with his back to the latched door, staring out into darkness broken only by the moonlight coming through a window above his head. The kitchen wasn't a large room by any means, but it might as well have been the great hall of the Duncan manor house, for all the distance between him and the lass on the other side of it. Would that she were awake. What would he say to her if she was? That would always be the trouble, not knowing what to say to her. They were no longer children, and had no understanding of each other as adults. How could they hope to reach each other then? When it seemed that no matter how he tried, every conversation ended in an argument. Longing for her wouldn't help things. He needed to sleep at least a bit, needed a clear head in the morning when it came time to devise a plan for getting her to safety. He'd need his men naturally. There was no sense in leaving them at the inn, no matter how pleasurably they might pass the time in his absence. The mere hint of this, combined with a body which already ached to be pressed to the one which rested across the room from him, drew from him a frustrated groan. A sleepy voice replied. She stirred beneath the thin blanket. He averted his eyes. In the state he was in, even that slight bit of movement was nearly enough to inflame him. "I'm sorry. Go to sleep." "Are you all right?" she whispered, raising herself up on one elbow as though to get a better look at him. "I'm well. Go to sleep now." She sighed. "Now I'm awake again. I'm sorry to have awoken you. I sleep lightly. I'll keep that in mind." She snorted. "Why would you?" "I don't know. It seemed as though you deserved an answer." Another snort. "You sounded uncomfortable or worried." "I said I'm well." "All right. Good night." She sounded doubtful as she lowered herself to the floor once again, her makeshift bed nothing more than a bundle of blankets. Even so, he would have wagered she was more comfortable than he was. Not that discomfort meant much. He'd been in far worse situations before, sleeping in mud which carried the stench of waste and blood during torrential storms, and in cold worse than anything he'd ever experienced. Except, perhaps, the night he and Alan had gone out to secure the livestock during the great blizzard. He rolled onto his back, one arm under his head as he remembered. The wind, the snow caking itself to his face. The certainty at one point that he was beginning to lose sensation in his feet and hands. And why had he gone? To keep Alan in line, as always. To ensure that his brother didn't do something stupid or reckless, which would only get him killed. Even then, when he was little more than a child who thought he was a man, he'd been looking out for his older brother. What good had it done? There had been one moment, one heart-stopping moment, when everything could have gone far differently. He closed his eyes, almost feeling as though he were back in that storm in spite of the warm summer night of the present day. The swirling snow had all but wiped away every trace of familiar land or building. He could see nothing, no barn, no stables, no house. No light from candles in the windows. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving him and his brother wandering, searching in vain for something which no longer existed. Alan had tugged his arm, gesturing wildly to the right, wanting to move in that direction. Rodric had fought against him. How he'd known his brother was wrong was never something he'd been able to understand. Instinct, he supposed, the same instinct which had kept him alive throughout the war. Except for the day Jake Duncan saved his life, which was more a matter of divine intervention if anything. During the storm, however, some inner voice had urged him to continue on his course. Straight ahead. He'd struggled against the wind, a wind which had all but knocked him off his feet. If he'd fallen, he would have remained that way. He would have frozen to death. There was no doubt in his mind nearly 10 years later. Alan had continued to insist, had tried to pull him off course and to the right. He'd taken a few stumbling steps before withdrawing his hand from his brother's. He wouldn't allow anyone to lead him to the death which surely awaited them, not even his older brother. Alan had waved his arms as though to tell Rodric off and give up on him, before turning away to follow the course he believed was correct. Rodric's voice had disappeared on the wind when he'd screamed for Alan to come back. It was at that very moment that a light flickered in one of the windows. Not 20 feet in front of him. Straight ahead, where he would have led them had Alan not insisted on going right. The light disappeared as quickly as it had shown itself, but it was enough. Rodric had fought against the blowing snow to lunge for Alan. The sight of his fur-wrapped head and back had all but disappeared from view. Somehow, he dragged his brother the rest of the way to the house. Perhaps it was the certainty that they'd both die if he didn't manage it that gave him the strength he needed. No matter where it had come from, it saved their lives. There had been times after that night when he'd felt his brother resented being saved. As though Rodric hadn't been good enough to save him, as though the younger brother pulling the older one to safety was too much for his damnable pride to contend with. He'd never understood Alan, not entirely. What he understood was his thirst for vengeance. Rodric had thirsted that way, though he'd wished for vengeance against the warriors who'd killed friends of his. Fellow soldiers. The bastard who'd nearly killed him and Jake Duncan too. In battle, it was easy to want vengeance. A man's heart raced, his blood was up. Life boiled down to its most essential basics in those violent moments. Kill or be killed. Live or die. Was that how his brother lived his daily life? Always on the brink of battle. All the more reason to get Caitlin far away from him, and as quickly as possible.
Chapter 14. I wish I could spend more time here with you, Caitlin murmured against her aunt's shoulder as they embraced. It was implausible that she should leave again when they'd hardly been able to spend any time together. It seemed cruel to leave her all alone on her land with no one to talk to. While neighbors had been helpful during Gavin's illness, and of course had paid their respects the day before, life went on. Chores demanded attention, children needed raising. Caitlin could not even make arrangements for someone from either the McAllister or Anderson households to make the ride, as that would mean revealing herself. If she'd not run from Alan, she might have been the one to do it. She might even have used her uncle's passing as an excuse to stay in the little farmhouse for a while. Another way in which she had failed, but how was she to know the way the future would unfold? And there was still so much more unfolding to be done. Just the thought was enough to dampen her spirits. Worry not, my dear, Aunt Sorcha whispered, smiling in spite of her trembling chin. I'm happy. Happy? You needn't look so disbelieving. She chuckled. Yes. I'm happy, because I know you will be safe now. She knew no such thing, and neither did Caitlin. All either of them knew was that she would leave with Rodric, and that he intended to escort her to Fiona's. They would meet up with friends of Rodric's at the inn in the village, before continuing on. Yet there was a certainty in her voice, a firmness in her nod. You'll be safe because he would die before allowing harm to come to you, Sorcha whispered, obviously referring to Rodric. Don't even say such things, Caitlin warned, a chill running through her at her aunt's words. Superstition did not seem to matter to Sorcha. Perhaps she'd already been through enough to know that superstition meant nothing. Caitlin had taken silent notice of the herbs which her aunt had burned at Gavin's bedside, had seen the pillow which Sorcha had knelt on beside the bed in order to pray over him. The pillow was still there, just one of the many things which had fallen by the wayside in the wake of Gavin's passing. What good had prayers and burnt herbs, and who knew what else done for him? What difference did it make if one spoke of things they didn't wish to see become true? If something was meant to happen, it would happen. No amount of avoiding the subject would help. I believe he will take care of you, and he will. Sorcha pressed her lips to Caitlin's tear-dampened cheek, before pushing her in the direction of her mare. Rodric stayed at a discreet distance, pretending as though he wasn't listening. He had the grace to do that at least. She shook herself at the only somewhat charitable thought. There was no reason to think of him so negatively. He'd behaved like a perfect gentleman the night before, when there had been more than enough opportunity for him to do anything but. And if he'd perhaps taken liberties by watching her bathe, he'd at least made her aware of his presence before she'd done anything truly embarrassing. Even so, there was no escaping the way her temper flared from time to time, all thanks to him. She wondered if he knew what he did to her. How he upset her thoughts. But then he always had, hadn't he? From the time they were children. "We had better start off," he announced after clearing his throat gruffly. "We want to reach your cousins before nightfall, and we have to stop at the inn as well." She nodded, casting one more look down at her aunt before turning the mare in the direction of the road. "Take care," Sorcha called out, a brave smile shining on her otherwise grief-stricken face. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, which Caitlin knew would likely be shed once her visitors had disappeared on the road. She turned away before her own tears revealed themselves. Rodric rode straight and tall in the saddle, as always. And as always, Caitlin wondered what he was thinking. He'd always been infuriatingly skilled at keeping thoughts to himself. Unfortunately, she had not become more skilled at understanding him. Only a slight sniffle escaped her as she rode away. All the while, she willed herself not to look back. Looking back would only make the pain more severe. It was all but beyond bearing. "She will be all right back there," Rodric offered, his gaze focused on the road. After that, all she heard was the soft clop-clop-clop of the horse's hooves on the well-trod dirt trail. Caitlin couldn't bring herself to speak. If she tried, nothing would come out but weeping. They had far too much riding to do for her to give in to emotion, no matter how it tore at her heart. Loss is never easy, no matter if a person is alone or surrounded by others, he mused, his voice thoughtful. As though he were sharing whichever thoughts came to his mind as they did so. "Imagine if Sorcha had borne a dozen children, the way we knew she always wanted to. What if your uncle passed on and left her alone with them? How would she see to their survival until they came of age? No matter the circumstances, loss is loss and always brings challenges." She thought this over as they rode side by side. She was once again disguised, her hair tucked under the hat and as before, causing no end of discomfort under the already hot early morning sun. Sweat had already begun making itself known, trickling down her head. She wanted nothing more than to tear off the hat and scratch her itching scalp. Instead, she concentrated on what Rodric had to say. When he wasn't behaving like an arrogant prig, or allowing his tongue to get the better of him, he was quite insightful. "I suppose anyone would have looked upon my stepfather and me, and deduced that it was for the best that he be part of my life after my mother died," she reasoned once the crushing grief passed. "Without him, I would have been alone, according to them, to strangers." I recall hearing murmurings to that extent in those days," he admitted. "I was too young to understand, but then again people are more likely to share confidences while in the presence of a child who they believe can't make sense of what they're saying. They believed it was a blessing your mother had remarried, that it meant your protection." "It meant everything but my protection," she whispered, disgusted. "It meant my sale into slavery, or something close to it." "Slavery? Do you honestly believe my marriage to your brother would have been anything else?" "I doubt he would have made you his slave." As always, anger bubbled up in her chest. His dismissive tone. How could he sound that way? "Do you think we would have been friends? Companions? Do you think we would have shared each other's lives the way my aunt and uncle did? And before you accuse me of setting my sights too high, I'd ask you to keep your thoughts to yourself." "I wasn't going to say that at all. I would have commended you for knowing what it is you want, even if it is perhaps a bit far-fetched." "I hate you when you say things like that." "I know. And yet you do it anyway." She glared at him, still only seeing his profile as he stared straight ahead. Was it her imagination, or was he smiling ever so slightly? "You've always been one to allow your fancy to get the better of your reason. And you've always been one to allow your tongue to get the better of your self-preservation. I know this. I don't intend to hurt you when I speak as I do." "Oh? What is it then? Do you intend to make me happy? If that's the case, you fall short. I've never been skilled at diplomacy. You know this. Why do you expect me to be better than I am, when you've known me your entire life?" She snorted, looking away, closer to tears than ever. Perhaps I thought you would have changed in all these years. Perhaps something good would have come out of all the time you spent away. You might have grown up a bit. I grew up, lass, he growled. Just not in the way you wish. Evidently. It was likely a blessing that they came upon a more populated area then, as it gave them an excuse to ride in silence. Caitlin kept her head down as she had a day earlier, doing what she could to ignore the rush of blood in her ears as her heart began to race out of control. Her fingers closed tight around the reins, hands aching from the strain before very long. You do well to relax, he muttered, just loud enough for her to hear. Thank you for the advice, she whispered in return, and when she did, she cursed herself for being just as ill-mannered as he was. There was no call for her to reply as she had, but she'd spoken before thinking. The day grew hotter all the time, and Caitlin soon reached behind her for the flask she'd filled at Sorch's. The water had warmed in the sun, but was still fairly refreshing. When she'd had her fill, she held the flask out to Rodric. Thank you, he replied with a faint grin. As though it both surprised and amused him that she would offer. As though she were the one who had run off to fight, and not come back for 7 years. Perhaps if he'd given a damn about her marrying his brother, he would have come back prior to the wedding, and at least spoken on her behalf. He might have claimed her for his own. She would have gone anywhere with him, would have done anything. Would even have run away to marry him if he'd asked. But he hadn't. He'd left her to fend for herself, and then dared to insult her when she'd merely done her best. The deep unjustness of it made the sweat trickling down her back more difficult to bear than ever. Here we are, Rodric murmured. Clearly, he was unaware that she imagined throwing the flask at his head as he handed it back to her. He'd deserted her. He hadn't even sent word that he was alive. At least half of the tears she'd shed had been on his behalf, out of fear that he'd died or been terribly injured. Knowing there was no chance of their ever being together once the wedding to his brother took place. Knowing he didn't care. What took he so long? Out of the inn came bounding a tall burly man with dark hair and a beard to match. His eyes were bright, sparkling, full of life and laughter. He stopped short when he saw Rodric wasn't alone. Shush, Rodric signaled with a finger to his lips. Ah. The dark-haired man nodded. I should have guessed then. Caitlin had no time to wonder what he believed he should have guessed, since they were soon joined by 2 other men. One shared a strong resemblance with dark-haired man, though his face was clean-shaven and his frame a bit leaner. The other was clearly the youngest of all, his hair dark brown, and his sharp dark eyes immediately drawn to Caitlin in a way she recognized as more than just idle curiosity. And who's this then? He asked, one eyebrow quirking up. Quinn, fetch the horses, Rodric ordered in a tight voice. Tight because Quinn called attention to her, or tight because of the nature of the attention he showed? Rodric scowled. We must be on the road immediately, or as soon as possible. I've already spent too much time idling, the largest of the 3 agreed, the one with the dark beard. The name's Bryce, by the way. I can guess what yours is, so do not bother speaking. This is my brother, Fergus. Caitlin nodded in greeting. None of them seemed put out by her presence, which she hadn't realized until that moment had been something which worried her. The fewer people she inconvenienced, the better. You've settled up inside then? Rodric asked as his friends mounted their horses. We've only been waiting for you. Fergus flashed a knowing smile. It's good to know you had a worthwhile reason for keeping us waiting. Caitlin bit her lip, her eyes downcast as Rodric fumed over this. She enjoyed these friends of his. Amazing, she thought to herself as they rode together. The 5 of them attracted no attention, just as she'd attracted no attention while riding on her own. Certainly people saw them. They were impossible to miss. But they were not considered, not thought about. Simply a group of men riding from one place to another. Free to do as they chose, without the concern or curiosity of others holding them back. She had been so frightened too, barely sleeping for more than a few moments at a time the night before. Certain they'd be stopped on the road the moment someone recognized her. Every time she'd begun to fall asleep, she'd imagined being stopped and dragged back to Alan. Perhaps she truly was as safe as Sorcha had believed.
Chapter 15. Rodric grimaced. They were going to make his life miserable. Bryce was hardly bothering to keep the knowing smile off his face as they rode. Rodric could see him from the corner of his eye. He fairly stewed, knowing what must be going through his friend's head. What was he supposed to do? Leave her behind? Allow her to fend for herself? Once he was able to explain, they would understand, and if they knew what was good for them, they'd leave it alone. "How did the three of you manage to pass the time?" he asked, looking around. It was a clear attempt at changing the unspoken subject, but it worked. Quinn cleared his throat, his cheeks flushing a deeper shade than the heat already reddened them. "Pleasantly," he replied, eyes cutting in Caitlin's direction. "Ah. I see. I hope you didn't impoverish yourself," he jeered. "Or, if you did, that the money was well spent." Caitlin looked around, clearly confused, and Rodric chuckled at his friend's discomfort. No matter who they were or what they were capable of, they were gentlemen when it came to conducting themselves in front of ladies. While their new companion might not have strictly been a lady by birth, she was hardly the sort the three of them had spent their evening with. The close-built cottages and other buildings of the village began to spread out, spaced farther apart the closer they came to the surrounding woods. He could sense Caitlin's relief, her posture changed as she started to relax. "Is there anywhere we could stop?" she murmured, keeping her voice low out of more than self-preservation. From the way she blushed, Rodric understood the meaning of her question. "Once we're far enough into the woods," he promised. Not that he looked forward to being alone with his friends, with her out of earshot. He could just imagine the time they'd have at his expense. Once they reached the cover of thick-leafed birch and ash trees, the day cooled considerably. The sweat which had only just rolled down his neck felt pleasant once they reached near darkness. Even so, he would have paid a fair amount of silver for the privilege of a bath in a cool stream. The thought only brought back the memory of the night before, of her body in the moonlight. The water running down her arms and shoulders, light hair like a curtain falling over her back. That slim waist waiting for his hands to grasp it. Here, Bryce decided, and good thing. If he'd been allowed the chance to pursue his dark fantasies, there might have been a rather embarrassing situation ahead of him. Caitlin tossed him her reins without saying a word, sliding from the mare's back before hurrying off to a cluster of bushes some distance away. The moment she was gone, the three of them whirled on him. "She's the McAllister lass then, isn't she?" Bryce asked. "I knew this wouldn't be as easily done as you promised." Rodric held up both hands, still holding two sets of reins. "We're escorting her to her cousin's, and the entire ride from the lass's home to the village took little more than half the day." "What about meeting with your brother, as Jake requested?" Quinn asked, keeping one eye at all times on the bushes in case she reappeared. "I already have, and as luck would have it, she is the reason for the feud." "She is?" Bryce chuckled. "Allow me to guess. She's on the run from him." "You're far better at guessing than I am," Rodric admitted. "He wants revenge, needless to say. She merely wants to get away from him. The thought of being wed to my brother is, well, worth running away from, even if it means never being at ease. She's the reason for the feud, and yet you're helping her hide. Is this what you're telling us?" Fergus looked around as though to confirm what he suspected. Even though this only makes the situation worse for the Duncans. When spoken in those words, Rodric saw the full measure of how foolhardy the entire endeavor was. He was, in essence, going directly against what Jake had requested of him. "What would you have me do?" "Bind and gag the lass. Drag her to my brother's bed." These are the choices which must be made sometimes when something larger is at stake, Bryce reasoned. We do not always have to enjoy making these choices. We might even hate it. But they must be made nonetheless. "I served alongside you," Rodric reminded him. "I know about difficult choices, and how the greater good must be kept in mind. And yet here we are. The two of them held each other's gaze for a long breathless beat, before Bryce averted his eyes. "How can I make you all see?" he asked, looking around. "I cannot allow the lass to be sold into marriage to my brother. We've known each other since we were children, and it would be too cruel. Besides, I know my brother. I know it would not be as easy as allowing the feud to fade away upon the lass's return. He's too stubborn for that. If anything, he would continue this insanity just to spite me." "You asked him to end it then?" "Of course I did," he hissed in response to Quinn's statement. "I told him why I'd come, and asked that not turn personal troubles into something much larger. If anything, this was more reason than before for him to stay the course. I should have known he would refuse just to spite me." "What do you think Jake will say to this?" "I think he'll have no choice but to accept it. When I tell him how vicious Alan was when speaking of the lass, how he—" Rodric closed his eyes briefly, taking a deep breath to calm himself. "When I tell him how my brother threatened to make me witness to the bedding, he might understand the nature of the marriage." Bryce growled under his breath, but hadn't the chance to respond before Caitlin returned. The looks on the faces of the others told him they understood, at least somewhat, and when Jake heard, and Philip too, they would also understand. She came to a stop before reaching the grey mare, freezing in place except for her eyes which moved over the four of them. "You've been talking about me," she surmised. "Aye," Rodric replied. Fergus shot him a look of surprise. Rodric merely shrugged. There was no sense in lying to the lass. She already knew they'd been discussing her. Why wouldn't they? "Have you reached a conclusion? Am I to be abandoned? Taken back to my husband?" She lifted her chin in a defiant stance, as though daring them to lay a finger on her. Rodric's heart swelled with pride. Though she wasn't his, and had never truly been, she was still the only lass he'd ever loved or come anywhere close to loving. And at this moment he loved her still. Bryce looked down at himself as though making an examination. "I realize, lass, that we hardly look the type to be kind or thoughtful. But we aren't entirely cruel. And we've little time for men who treat women cruelly." "I'm happy to hear that," she said with a shaky laugh. "Very happy indeed." "I suppose we ought to keep going," Fergus announced. "If we've so much riding ahead of us." Rodric's spirits sank at this. Yes, they had to get her back to where she'd be safe, even if it meant having to part ways with her once they reached Fiona's home. He rode beside her as they traveled the woods, with Bryce and Quinn ensuring the path ahead of them was clear, and Fergus keeping watch behind them. "Is it pleasant there on Fiona's farm?" he asked, feeling rather at a loss. "It is. Fiona is a wonderful cousin. It's a very pleasant place. I don't believe Kent is glad to have me there any longer, however. If he ever was to begin with." "No. Would you be? We aren't related through blood. Fiona and I were never close, which was what made her a safe choice. Alan didn't know about her. Kent is more concerned by the day, every day I spend there. He feels threatened, naturally. What happens if I'm discovered? They're peaceful people. They mind their own lives. They care little for clan matters." "I understand. I felt the same for most of my life. Evidently, since you did not return on your father's passing." He gritted his teeth, determined not to argue with her in front of the others. It wouldn't do for them to witness how easy it was for her to get his blood up. "I expect you wouldn't know this, having never been part of an army, but it isn't possible for soldiers to simply pack up and return home until they've been dismissed from service. I know it's possible for a soldier to return home when there are important matters to attend to, such as a parent who's died." "You're an expert then." "I know what I know." "It isn't that simple," he explained. "I didn't receive word of my father's passing until at least a fortnight after he had already died. It would have taken days to reach the clan's territory. And since you seem to know so much, you'll surely remember that the weather at that time of year was rough. There was no way to leave my unit. They wouldn't have allowed me to leave under such conditions." She seemed to take this in, riding in silence for several minutes while her gaze moved this way and that, taking in a pair of rabbits which fled from the approaching hooves, and a squirrel which leaped from the branch of one tree to another almost directly overhead. "I suppose there was little you could do then," she eventually decided with a sigh. "I must admit it's nearly a relief to know." "To know what?" "That you didn't mean to simply never return. That you might have perhaps cared enough to be home, but couldn't." "That I might have perhaps?" he asked. "Did you ever know me at all? Did you not believe I'd want more than anything to be home with my father? To at least pay my respects at his burial?" "Frankly, I wasn't certain for a long time of whether I knew you or not," she admitted. "I don't mean to start an argument. Truly I don't. You grew up, became a man. Men change when they've grown up. You had been to war, you'd seen so many things. Who was to say who you had become?" It was his turn to go silent for a while, allowing the songs of the birds and the babbling of a narrow brook which ran alongside the woods fill the silence. "I never would have changed that much," he announced. "I didn't want to believe you had, of course. It's a relief to know for certain now that it was not a lack of feeling which led to you not returning." He snorted softly, remembering his great distress when he received word of his father's death. "To the contrary," he murmured. "Your father—" She trailed off before shifting in the saddle as though something pained her. "Your father cared a great deal for you. A very great deal. You don't need to soothe me, lass. I'm not a child." "I wasn't trying to soothe you. I was merely attempting to remind you that he did, since he cannot tell you himself and likely never did, as that wasn't his way." "Indeed. I saw it. It was very clear to me. The night of the storm." A lump formed in his throat, one which he swallowed back in order to speak. "I thought I was the only one who remembered that night. I thought I would die along with you, if you died." She chuckled. "I had a talent for the dramatic back then. I recall that as well. I was often at the receiving end of that flair of yours. I had no siblings at home to torment. You bore the brunt of it. That night during the storm, I saw how your father panicked when you hadn't returned." "When we hadn't," he corrected. "Alan was with me." "I said what I said," she replied in a small but firm voice. He looked at her, only to find her watching him. "He cared more for your return than for Alan's," she explained. "I think I was the only one who saw, because I cared more for you than for him as well." Another lump in his throat, and this one wasn't as easy to ignore. He'd never given much thought to how his father had been affected by their absence. He'd been angry by the time Rodric had warmed up enough to give much thought to what was going on around him. Before that, being half frozen had taken up too much of his thoughts for anything else to sink in. "Thank you for telling me," he finally muttered, eyes away from hers. The rest of the ride passed in silence as he thought over what she said. And over and over. Never once had his father expressed love or affection. He'd rarely, if ever, expressed approval. He was a fair man, to be certain. To Rodric, as a grown man, Ross Anderson's fairness was clearer than it had been when Rodric had been a boy. Some of the stupid things he'd done too. The sorts of scrapes healthy, boisterous young boys found themselves in, to be sure, but the sorts of memories which made him cringe years later. Father had never meted out unwarranted punishment, and had always made a point of asking his son what he'd learned once his punishment was through, even if it had taken the form of a beating. "The most unforgivable thing a man can do is make the same mistake twice," Ross had often lectured. "And the more you force me to teach you a lesson, the harsher your punishment will be each time." Rodric had at least made a point to learn. Alan had not, and had taken beatings which still caused Rodric to question how he'd ever managed to sit again. In light of what Caitlin had shared, those beatings took on another meaning. They emerged from the woods, and instantly sweat beaded on his forehead. It would be a relief to return to Jake's home, even if he hardly had good news to share. Perhaps Philip might consider returning with him in order to reach her. "What is that?" Caitlin's voice was shrill. When he followed the direction in which her shaking arm pointed, he saw why. Smoke on the horizon, billowing in thick black clouds which stood out starkly against the blazing sky. Sick certainty turned his stomach to ice, and he was about to order her to stay where she stood, when she kicked the mare's sides and sent it into a gallop. "Wait!" he shouted, knowing as he did that it was a pointless endeavor. He looked to Bryce and Fergus. "Watch around us. Whoever did this might be waiting to see if she'll appear." He turned back to Quinn. "Follow me." The two of them galloped behind Caitlin, who all but stood in the saddle as the horse tore across the lush countryside. Wind ripped the hat free from her head, sending it flying along with the braid which now swung wildly behind her. If anyone were watching for her, they'd see her. She'd be impossible to miss. He shouted for the horse to hurry, urging it to catch up with her. The mare she rode hadn't seemed so fast, but appearances deceived. The closer they came to the sight of the smoke, the clearer the source became. It was a house, or had been a house, one which sat on the slope of a gentle hill between two groves of spruce trees. He thought he heard screams floating to him on the wind and realized they were Caitlin's. She reached the smoldering mass before he and Quinn did, falling from the lathered mare and staying on her knees, face in her hands. He exchanged a glance with Quinn, who understood what needed to be done. Rather than meet her, Quinn directed his horse to ride around the house to the rear in order to check for attackers lying in wait. Rodric pulled his horse to a stop and dismounted quickly, gathering her mare's reins before hobbling both animals. While the fire had burned out, the smoke still upset the beasts, and they might rear or bolt in spite of the exhaustion they were surely suffering. Caitlin was still screaming, still on her knees. Rodric fell beside her, gathering her in his arms and holding her to his chest. She shook violently, the words coming from her mouth all but impossible to understand. He wasn't certain he needed to understand her. Not really. It was enough to feel what she was suffering. He felt it too. He felt rage, disgust, disbelief. His own brother had done this terrible thing. He'd gone further than Rodric had ever imagined.
Chapter 16. It was a nightmare. It had to be. She had never really awoken that morning. She was still on the floor of Sorcha's house, sleep having finally overtaken her, and this was all a terrible dream. Nothing this horrible truly happened in waking life. Did it? The smells. Burned wood straw. Roasted flesh. She realized it was the animals in the barn, which had also been burned, until it was little more than a few wooden beams. The creatures had been inside. Animals. Animals had done this. She shook with despair, with grief. The memory of Fiona's sweet smile, the love she'd shown by protecting her. What had that love done? It had led to her death. A horrible, painful death. Far too early. She and Kent had only been wed a year. They hadn't been granted the chance to have children. Children who would have died with them. Her shoulders, her back, her ribs ached from sobbing, and yet she couldn't stop, just as there was no stopping the flood of words coming from her mouth. Begging God to make it not be true. Begging to take their places. Begging him to forgive her for leading her loved ones to such an end. Begging for them to forgive her, if they could somehow hear. Strong arms held her in a tight embrace, rocking her back and forth as she mourned what she'd done. For it had all been her doing, just as much as it would be if she'd set the house ablaze. She had destroyed them, two people who'd never wanted to be part of anything with which she was involved. They had only wanted to live and work, to build something together. Just the two of them, along with the help of their friends. "What have I done?" she asked over and over, until no further sound would come from her smoke-clogged throat. And still her lips moved. She raised her head from her hands, the side of her face against Rodric's chest, staring at the carnage and asking silently what she had done to them. "You didn't do this, lass. You didn't do it. It wasn't you." She hardly heard him. His words meant nothing to her, as they were only offered out of pity. What else was he supposed to say? Oh, the horror they must have gone through. Her chest clenched tight, pushing all the air from her body, making it impossible to draw in a breath. She gasped for air, struggling. "Breathe, lass. Breathe. It's not your fault. You didn't do this." He took her face in his hands, pulling her away just far enough to look into her eyes. "Listen to me. You did not do this. It was?" He closed his eyes, hanging his head, a cry wrenching itself from his chest. "How did he know?" he asked, looking over the burned-out scene. "I didn't tell him. I had no reason to. He wasn't aware that I'd even seen you. I'm so sorry." There was no apologizing for what another person did, not really, but that hadn't stopped Rodric from trying to apologize for his brother all their lives. Her husband. Look what he was capable of. Quinn rode up, shaking his head. "Don't go back there," he warned as he dismounted. His color was considerably grayer than it had been earlier. "Is that where they are?" she asked. He nodded, exchanging a troubled look with Rodric. He needed not have worried on her behalf. She had no desire to see her cousin's beauty destroyed, charred. No need to see with her own eyes what she'd done by running away from Alan. How could it be? She had only stood outside the door a day earlier, hadn't she? And Fiona had watched from the doorway while she rode away. Had she suffered? Had she been afraid? Had she regretted allowing Caitlin to hide with her? Bryce and Fergus rode up, leading a third horse by the reins. They both looked strained, so strained in fact, that she didn't notice until they came to a stop that there was a body hanging over the third animal's saddle. It didn't shock her. She was certain nothing would ever shock her again after what she had just seen, the smoke still thick in the air and in her lungs. "Who's this?" Rodric asked, helping Caitlin to her feet. She could hardly stand but didn't know it until she tried. Her knees were weak, her legs shaking. It seemed all of her strength had left her. Rodric hipped an arm about her waist, bolstering her. There was no question of whether she needed him. "Just as you suspected, we had a pair of eyes on us." Bryce grimaced, shaking his head when his eyes grazed the charred remains of the house. When he ran the back of his hand over his forehead, the dried blood on his palm was evident. "What happened?" she asked, her attention now on the lifeless figure over the horse's back. "He put up a fight," Fergus explained with a short shrug. "He lost." Rodric looked down at her. "Are you strong enough to see this? Perhaps you ought to look away. Where is the well? You need water." "I know what I need," she replied, surprisingly cool considering the situation they were in. "I need to see who he is. Who did this?" Rodric sighed heavily, but knew her well enough to know the futility of arguing. He nodded to Bryce, who lifted the man's head by taking a handful of hair. And she gasped. "You know him?" Rodric asked, his mouth agape. Her legs were weaker than she thought. His arms held her up but barely as she slumped against him. This changed everything. "Who's he, lass?" Bryce asked. She looked up at Rodric, struggling to understand what it all meant. How could it be? "He's one of Connor's men," she whispered.
Chapter 17. They buried the bodies. It seemed the right thing to do. Rodric wouldn't be able to live with knowing they were left just outside the house, the pair of them looking as though they had tried to flee during the blaze. Something had overcome them, perhaps the smoke, and the flames had eventually claimed them. They had died close together, only inches apart. Perhaps that was what struck his heart most of all, the way their hands rested side by side. Fergus and Quinn then went about the work of hauling buckets of water up from the well, to douse the smoldering ruins. They both looked ill by the time they'd finished the job of putting out the outer buildings. "Every horse, every head of cattle, and what looks like a few farmhands," Bryce reported. All of them had served, had seen carnage and destruction, and yet they were all shaken by what they'd seen and smelled. And what it meant. Only a truly heartless brute would subject fellow humans to such a terrible death. Which was why the discovery of one of Connor McAllister's men, not far from the site of the fire, came as a relief. While the work was done, Caitlin sat on a tree stump, hands folded in her lap, face pale, completely withdrawn, as though she were elsewhere in her mind, somewhere far, far away. She wouldn't turn back to what was once a house and a thriving, if modest, farm. She'd seen enough. Rodric made certain to watch her at all times, afraid she would take leave of her senses and do something truly foolish. "How is she?" Bryce asked him as the two of them shoveled dirt into the graves. It would have been hard work on a temperate day. With the sun blazing down on their backs, it was brutally harsh. No less so due to the knowledge of who they were burying, and why they died. "All I can do is guess," he muttered, shaking his head. "I haven't been able to get through to her." After she calmed a bit, she went away. We've both seen it, haven't we?" Bryce leaned on one of the two shovels they'd found in one of the few unburnt outbuildings, drawing the back of his arm across his forehead and leaving a trail of dirt behind. "Aye, we have indeed," Rodric agreed, remembering the many comrades of his who had gone mad in the aftermath of battle. Sometimes there would be screaming at night, unnatural howls that seemed to rise from the very bowels of hell. Even the screaming wasn't as terrible as the laughter. High-pitched laughter when nothing humorous was going on. Laughter that seemed to never end, the laughter of a broken mind. And the staring. Silent staring, so constant and unblinking that the person in question appeared dead. There were times when Rodric believed the poor creatures would have been better off if they had in fact died in battle. What was the purpose of surviving a fight, if survival meant living as a fragile, shrieking shell of a person? "She's stronger than that," he muttered, more in answer to the silent questions running through his head than to anything Bryce had suggested. "I've met many strong people in my time," Bryce observed, shoveling a heap of dirt into the gaping hole. The body was covered, a good thing too, as Rodric cared little for looking on the charred remains. It wasn't the charred remains so much as it was the reminder of who those remains used to be. "And?" Rodric prompted. And it came as a surprise every time one of those strong men broke under the weight of something they simply couldn't bear. "What are you trying to say?" "I don't know that I'm trying to say anything, not really," Bryce admitted with a shrug, scooping another load of earth and grunting as he threw it into the grave. "I'm only trying to tell you how concerned I am for the lass, I suppose. We all are. She seems a good sort." "She is. And you care for her, which is enough for me," Bryce added. There was no jesting in his voice, no twinkle in his eye. He was stating a plain truth. "I don't know what to do for her now," Rodric admitted. "If Connor McAllister is willing to do this, where can she go? Where will she be safe? I'm certain that no matter where it is, she'll feel as though she's putting those who shelter her in danger." "The poor lass," Bryce muttered in an uncharacteristic flash of pity, shaking his head. "She's been ill-used for sure." "Evidently. I had no idea McAllister was capable of something this brutal. It brings to mind questions I'd rather not know the answer to. Such as what the man had done to her, if anything. From what he remembered of Caitlin's stepfather, the man was thoughtless, cold, rather idiotic. His fellow clansmen had respected him only due to his position within the clan, not because he was the sort of man who commanded respect. He was nothing like Ross Anderson. Rodric recalled his father laughing over McAllister more than once, making jest of the man's stupidity. Like a rutting stag with roughly as much sense, he'd once observed, much to the enjoyment of those in earshot. They'd laughed at him, called him a man with ideas above himself. That much was true as well. He'd always been ambitious. Leading a modest clan of modest means had never been enough for him, hence the uneasiness which had always touched his dealings with the Andersons. Ross knew, as Rodric did, that the McAllisters were always of a mind to grow, including the expansion of their land holdings. Land which happened to belong to the Andersons. It was a message to her, if nothing else, Bryce growled. He wanted her to know that he knew she'd been there. "You believe so? Why go to such lengths otherwise?" Rodric couldn't answer this, because he couldn't imagine a situation in which going to such lengths would have even crossed his mind. To kill an innocent couple, neither of whom had ever harmed anyone. "And the man told you nothing?" he asked, as though repeating the question would bring a different answer. "Nay, though I would very much have rather taken the time to question him on why such a dreadful thing was done." When he lunged forward with the dirk. "Of course you did what anyone would have done," Rodric assured him. From the way Fergus had told it, Connor's lookout had fought like a wild animal to escape once he'd been cornered against the boulder behind which he'd been watching the scene below. Evidently, the sight of Caitlyn's grief had distracted him from the sound of approaching horses. Not much good it did the poor lass, though. Bryce looked down into the grave, now all but filled with earth. "Nor this lass here. God rest them both." Rodric had never heard his friend so much as speak the name. It seemed the horror they'd witnessed had brought out a depth of feeling unseen before. "I'll finish this if you wish to speak with her," Bryce offered, nodding in Caitlyn's direction. She hadn't moved since the last time he'd looked her way. He wasn't entirely certain he wished to speak with her just then. He didn't know what to say. What words were there which could possibly soothe her? Nothing could take it back, just as nothing could convince her of her own innocence. If he'd ever met a truly innocent person in his life, it was Caitlyn. Still, his friend had a point. He needed to check on her, to at least remind her she was safe with them. Let Connor McAllister and any number of his brutes so much as try to lay a hand on her. They'd soon find out how mistaken they were. When he reached her side, the look of peace on her face was a surprise to him. Not even blank staring would have surprised him so. If anything, that was what he'd expected to see, that she had simply stepped away from herself and gone elsewhere, to that land beyond the self into which he'd witnessed so many others retreat when the horrors before them were too much to bear. She even turned her face toward his, and her brow lined with a concerned frown. "You're in pain," she murmured, her voice low and flat. "Not too much to be borne," he assured her. "Do not lie to me, Rodric Anderson," she warned. "I see it in your eyes. What pains you?" It was better than discussing what they'd seen, what he had just buried. "My shoulder," he admitted, wincing as he moved his arm in a slow circle he couldn't complete. The arm dropped to his side. "I injured it quite badly at the Battle of Largs, you see, and it never healed properly." "I'm sorry to hear that." It could have been much worse. He wouldn't tell her how much. She didn't need to hear how close he'd come to death, not after having witnessed so much death only hours earlier. Even so, to live with pain such as that. Every day, to bear up under it. "I'm not surprised," she observed with a slight smile. "How is that?" "You were always the type to ignore pain, or at least to pretend it didn't exist. Do you recall your broken fingers?" If anyone had told him he'd laugh so soon after performing such a grim task, he'd have thought them the worst sort of ghoul, but there he was. He chuckled. "I was a hard-headed sort, wasn't I?" "Aunt Sorcher warned you against jumping from the roof of the barn," she reminded him. "As did I, though you never would have listened to a girl, a younger one at that. I wanted to prove that I was a man." "And you broke 2 fingers doing so. A wonder you didn't break your neck." "A wonder my father didn't break it for me when he found out what I'd done." "It wasn't what you did," she pointed out with a smile. "It was the way you kept it secret from him for 3 days, until the joints became inflamed and then infected." "You needn't remind me," he scowled. "You've always been difficult in your fashion," she murmured, shaking her head. "I suppose you do everything in your power to conceal your pain from others." "This is what men do." He shrugged, wincing again when he did. "What about admitting you're in pain, and allowing someone to take care of you? It's a lovely world you live in." He smirked. "Yes, I know. That would be too much to ask of you." Her spirit seemed to sag before she turned her face back toward the Grampian Mountains, out in the distance. They were just as glorious a sight from far off as they'd been when he'd visited the Duncans. The Duncans. The seed of an idea began to take root in his mind. Why it hadn't occurred to him before then, he couldn't say. Perhaps the need to take immediate action on behalf of Caitlyn's cousin had left him unable to see the clearest solution. I know where you can go, where you'll be absolutely safe, he said, taking her still folded hands in his. You'll have nothing to fear there. Instead of the relief he expected to find in her eyes, he saw nothing but bleak resignation. I already know where it is I need to go. I've thought it through all this time, waiting for you to finish the burial. The certainty in her voice was what concerned him the most. The lack of feeling. Where do you think you're going? He asked, dreading the answer he knew was coming. The only answer she could have arrived at. The worst possible answer. I'm going home, to your brother. Enough is enough. I won't see any more people die because of me, either those I love or those in the service of the ones looking for me. Her smile was cold. You see, it isn't only men who bear up under pain and do what needs to be done, Rodric.
Chapter 18. Caitlin knew he wouldn't agree with her. She didn't know how violently opposed he'd be. Absolutely not. He pushed her hands aside, hands he had held so gently before springing to his feet. I won't hear of it, lass. Rodric, please. No. No, you won't do this. I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself. She rose slowly, hands fisted at her sides. You won't allow it? Isn't that what I just said? You won't allow it, she muttered, shaking her head with her eyes never leaving his. And to think, I was certain I'd heard every mindless thing you could possibly come up with. You always manage to remind me how daft you can be. And you remind me how obstinate you are, he snarled. I won't allow it, do you hear? You don't own me, Rodric Anderson. No man does. And you have no right to tell me what you will or won't allow, as this is my life and my choice. I made a mistake in running away. I see that now. There was never any getting away from your brother, my stepfather, any of them. My course was set. I must see it through. Lass, don't do this. His shoulders slumped, his face fell. You don't need to sacrifice yourself. There's another way. Do you believe your brother will ever give up without tasting some sort of satisfaction? She searched his face, his eyes for the truth her question brought up in him. He didn't answer, which was really all she needed to hear. He knew she was right. She shook her head. I know he won't. Just because he wasn't responsible for this today, doesn't mean he won't be responsible for something else. He might go to war with the McAllisters, and then what? Men on both sides will die. Other clans might be pressed to join in, and they'll die as well. And for what? She was nearly screaming by the time she'd finished, all of the pent-up heartache and dismay threatening to burst free. Her chest heaved, her head throbbed. At that moment, if he tried to stop her, she would have pummeled him until she no longer had the strength to swing her arms. He did not try to stop her. He merely shook his own head, his eyes dull and lifeless. I simply cannot stand by and watch as something so dreadful happens. Rodric, you have no say in the matter. I am legally your brother's wife. The marriage wasn't. She held up a hand to silence him, far past the point of embarrassment at the question of whether her marriage had been consummated. I know this. But I know I haven't the resources to have the marriage annulled. A woman in my position has no power. The truth of her words struck a heavy blow to her heart. She sank to the tree stump once again, the strength now drained from her. I don't even have a stepfather willing to speak on my behalf. Do you realize I hadn't counted on his searching for me? All this time, I assumed it was Alan who posed the greatest threat to my safety. I suppose it makes sense in a way, he admitted. Because Alan has turned on him in light of my abandonment. He'd counted on the Andersons becoming allies of his. He'd counted on them strengthening his position among the McAllisters as well. The leader who brokered the marriage which led to lasting peace between the clans. Bile rose in her throat at the very thought of him. All along, he had been the one with the most to lose after she'd run away. She should have thought more clearly. She should have counted on Connor behaving as the snake he truly was. Rodric crouched in front of her. He looked more frantic than she'd ever seen him, no matter how he tried to hide it. It almost seemed as if he truly cared for her, as more than just a childhood friend. An impossibility, of course. He hadn't spoken a single affectionate word to her since they were reunited. "What do you believe will come of your return?" he asked. She strained to understand what he was saying as he spoke through clenched teeth. "I believe your brother will get what he wants, and Connor will get what he wants as well. I believe this madness will end, and life will go on the way it was meant to." His eyes darted back and forth over her face as though to discern her real meaning, some deeper message behind her words. There was nothing for him to find. He sighed. "I believe you're telling yourself that because it's what you wish to believe, but you're wrong," he whispered. "Caitlin lass, I'm telling ye. Alan would make every day of your life worse than the one before. I've seen him, I know what he's become. A spoiled, arrogant, unchecked glutton who will more likely than not drink or eat himself into an early grave. But not early enough to spare you the brunt of his temper. I know this. My eyes are well open to the truth of what will become of me. Lass, you're speaking madness. Don't you know it won't bring your cousin or her husband or any of the others back if you sacrifice yourself now?" Emotion clogged her throat, making it impossible to speak or even breathe for one endless moment. The memory of falling from the back of the first full-grown mare she'd ever ridden came back. The fall, or rather the impact with the ground, had knocked the air from her lungs, and for one terrifying instant she'd been unable to breathe. The number of thoughts which could race through a person's mind in such a brief amount of time was staggering, really, and every one of the hundreds of panicked thoughts which had raced through hers had revolved around the certainty that she would die. Just as she was certain she'd die here on that tree stump, looking into the face of the person she'd loved before she even knew what love between a man and a woman was. She couldn't draw a breath, was certain she'd never be able to again. She would simply cease to exist. But then her lungs expanded, and she drew in air still laced with the stench of death. And that stench brought her back to the grim reality of the present. "I know that," she whispered. "It's not them I'm doing it for. It's for everyone else. Everyone who might suffer or even die because of those two men. If there is a way for me to avoid their suffering, I'll do what needs to be done." The very tips of her shaking fingers traced the line of his stubbled, dirt-streaked jaw, before pulling back as though he burned to touch. His eyes widened in surprise at the brief, unexpected caress. "Caitlin. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I wouldn't want to. You needn't apologize." They both fell silent, as though neither knew what to say next. What was there to say? She had so many things but was not at liberty to share them. After all, she was another man's wife. Someone cleared their throat over her shoulder. Rodric's eyes shifted in that direction. "Is there a stream or river nearby?" She turned to find Fergus standing behind her. "It isn't far from here," she explained, pointing in the direction of the stream in which she'd bathed since her arrival at the farm, just beyond the point where the ground dipped away from the hill on which she sat. The memory of those times not long since brought more bile to her throat. She'd killed them. It was her fault. "I suppose we'll wash up there before setting up camp for the evening," Rodric suggested. "The sun's on the descent. No sense in setting out now." She shivered in spite of the warmth, which still hung heavy in the air. "Can we please move away from here a bit?" she asked, wringing her hands in her lap. The very idea of sleeping so close to the site of her cousin's murder. "Of course," he was quick to reply. "To be sure, lass, we won't bed down here for the night. We'll move farther upstream, out of sight of the farm." "Thank you." It was the last thing she said for a long time, until after the sun had set behind the mountains and the men had set up camp for them. That didn't mean her mind had stopped moving, however. It didn't mean she'd stopped accusing herself either. Or that she intended to spend the evening with the four of them.
Chapter 19. She's going to run. Bryce's head snapped around, his eyes wide with surprise when they met Rodric's. "What?" "I said she's going to run." He looked over his shoulder to confirm she was still a safe distance away, upwind of where he and Bryce watered and fed the horses. She was watching as Quinn arranged saddles and blankets for them to use as bedding, asking idle questions for the sake of breaking the silence. "What gives you that idea?" "She knows I won't allow her to go back to Alan," he explained. "She must, unless she's lost touch with her sanity. No, she'll run tonight while we're sleeping. I would wager my life on it." "We'll sleep in shifts then." "Aye, and we'll keep watch on her whenever she tends to nature's call," Rodric added. Bryce snorted. "She'll take well to that." "It's no longer a matter of what she'll take well to," he grumbled. His friend eyed him up, silent for a long moment before reminding him, "She's a grown woman who knows her mind. Perhaps she's smarter than the lot of us and knows what's best." "You don't know what you're talking about," Rodric warned. "Don't I?" Bryce leaned against the largest of the horses, smiling sadly. "I'm the first to agree that this is madness, the entire thing from beginning to end. It's unfair as well. The lass has been sold into marriage, put plainly, and I don't agree with such practices." "Nor do I. But it's been done," he continued, his voice firmer than before. "It's been done and the vows have been exchanged. The time for the lass to run was prior to the ceremony, not after. It's a wonder your brother hasn't brought the law into this, because he might have." Rodric spat on the ground, frustrated both at the truth of this and how much he wished for it to not be true. "Aye," he grunted. "And traveling with the lass, making it so he can't catch up to her, might bring the law down on our heads as well. It was one thing entirely to escort her here, but it would be another to continue this madness." He was right about that as well, which only served to further frustrate Rodric. "Then again," Bryce grinned, "we've never been much to care one way or another what the local magistrate had to say about our doings, have we?" Rodric snorted. "You make a good point." "I know. I generally do." He sighed, scrubbing both hands through his wet tangled hair. "I wonder if I'm not half mad for considering escorting the lass to safety. If she doesn't run away before we get the chance." "Aye. If. But she won't. She'll try, I grant ye, but she won't get far." He clapped Rodric on the back, grinning broadly. "And woe to he who tries to come for her. I caught the smell of that McAllister's blood on my hands today, and I wouldn't mind more of it." "There's just one thing to consider," Rodric muttered, his eyes still trained on the camp. Fergus was heating dried meat over a small fire, which Caitlin seemed unable to look at. Of course. What good had fire done her loved ones? "What's that?" Bryce asked. "What she wants." He shook his head, banging the heel of one hand against his forehead. "I can't stand the way she makes me think. I truly cannot. My conscience would never trouble me if she were any other lass in the world. I'm certain of it." "What difference does it make?" Bryce sounded as though he was entirely aware of the difference, and only pretending to be otherwise, for the sake of raking his friend over the embers. "Stop," he warned. "I was merely asking." "I know what you were merely asking, and I'm advising ye to stop now. I'm certain that much of this could be avoided if you'd only tell the lass how you feel," Bryce murmured. "I know we don't talk about such things, and I'm a bit disgusted with myself at the moment, if ye must know, but the truth is the truth. Tell her ye love her, and ye don't want her to be any other man's bride. If she loved him, it would be different. If he would be good to her, it would be different. Neither of those is the case here." He didn't bother to deny it. He'd only sound ridiculous. "It wouldn't make a difference. She's doing it because she believes it will keep the rest of us safe. Including me. Because she loves ye too. Do I have to explain everything?" Bryce grumbled, muttering to himself as he returned to the campfire. The sounds of quiet laughter rose up from the group, meaning he'd told a joke of some sort to lighten the mood. There was little excuse for Rodric to stay away, but he took his time in joining them, his eyes fixed on her all the while. She pretended to be at ease, to only care about the meat warming over the flames, but the tension in her every muscle was evident even from a distance. That she thought herself convincing was nearly enough to make him sad for her. She tried so hard to be brave, to do what she thought was right. She happened to be unpracticed at it, was all. Though she had managed to escape Alan and any guards he'd posted about the house during the wedding feast. Perhaps she was a bit more slippery than he gave her credit for. Not only that, but she'd made it to Fiona's on her own in the dead of night. Like as not, the lass was already plotting her escape. Her body might not have moved much, but her eyes certainly did. She studied the men, going over their every movement, most likely in the hopes of learning how she could get past them when the time was right. The whole thing would have been downright amusing if it weren't so dangerous. He accepted a portion of meat, which he guessed had been rabbit at one time, before sitting to Caitlin's right. He wouldn't crowd her. Not yet. If she felt he was aware of her scheme, she'd be even more likely to do something foolish, even more desperate to escape. She took a dainty bite of meat, holding it between her thumb and forefinger. He gave her credit for at least appearing as though the age of the meat and its dry chewiness didn't turn her stomach. Quinn, on the other hand, chortled as he settled back on one elbow. "Not to your liking, lass." "I wouldn't say that," she murmured, her eyes averted before taking another bite to show how amenable she was. "It isn't normally like this," Bryce offered with a grin in Rodric's direction. "Normally it's even worse." To his surprise and the warming of his heart, Caitlin smiled. "I've had worse than this. I'm glad to have something to eat at all." "When did you have worse?" Rodric asked. He couldn't help himself. She turned the meat over and over between her fingers. He thought she did it to pass the time, while she came up with a story which the group would believe. The way she frowned, however, told a different story. "It was the winter after you went away," she murmured, glancing at Rodric before looking down at the half-eaten meat. "That was a bad winter. Very cold. It seemed the storms came back to back, with hardly the chance to catch one's breath before the next one hit." "I remember that," he agreed. "And I do recall wondering about all of you. How you were getting along." "At first it wasn't anything worse than any other winter," she explained. "Yes, the larder was a bit sparser than normal, but it was nothing unusual." "At first," she repeated. "How bad was it by the end?" he asked, moving closer until he felt the warmth of her body. And the way she trembled. He wished he hadn't asked. "If I ate once per day it was a good day," she said. "Normally, a piece of bread was the most we could spare. Every few days some pottage." "All day," Quinn murmured. "Every 2 or 3 days. I rarely got out of bed toward the end. I didn't have the strength." "What happened?" Rodric asked, still unclear. "We had difficult winters prior to that. I don't recall you ever coming close to starvation before. We weren't prepared." And that was as much as she would say. There was a finality in her voice which put to rest any further questions. Did it mean Connor had allowed her to starve? That he'd allowed for such lack of preparation? They passed the rest of their meal in silence, the men exchanging glances now and then. All of them wondering what to do with her, he knew. Wondering at a so-called leader who would allow his people to starve. His own stepdaughter at that. Then again, he'd burned innocent people to death that very day. "I'm very tired," Caitlin announced of a sudden, stretching for effect. Rodric felt Bryce's eyes on the side of his head, but made no move to return the stare. If she saw, she would know they knew. "It's been a long day," he agreed. "Perhaps you should rest then. We'll be quiet." She looked around, confusion creasing her brow. "Won't you be sleeping?" "I will sleep. In shifts most likely. After today, who knows who might have decided to follow us. Besides," Fergus added, "it's never a wise practice for all members of a party to sleep in an unknown place throughout the night. There's no telling what might be out there in the dark." "He's only teasing ye, lass," Bryce muttered, cuffing his brother about the head. "Though 'tis true, it's better for one member of a party to keep watch at all times." She looked crestfallen at this turn of events. "Oh. I see." So she had been counting on the men falling asleep. It was a bit childish of a plan, but she was unaccustomed to such business. "I should think it would ease your mind," Rodric pointed out, "knowing there won't be a time when you're unprotected." Her eyes widened. "Oh. Naturally, I'm grateful to all of you. Truly." Her voice broke, but only slightly before she added, "Truly I am." "It was the least we could do," Bryce replied in a gruff voice, looking off into the fire to avoid looking at her. No, what they'd seen and done that day would not soon be forgotten. "I suppose I'll try to go to sleep then." She sounded hesitant, even disappointed. Rodric felt sorry for her, but it was no matter. He would stay up all night long if need be, only for the sake of ensuring she didn't leave the camp.
Chapter 20. What was Caitlin supposed to do? How was she going to get away, if one of them was awake at all times? Did Rodric know? He seemed mildly amused at her disappointment, as though he were trying to hold back a smile and failing horribly. Did he know? It would mean his knowing that she knew what he intended to do to her. He intended to take her along with him, by any means necessary. How was she so certain of this? Because she was certain of him. She knew him almost as well as she knew herself. He was far too smug, far too full of his own cleverness to know how easily she saw through him. He'd accepted her decision too quickly for one. He might have put up a bit of a fight, but he'd given in too soon. Rodric was still the boy who'd once fallen asleep at the supper table because he'd refused to finish his meal, though his father had threatened to leave him there until he ate every last bite. Ross had followed through on his threat. Rodric had sat alone in the dark, with only his plate before him and everyone else in the house ordered to leave him on his own. He had spent the night sitting up in his chair, sleeping without so much as a blanket to warm him. And he hadn't touched another bite of food in all that time. If he'd truly not been planning to enforce his will upon her, he would have argued through the day and into the night. They would have screamed at each other until both were hoarse. They'd done it enough times prior to that day. Instead, he'd accepted her decision and gone on with the business of setting up camp and tending to the horses. He hadn't even hovered close to her, as he would have done otherwise. Because he didn't want to give away his intentions, of course. How laughably obvious he could be sometimes. But now, curled up on her side with a saddle beneath her head, there was little she could do without being spotted first. The men sat around the fire, Fergus and Quinn both with their backs to her. They blocked her view of Bryce and Rodric, seated across from them. They sat downwind from her too, which means she had difficulty understanding their conversation. A word or two would float her way, but nothing more. Not enough to give her an idea of what they were thinking, or whether they were discussing her. A grasshopper chirped just beside her head, making her jump while a high-pitched squeal came from her mouth. She hated the things, ugly and loud as they were. If she had her way, they would all die. The men took notice, turning to see what had startled her. She settled back in without explanation, glad for the darkness which concealed her burning face. So they were on their guard. Every nerve tuned to the sound of her voice, every muscle tensed with the knowledge that they might have to spring into action at a moment's notice. They were soldiers, after all. None of them would ever truly be relaxed. Especially after what they'd seen at the farm. She could not relax either, and she certainly couldn't sleep even in spite of the knowledge that they'd keep her safe. Every time she closed her eyes even for a moment, she saw the billowing black smoke. While she hadn't seen her cousin's charred body, she imagined it, and perhaps what lived in her imagination was far worse than what the reality had been. She imagined the screams too, and the terror which must have filled Fiona's final moments. She had likely woken that morning as she had every morning, getting straight to work, not knowing until it was too late that she'd never see another dawn. Tears threatened to choke her, tears which she swallowed back for fear of being overheard. There was no sense in attracting further attention. Especially not from Rodric. If only he would have told her he wanted her to stay, because he cared for her. If only he'd said he didn't want her to belong to another man. She might have agreed to stay with him, might have agreed to follow any plan he saw fit to create. She knew she would have. There was no might about it. But he hadn't. He didn't care that way. She was a childhood friend, an old sweetheart, someone who had once meant a great deal to him but who was now merely a stone around his neck. She'd free him soon if he'd allow her to. The night was still peaceful. Such a difference from earlier in the day. Even the frogs down by the stream weren't making the sort of riotous noise they normally did. There were evenings when she'd been able to hear them even from the house. If only they would make their customary noise. They might mask the sounds of her movement. It was as if the very frogs didn't wish for her to escape. The moon was covered over by thick clouds which did not seem to move. She wondered if they would ever clear up, if there would be moonlight to show her the way when the time came to run. The lack of light might work out in her favor. However, there would be less of a chance of being spotted if there was no moon, and she was more familiar with the terrain than any of the men. In the depths of her heart, she didn't want to go. It was the very last thing she wished to do. Alan's cruelty would be worse than ever because she'd run. Even Poric's kindness wouldn't be enough to spare her the brunt of his brother's punishment. It might go easier if Rodric were to accompany her, but he never would. It would mean admitting she was correct about needing to return to her husband. He'd never admit such a thing. Even if he did, and if he accompanied her, he couldn't stay forever, in spite of the fact that the clan would be better for it, as Alan was perhaps a worse leader than Connor McAllister. No, Rodric and Alan might have killed one another if they'd been forced to live under the same roof as grown men. They'd fought enough as children, in spite of knowing their father had no patience for their constant bickering and violence. Without Ross Anderson to temper their mutual dislike, there was no telling what might result. Alan's deterioration was evidence enough of what had come of his father's death. There was no longer any reason for him to employ self-control, no need to attempt mastery of his baser qualities. His gluttony, his laziness, his quick temper. The Anderson household had once been a pleasant, bustling one Caitlin had preferred to her own. Even though Ross Anderson had intimidated her so, a large man with a deep voice more often than not raised in a shout, she'd often cowered in his presence, and had done whatever possible to avoid him. Still she had liked him. Perhaps because he'd always treated her fairly. Perhaps because she'd seen through his gruff exterior to the warm-hearted man he was underneath. Everything had changed the day of his passing. Nothing would ever be as it had once been. The several instances in which she had paid visit to the house in the years after Alan's assumption of leadership had revealed an ever-degrading situation. The eldest Anderson son had not the warm heart his father had possessed. If he had, he'd learned to hide it. Porrick attempted to keep the clan running as their father had, and he performed admirably. Yet there was only so much one man could do, when it seemed as though another man with final say in all matters pertaining to the clan was intent on destroying all the good his brother managed. There was stirring by the fire. Caitlin's eyes opened just enough for her to see Quinn and Bryce move to their respective saddles to rest their heads. Fergus and Rodric continued their conversation, their voices softer than ever. She could have screamed. All she asked for was a moment, one single moment in which they were otherwise occupied. One moment in which she might be able to escape. Fleeing on foot would be her only hope, seeing as how the mare's saddle and blanket were beneath her head. She had never ridden bareback before, and would not wish to attempt such a long journey in that manner. If she could make it to the woods, all would be well. She could lose them there. She'd hide in a tree if necessary. It had been years since she'd last climbed one, but surely the skill would come back to her if she called upon it. For one brief moment, the entire folly of her plan was clear. What was she thinking? How much longer would she lie to herself? She would never get away from them, would never be able to escape detection when all four men would certainly be searching at once. She would starve while hiding, or encounter a hungry animal intent on making a meal of her. If she made it to the woods at all. She had to try. So long as she remembered the reason for her actions, the love she felt for Rodric, the vital importance of keeping him safe from his brother and Connor McAllister both, she would find a way. Rodric chuckled over something, turning his face to the side so she might catch sight of his profile. The light from the fire danced over him, casting him in shadow one moment and a warm glow the next. His smile flashed, his eyes gleaming. She noticed a thin scar along his hairline which she hadn't seen before. He'd sustained a wound while fighting. He'd likely sustained much more than that. Even with his rather rough edges, no matter the scars he might possess, he was handsome. He was still her hero. If she'd been aware of falling asleep, it would have come as a great surprise.
Chapter 21. If Caitlin was pretending to sleep, she was doing a good job of it. He thought he even heard her snore once or twice, quite convincingly. She was near exhaustion. It was natural. No one could lie there after going through all she'd suffered that day, without eventually falling asleep. No matter how determined she might have been to stay awake, her body had won out. This came as a relief, and not just because he had no desire to chase after the lass through a moonless countryside with which he was unfamiliar. There were many things he'd do for her, and do gladly, but that wasn't one of them. But she was beautiful. The fact that she slept meant he had the chance to admire that beauty unnoticed. Her full mouth curved into a pout, as though she were unhappy with what she dreamed of. Fair brows against creamy skin. The fine straight nose and gently curved jaw. He longed to run his fingers over that curve and hold her chin between thumb and forefinger, drawing her to him. Her sweet breath on his face, the slight flaring of her nostrils as her breathing sped up the closer he came. He longed to taste her lips, to feel the racing beat of her heart as he pulled her, clutched her, held on to her for dear life. He wanted to move his mouth deliciously slowly against hers, listening as she sighed, drinking in the curves of her body with both hands. Starting with the waist and working down. He shook his head, alarmed at his growing ardor. There was more to be considered. He was wasting time imagining all manner of private fantasies, while he needed to keep watch on her. He'd already gone over the plans with each of the men, and everyone knew the part they'd play. He didn't doubt their faithfulness, not for a moment. He would do the same for them if they asked. The fire was dying out, dwindling until it was little more than a pile of dying embers. Occasional cracking and popping were the only sounds to puncture the otherwise silent night. He'd never heard a night so silent. It was as if all the world knew something was out of place. Something vital. A life or death matter. Or perhaps nature itself knew of the death which had already occurred that day. So much death. It was one thing to witness such horrors on the battlefield, but another to bear witness on a farm, in the middle of an otherwise quiet countryside, with not so much as a neighboring cottage to mar the pastoral purity. Perhaps if there had been a neighboring cottage, there might have been assistance offered to the now deceased pair. Or, more likely, the neighbor who'd come on the run would also have been killed. No, there had been no assisting Caitlin's cousin. The moment McAllister had remembered the distant relative to whom Caitlin must have fled, her fate had been sealed. Like as not, the fact that his stepdaughter had all but stepped foot on his very territory in order to pay respects to her uncle had infuriated him. He would have taken the most direct route back to his home, in a rush to catch up with his stepdaughter, that was if he knew where she had gone. Perhaps Fiona and Kent had kept the knowledge to themselves. All he could do was hope they had feigned ignorance of where Caitlin had run to, or to what purpose she'd fled. Otherwise, Connor would pay a visit to Sorcha. On the one hand, woe to the man who believed he could force Sorcha McManus to do anything she did not wish to do. If he alleged that she'd seen Caitlin or had harbored her in the house, she would never admit to it. She loved Caitlin nearly as much as he did. On the other hand, he might show Sorcha the same mercy he'd shown Fiona. Then again, no, that would be a terrible mistake on his part. It would mean setting fire to a home or murdering the woman inside, when she lived just beyond Anderson borders. The McManuses had always been good friends of the Andersons too. It would be tantamount to a declaration of war. Would Connor go that far? He jumped when a large branch broke apart in what was left of the fire, the sound breaking the otherwise silent evening. Caitlin jumped, sitting up entirely, eyes wide and chest heaving. He was at her side in an instant, ready to take her in his arms and perhaps indulge in what he'd only just been imagining. Which was more than enough reason to keep his hands to himself. "What is it?" he murmured, hoping to sound calm and reassuring. She was still panting for air, as if she'd just run a foot race. "I was startled. I didn't realize I'd fallen asleep." "You did. For quite a while, in fact." "I did." She ran both hands over her head, distracted and perhaps frustrated with herself. "It's what people normally do at night, after all." A brief smile flitted across her face. "I was unaware." "Thank you." He watched as she collected herself, amused the way a child unwilling to admit the truth to an adult always amused him. "Why are you so upset with yourself for having fallen asleep?" he couldn't help but ask. "I was simply alarmed." "I'm not upset with myself." She fixed him with an icy stare. "Have you ever been startled out of sleep?" "Many times," he whispered. He could remember very many times, in fact. "Well then. You ought to know." She stretched, groaning. "Sleeping on the ground doesn't do any favors for my back." "You are not alone in this." "I know." She looked around. "Are the others asleep?" At least they're supposed to be." "I see." She looked at him from the corner of her eye. "And you? Are you not tired?" "I'm quite tired, and would like very much to go to sleep. In a large bed with a fresh straw tick, and linen sheets which have been hanging out in the sun all day." A slow smile spread across her face. "A soft pillow." He nodded. And no reason to get up early in the morning. To lie about until I was good and ready to get up." "That would be wonderful." She sighed, pulling her knees to her chest before wrapping both arms around her legs. "I haven't slept in a bed in so long. Floor's the ground." "I rarely have the luxury of a bed," he commiserated. A breeze blew past them, catching her before reaching him. The fragrance of her skin, her hair, the certain something that made her different from all the other women who'd ever lived. It touched him, wrapping itself around him like a blanket. The longing built in him again. He wanted so badly to touch her. He reached out, catching a strand of light hair between his first two fingers and testing its softness before tucking it behind her ear. She turned her face away just slightly. "Should I not have?" he whispered, keenly aware of the presence of the other three so close to where they sat but unable to stop himself nonetheless. She shook her head. "No. Or rather, yes. I don't know. It's all right." He allowed himself the luxury of running the backs of his fingers over her jaw. "Caitlin. Lass. I know what you wanted to do tonight." It was the wrong thing to say. The wrong time to say it. She jerked away, springing to her feet. He stood, too, holding a hand to his mouth to signal her silence. It wasn't that he worried over waking the men for their sake, but rather for his own. He had no desire for them to learn how clumsy he'd been. She glared at him, stomping one foot in impotent rage and shaking her fists. "You are a brute. A horrible, horrible thing." "Because I'm not the fool you take me for," he hissed. "You're so terribly indelicate." "Do not change the subject, Caitlin. You were planning on running away." "What of it then?" she challenged. "It's the most foolish idea you could have come up with." She stomped her foot again, harder this time. "You call what I wanted to do foolish, when you don't understand that I only wanted to do it for you." And like that, in the length of time it took to blink an eye, she sank to the ground and buried her head in her arms. Her shoulders shook with the force of her sobs. He'd hurt her. The last thing he'd ever wanted to do. He loved her, he wanted nothing more than to protect her from those who would do her harm, and he'd brought her to this state. He sank to his knees, close to her but careful not to touch in case she should become further upset. How absurd this was. He'd killed men, eviscerated and maimed and ridden endless days and nights over rough, rocky terrain. He'd survived his own wounds and tended to them on his own for lack of a healer, all of them far too concerned with the more severely wounded to treat a bloody head or broken shoulder. Yet he couldn't stand the sight or sound of a sobbing woman. Especially when he was the reason for it, and even more so because it was her. "Caitlin, I didn't mean to make you cry so. I shouldn't have said it." He wondered if she could hear him over the force of her sobs, but he wouldn't have raised his voice for anything. Better they not know he'd reduced the lass to tears with his clumsiness. He took a chance then, touching her back. She flung him off. "Leave me alone," was the broken whisper he received in reply. He stood, knowing it was hopeless, and knowing with even more certainty that he could not afford to let her out of his sight. Instead of his awareness dissuading her, she'd only be more determined than ever to show him she could escape. He returned to where he'd been seated, suddenly miserable and full of self-recrimination. Bryce stirred. "I'd say that could have gone better," he muttered before rolling to his other side.
Chapter 22. You cannot be serious. Caitlin looked from one of them to the other, searching for some sign of laughter. They often exchanged jests, seemed to always be chuckling over some joke or another, normally at the expense of one of them. They were all serious. Bryce held out the rope. "I'm sorry, lass, but this is the way it has to be. My name is Caitlin, for one." She dug her nails into her palms, willing herself not to reach out and slap the rope from his hands. And perhaps claw his eyes out while she was at it. "My apologies. Caitlin. This is for the best." "According to whom?" "According to all of us," Rodric replied. "I didn't ask you," she snarled. He bristled but continued nonetheless. "It's for the best, Caitlin, because we cannot run the risk of you fleeing. No matter your reasons for doing so." She hoped he didn't see her flinch. Her behavior of the evening prior was not something she was proud of. The way she'd wept. Not out of heartbreak, but out of frustration at not being heard or understood. Not being able to explain herself fully. He would never know why she'd wanted to leave, and would go on thinking it was a result of her stubborn nature. He wouldn't know it was for his sake, in order to spare him any further danger. No, he'd rather believe himself the cleverest, the strongest, someone who knew so much better than she what was best for her. Her nails dug in deeper. The pain helped keep her from crying all over again. It was always one of her least favorite qualities, the way she often cried when overwhelmed by strong emotion, even when that emotion was rage. "Allow me to understand you." She folded her arms, glaring at all of them until their gazes dropped to the ground. All of them except one, naturally. Rodric jutted his chin out, challenging her to make him look away. She scowled. "You expect me to ride with my wrist tied to one of yours at all times?" That is exactly what we expect. 'Tis the only way to ensure you don't follow the desire to run." "It is not my desire to run. I wish to do it because I knew I should. I still know it. Which is why you will be tethered to one of us at all times. It's really quite simple. So, are you ready to start out?" It was all too humiliating. He treated her like he'd treat a child, and when she was willing to sacrifice herself for his sake, she'd not make that mistake again. "Certainly. The sooner we arrive, the happier I'll be." It was a true challenge, keeping her head high as she went to her mare. The lovely animal dug at the ground with one hoof, snorting and whinnying in eagerness to be on her way. Would that Caitlin could share her enthusiasm. Rodric stepped up to her, the rope extended. "Your wrist, please." "Which one?" she asked with a sweet smile which belied the rage bubbling in her chest. "The left, please. Your partner will ride to your left." Bryce held on to the mare's reins as she allowed Rodric knot the length of rope around her wrist. She ground her teeth until her mouth ached, but would not allow them to see her humiliation. "Not you," she snapped as Rodric moved to tie the other end to himself. She knew he would tie it to himself, and that denying him would hurt his pride. "I want Bryce." The tall, forbidding man cleared his throat loudly to cover a chuckle. Caitlin didn't look his way. She looked at Rodric, one eyebrow arched in a silent challenge. "What do you think of that?" His eyes narrowed, the muscles jumping in his jaw. "If Bryce is amenable, I see no reason why not." Bryce stepped between them, likely a measure to keep them from brawling like a pair of drunken fools. "I've been in far less pleasant positions, with lasses far less lovely than yourself." Rodric all but threw the rope at his friend, which told her Bryce's remarks had hit their target. There was more than enough slack between them to allow for riding single file if need be, but the road they started out on was wide enough to ride two abreast. Rodric and Quinn rode in front of them, with Fergus bringing up the rear. As they trotted farther away from Fiona and Kent's farm, or rather what little was left of it, Caitlin's heart clenched. She wouldn't have looked back even if she could, knowing there was no longer anything to see but ruins and two mounds of freshly dug up earth beside what was once a home. Quinn exchanged a look with Rodric before glancing back at Bryce, then Fergus. Moments later he dug in his heels, flicked the reins and took off at a gallop. "Where is he going?" she asked. He hadn't even said a word. "He'll ride ahead of us," Bryce explained. "He'll alert our friends to the happenings here. It might be best for them to send out a few riders to meet us along the way." Her heart clenched tighter than before. "You believe we'll need extra escorts?" If four fierce men such as these she rode with believed they needed assistance, was she as safe as she'd believed up to that point? Likely not. "It cannot hurt," he replied, offering her a brash smile. She decided she liked him. He was rather rough, yes, but he had a sense of humor about him which she couldn't help but enjoy. Even if she was tied to him and him to her. She also enjoyed the way he made a point of throwing jests at Rodric whenever he could. "Might I ask a question?" Bryce turned his attention to her. "Certainly." Watching Rodric from the corner of her eye, she asked, "What is it you do together? The four of you, I mean?" Fergus, riding behind them, choked slightly. Bryce's eyes twinkled, but it was difficult to judge whether he smiled thanks to the unkempt beard which covered part of his mouth. Rodric did not react. Not that she could see, at any rate. "For starters, it isn't only the four of us," Bryce explained. "We are what you might call the central group. The four who always travel together. There are several others, who move in and out of our circle, depending on where we happen to ride and what our destination happens to be." "Why? And what determines your destination?" He faced forward, his chest puffing out as he drew a deep breath. "Oftentimes there are people who need protection. Yourself, for instance. You need protecting at the moment because there are those in the world who might wish harm to ye, or who would have you do as they say, while they might not have your best interests at heart, so to speak." "I see. It's up to men such as ourselves to ensure you're looked after. We provide protection, assistance and the like." She was no clearer on the subject than she'd been minutes earlier. "You say it's up to you to do this. Why? According to whom?" He chuckled. "According to ourselves." "Why?" "Simply because it's what we want to do." Fergus spoke up from behind her. "None of us could see the virtue of returning to lives of boredom, after what we'd been through in the army." "It would be the first thing on my mind," she admitted with a shrug. "After all of that, I'd want nothing more than to settle into safe boredom." "And there are many who share your opinion," Bryce replied, tugging a bit on the rope which connected them when she veered slightly to the right, while looking over her shoulder to where Fergus rode. She turned her attention forward to prevent that from happening again. "You prefer living as you do then?" she asked, the question directed at the back of Rodric's head. He remained still and silent. "Prefer?" Bryce asked, scratching his wild hair until it looked wilder than ever. "I don't know that I'd use that word. But there's no fitting in with the civilized world for the likes of us." She kept her gaze trained on Rodric. "You truly believe that?" Bryce grunted. We do." Rodric gave no movement, not a single flinch. Nothing to show her whether he agreed with his friend or not. For the moment, something else took precedence over the many questions going through her mind. You earn a living, doing what you do. A lot of good it would do us if we didn't. Bryce chuckled, and Fergus joined him. Who is paying you to do this for me? Bryce's chuckles turned to coughs. I have no silver of my own, you understand, she explained. Was that what they expected? That she would make it worth their while? Rodric had to know better than to believe she could hope to compensate them for the time and trouble they'd taken. We're aware of that, Bryce assured her. Then why go to this trouble, when no one is compensating you for it? He cut his eyes in the direction of his friend, whose straight back gave no indication of his even hearing their discussion. Why, I don't know. Perhaps you'd better have that out with someone who knows better than I do. For the first time since they'd begun speaking, Rodric reacted. He turned his head just enough to meet Bryce's gaze, and a stormy expression twisted his handsome features into a mask of fury. Perhaps you should mind matters which apply to you, and allow others to take care of the rest, he suggested in a cold voice. This was your idea? Caitlin asked, genuinely surprised. No one alerted you to my peril? No one offered a reward for your claiming me? Who would have, lass? It came out as a snarl, like that of an angry dog, and she recoiled from the power of it. She hadn't intended to bruise his pride, but the damage had already been done. He snapped the reins, turning his attention to the road ahead as the horse carried him in a fast trot far from them. Her heart sank. More than anything, she wished to ride ahead and apologize for having hurt his pride. Perhaps it was indelicate of her, asking such questions in front of the others, but she truly hadn't counted on Rodric convincing his friends to go to this trouble without any other motivation other than her welfare. She chewed her lip, lost in thought. It all became murkier with each passing day, the tenuous relationship they shared. As though she walked in a lock with a muddy bottom, her feet kicking up the silt, until what had been clear before her entrance was now hopelessly clouded. Bryce clicked his tongue sorrowfully. Och lass, it's sorry I am for pushing your lad too hard. Sometimes I do that, jesting when the time for jests has passed. It's difficult, you see, because I don't know the time has passed until it's already passed. You don't know you've gone too far until it's too late. That's the truth of it, he agreed. He's not my lad, she wished to protest, but that would have made her appear childish. There was no reason to argue the point, especially when Bryce had just made it clear that everything they did because Rodric had decided they would. They rode on in silence. It seemed the safest course. Rodric continued to ride far in the lead, his straight posture and refusal to so much as turn his head to the side making his feelings a mystery to her.
Chapter 23. There had only come a few times over the course of their friendship when Rodric had sincerely wished to kill Bryce, or at least to maim him in some lasting way. The scars, he reasoned, would serve as a future reminder that he was not a man to be trifled with. As he rode ahead of the group, he thought this might be the time to make good on that which he'd only imagined up to then. It was a hot morning, which meant the day would likely be just as hot. Dark clouds were building on the horizon and slowly making their way east, telling him a storm would hit before the day was out. There would likely be a great roar in the sky. Even now, long before the clouds reached him, he felt a surge all around him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, the horse beneath him behaving skittishly. "Whoa there," he murmured, patting its neck. His attitude could have been what bothered the animal so, he reasoned. Animals were able to get the sense of a situation, even if they didn't understand the subtleties. The tan gelding between his thighs couldn't have offered an opinion on the situation, but he knew Rodric was in no good mood as a result of it. The road was blessedly empty that morning, winding as it did through a mostly uninhabited stretch of land. They were coming up on the highlands soon, the peaks of the Grampians closer with every minute. As far as he was concerned, they couldn't reach Ben Nevis quickly enough. Would that he could take wing like one of the birds which flew overhead. Would that he could be rid of that which weighed so heavily on him. Why was it so difficult to imagine admitting his love for her? It wasn't his place to do so, for one. While no one could have hated the fact that she was married to his brother more than he did, the marriage was a fact. They'd been wed in the eyes of God and the law. He no longer had claim to her affections. A very pretty excuse, one which absolved him from the acknowledgement of his shortcomings. He ought to have ensured they had more than just an understanding when he left for training. He ought to have announced his intentions to her stepfather, to his father, with witnesses present to bear testimony if the time came. He'd thought himself such a man too. Such a wise, clever, worldly man. He'd known nothing of what the world could do, of how quickly a dream or a love could be struck down. Yet even after he'd learned so much, after he'd witnessed the terrible suddenness and finality of death and the grave unfairness life could sometimes offer, he'd still expected her to be there, waiting for him. Untouched, unblemished, as though she'd frozen like the river in the deepest part of winter. Merely waiting for him to return and allow her to thaw. Because Caitlin had always been, and would always be, the one good, pure, true thing in his life. The only thing. That which gave him hope. Even when she drove him to the brink of raving lunacy, she was the only woman he'd ever loved. The only woman he'd ever allowed to drive him to that point. Would that he could give expression to these thoughts. Would that he could share with her everything she meant to him. The sun was roughly halfway to the midpoint of the sky when Bryce called out to him. Had he learned his lesson? Rodric certainly hoped so. If it hadn't been for the rope tying Bryce to Caitlin, he might have knocked his friend from the saddle. He threw a look back over his shoulder, to find the three of them coming to a stop. "Wanted to water the horses," Bryce called out, cupping his hands around his mouth. A wise decision. The heat was already taking its toll, and though the air was heavy with moisture, it didn't do a hard-working animal much good. He brought the gelding around, and trotted back over the ground he'd covered, leading the horse off the road, and in the direction of a trickling stream which ran on the other side of a line of towering spruce. It was cooler in the shade the trees provided, and between that shade and the refreshing water just a short way off, the spot seemed a paradise. Rodric took the opportunity to drink deep of the clear, cold stream, before dunking his head beneath the surface, and using both hands to pour water over the back of his sweaty, dirty neck. By the time he brought his head up, snapping it back to keep the hair out of his eyes, he felt refreshed, at least in body. Perhaps not so much in spirit. He wiped the water from his eyes and spied Caitlin a bit farther downstream, delicately performing the same type of bathing as he. She wouldn't dip her entire head beneath the surface, but did pour water over her neck, beneath the thick braid of hair. Oh, how he wished she wouldn't. Or that he were a strong enough man to avert his eyes when the water trickled down her back, and caused the tunic to stick to her body. He wished she wouldn't tip her head back, sighing softly in relief as the cool water refreshed her overheated skin. He gulped, mesmerized, knowing deep in his soul that he ought to look away but being completely unable to. If his life depended upon it, he wouldn't look away. Bryce approached him, clearing his throat loudly and obviously as a warning. "Easy now," he murmured, his back to Caitlin. "What do you mean?" Rodric challenged, standing to face his friend. "I mean, you're all but panting over her. I've seen dogs in heat conduct themselves better. I'd not mention it except for her sake," he was quick to add. "The lass would like as not perish of mortification if she caught sight of the sign of lust that you're sporting." Rodric wasn't certain whether he should thank Bryce or push him into the stream. He settled on a grunt and a nod. His inflamed sensibilities were already cooling off considerably. "You seem to care overmuch for her feelings, truth be told," he accused, eyes narrowing. "Do not start a fight with me, Rodric Anderson," Bryce warned with a smile. "Just because the lass has you at odds with yourself, is no reason to be at odds with me. My only concern is for the nature of your affection toward the lass." Bryce's mouth fell open. He threw back his head to let out a deep, roaring laugh which seemed to come up from his toes and shake his entire body. Caitlin, visible just over his shoulder, looked over in surprise and faint amusement. You think? A fresh wave of laughter overtook Bryce until he was doubled over with it. All right then, Rodric grumbled, arms crossed over his chest. You needn't send yourself into a fit over it, man. What's the joke? Fergus asked, joining them with a curious smile. He thinks. Bryce shook his head, wiping away tears of mirth. I'll tell ye later, brother. Why don't you ride on now? Rodric suggested. I'll take this leg of the journey with Caitlin tied to my wrist. Aye, smart thinking. Bryce winked, laughter still bubbling out of him now and then. He was shaking his head as he went to his horse, gracefully swinging his massive body into the saddle. Come, brother. Let us wait on the road and keep watch. Fergus shot a look of concern toward Rodric and Caitlin. I'll tell you why I was laughing so, Bryce offered, jerking his head in the direction of the road. Fergus, still lost, merely shrugged and followed suit, the pair riding through the trees to the other side. Leaving Rodric alone with her. You'll be tied to me now? She asked with a smirk as she strolled toward him. I do not have a say in the matter. He saw through her effrontery. She wasn't nearly as brave as she pretended. And suddenly, he was very tired of the dance they'd been locked in ever since they'd set eyes on each other again. Pretending to be something they weren't, pretending they didn't know what they were to each other. It was idiotic, and a waste of precious time they could have spent loving each other, even in spite of her marriage to Alan. Caitlin, I'm going to be frank with ye, and I ask that ye listen and do not speak until I'm finished. Colour rose in her cheeks. Do not tell me. What did I just ask ye? Do not speak. Just keep quiet for a minute or two. Is that too much to ask? Are you incapable of shutting your mouth and keeping it that way long enough for a man to get a word in edgewise? Her eyes bulged. I'm not certain I wish to hear anything from you, was her icy reply. Fine then, he blustered, throwing his hands into the air. I give up. I quit entirely. Go back to Alan, back to being his slave or whatever it is he intends to keep ye for. Go on. Be stubborn and foolish and insist on your own destruction when it's I who loves ye, I who wants nothing more than to be with ye as I've always wanted to be with ye. His own words shocked him into silence, and they did the same to her. Was that all he needed to do all along? Simply tell her he loved her in order to get a moment's peace. Her face softened, her eyes glistened. You what? Did you say you love me? I believe I did. Because my heart is pounding so I cannot hear very well. She placed a hand on her chest. I did say it. Because I do love ye, he explained, his admission emboldening him. I always have, lass. For as long as I can remember. And we both know our intention was to wed as soon as I returned. I should have made it official with Connor and my father, but I was young and foolish and didn't think it through. I didn't know I'd be gone as long as I was, nor that my father would. He broke off with a sigh, shaking his head. I simply didn't know, lass, and look where it got us both. Her face turned a deep red for a moment. He wasn't certain what she was about to do, before she burst into tears. Oh, Rodric. He caught her as she fell against him, holding her tight. She hadn't lied about the pounding of her heart. He felt it plain against his chest. My Caitlin, he murmured in her ear. You've always been mine. Always, she whispered, burying her face in his tunic. Oh, why did it have to be this way? I do not know, he admitted with a grimace. I'm not certain why we're being tested so, lass, but I know I wouldn't trade this time with you for anything. His arms tightened around her back, his body claiming her in spite of the protestations of his mind. She wasn't his by rights, not truly, and he would not compromise her. The lass had already been through enough. I've loved you my entire life, she explained, leaning back to look up into his face with a smile of pure joy. It feels good to be able to say that at last. Aye, it does, he agreed with a smile of his own. I suppose I've been a bit stubborn, but the situation. I know. She nodded. I understand. We aren't free, really. No. We aren't. I thought you hated me. He laughed. There have been moments when I have, lass. That's the nature of us both, I suppose. We go from love to hate and back to love again in a flash. They leaned in, their foreheads touching. Her sharp, rapid breaths revealed the longing she felt for him, longing he shared. His entire body ached for her in ways he wouldn't have believed possible. I swear to you, he whispered, eyes closed, that I will defend you to my dying breath, Caitlin. I will not see you return to a man who doesn't love you, to one you do not love. I'm taking you to safety, and I'll do everything in my power to have your marriage dissolved. She gasped, pulling back so her eyes could search his face. How can you manage that? I do not know, he admitted. I hadn't thought it through entirely, but I have an idea. If we could get the support of the Duncans and beseech the church with their backing, we might be able to sway them. The fact that you ran so soon after the ceremony. I know. It was not consummated, she finished on his behalf, knowing it was indelicate for him to mention it. That works in our favor as well. I believe there's a good chance, lass. But we have to reach the Duncans first. Everything else can come after that. She sighed as she reached up to stroke his hair, letting her hand trail down the side of his face. He turned it slightly, pressing his lips to her palm. I want so much for this to be true. I want it to not be a dream. I want what you say to be possible. It's true, he murmured, resting his face against her hand. It's possible. I'm certain of it. I suppose we'd better move along then. She smiled. We're in a bit of a hurry now, aren't we? Would that they could stay in that moment forever, holding each other as they did. But she had a point, and there was a storm threatening to bear down on them. It would be best to cover as much ground as possible before they were forced to find shelter.
Chapter 24. It amazed Caitlin how quickly life could change. Just when she'd been most certain of Rodric having forgotten what they had once been to each other, tying her to one of his friends as though she were livestock being led to a pen, he confessed his love, and everything seemed fresh and new. If there was never any other good in her life, if everything went terribly wrong after that, she wouldn't mind. He loved her. She would never need doubt it again. It was obvious that Bryce understood what had passed between them. The little smile and wink he favored her with said as much. She grinned, too happy to be embarrassed. When he turned to Rodric, his smile disappeared. We might have another 2 or 3 hours of travel at most, he explained, pointing to the clouds which built up ahead. It looks like this will be quite a storm. And I'd so grown accustomed to riding over dry road too, Rodric replied with a roll of his eyes. Well, we're close enough to Duncan territory that we would have made it well before nightfall were it not for the storm. If it passes quickly, we might still be able to reach the manor house by the end of the day. They set out then, all of them riding with fresh determination. Knowing there was a plan in place, or at least the hope of a plan, renewed her energy and gave her confidence. Rodric thought highly of the Duncans, who she knew were a powerful clan. If they thought as highly of him, and agreed to provide support, she might just be able to escape her marriage after all. The thought made her smile in spite of her general discomfort. Riding for days had left her thighs with a constant ache, and the bugs which thrived in hot humid conditions such as the ones at present swarmed incessantly around her head and that of her mare. The poor pitiful creature snorted time and again, shaking her head almost constantly. I know. The storm will send them away, Caitlin murmured, patting the horse's mane before waving her hand to shoo away another swarm of pesky insects. Sweat trickled down the back of her neck, running down her back and pooling beneath her breasts. It was misery. But she was still happy inside. Glowing, in fact. He loved her. He wanted her. They exchanged a look, then another, as they rode abreast. It seemed they couldn't stop glancing in the other's direction. Each time their eyes met they would smile. Bryce and Fergus, riding in front of them, exchanged a knowing look and rolled their eyes. Suddenly a blast of cool wind took them all by surprise. Caitlin shivered, rubbing her hands over her arms, the sweat which had only seconds earlier made her skin crawl turning icy. The horses whinnied, prancing in place as the four came to a brief halt. "There's hail in that storm," Fergus predicted. "It's going to be difficult going." "Wonderful," Rodric groaned. "As though we needed another turn of bad luck." "Don't worry," Caitlin murmured in an attempt to soothe him. "We'll find shelter before the storm is upon us." She was beginning to wonder if they would, however, as the clouds built rapidly, until it seemed the entire sky was nothing more than a mass of swirling, seething darkness. The sweat-soaked tunic went cold, her teeth chattering every time the wind kicked up. All around the trees swayed, leaves and needles being ripped from their branches. "Damn it all!" Bryce shouted, shaking his head. "This is useless." "We had best get off the road," Rodric agreed, and the four of them left the road in favor of going into the woods. The wind was not as much of a challenge once they were no longer out in the open, but Caitlin shivered harder than ever. With Bryce in the lead, the horses picked their way over the soft soil between the trees. If she hadn't been so deeply chilled, she might have enjoyed the heady aroma of rich earth and the pines which dotted the otherwise thick clusters of birch, spruce, ash. "Are you all right?" Rodric called back, riding just ahead of her while Fergus rode behind. "Cold suddenly, but all right," she replied. "You're not accustomed to outdoor life," Fergus pointed out. "It will affect you more strongly than it does us." "Aye," Bryce agreed. "Perhaps we ought to ride ahead, Fergus and I, while you two wait here and try to stay warm." There was a note of laughter in his voice, which she pointedly ignored, as did Rodric. They led their horses aside to allow Fergus to pass, and he rode away with his brother to search for shelter. "Come down here." Rodric dismounted gracefully, then held a hand out to her. She nodded, tossing the mare's reins over a low-hanging branch before seeking the shelter of his arms. He was so warm, as though a fire blazed within him. He was brisk, efficient as he rubbed her arms and back. Warmth began to spread through her, as though she were taking the warmth that was inside him and making it her own. The temptation to rest her head against his chest was too great to be denied. He was firm, as unyielding as she'd imagined, the steady beating of his heart a welcome rhythm beneath her ear. His arms tightened, holding her fast, making it impossible for her to escape even if she'd wanted to. She didn't want to. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to sink into the comfort of him, the scent of his skin and sweat a pleasant combination because they were his scents. They were part of him, and she loved all of him, even that which drove her to distraction. "The rain's begun, smell the difference in the air," he murmured, the side of his cheek against the top of her head. She nodded a moment before a drop of water touched her back, then another. She heard drops hitting the leaves, those drops dripping off onto the ground, the wind driving the rain above the trees and creating a soft roar which she tried hard to ignore in favor of the bliss of being in his arms. The sound of rustling leaves and snapping branches didn't stir her from her reverie. She assumed Bryce and Fergus had returned. Only when Rodric went as still as stone did she open her eyes, to find the blade of a sword very near her face. "So, Caitlin, I've found you at last." She knew that voice, coming from over her left shoulder. That sneering, nasty voice. It didn't belong to her husband. "So you have, Connor McAllister," she spat, staying perfectly still for fear of the man holding the weapon. "One of Connor's men." She cut her eyes to the side in hopes of meeting his gaze, but he was just out of her line of vision. "And who should I happen to find you with?" Connor chuckled. "Your old friend. I should have known you'd find your way to each other." "I didn't know you'd taken up the slave trade while I was away, McAllister," Rodric muttered. "Had I known, I would have returned sooner to ensure you couldn't sell your stepdaughter into marriage." "Sell?" Connor snickered. "I sold no one, lad. I merely drew up a contractual obligation with your brother, in order to seal the peace between the clans." "And what does this arrogant little lass do?" "Watch your tongue when you speak of her," Rodric warned in a low voice, "or you just might find yourself without it." "Big talk," Connor replied with a chuckle. "We'll see how big a man you are when your brother finds out you've been traveling with his wife." I wouldn't wish to be in your shoes when he gets word, lad. I wouldn't wish to be in your shoes at any time, Rodric growled. Against her, his heart raced faster than ever. He was holding himself back by the thinnest thread she knew, and with her in the way, he couldn't strike out at the man holding the sword. It was very nearly dark there, under cover of the trees, which made it difficult for anyone to see her hand slide beneath his tunic, to grasp the dirk she knew he'd hidden there. She'd seen it several times, most recently when he dipped his head into the stream. The motion had caused the tunic to ride up over his abdomen, and a flash of metal had caught her eye. Along with other things. Slowly, carefully she slid the dirk from the sheath. He tensed, knowing what she was doing but unable to stop her without giving them both away. Inch by inch she lifted the dirk, and then just as slowly, she lowered her hand until it was free and passed it between their bodies. He slid his hand between them too, meeting hers and taking the dirk's handle from her fingers. It was with a sense of relief that she gave it over. She'd never held such a weapon before, and had no desire to use it on another person, even if they threatened her life. "Duck," he breathed just by her ear and just loud enough for her to hear. She did so, her legs bending until she was nearly crouched on the ground. A sharp cry, followed by a groan of pain, and the man who'd been standing behind her fell to the ground in a heap. Rodric pulled her to her feet, nearly slamming her against the tree he'd been resting on, and shielded her with his body. It all happened so quickly. Your training has served you well, lad," Connor observed, but with an edge of fear in his voice. How many men had he with him? Surely more than one. One of them had been left to watch Fiona's house, she recalled. What of the others? He let out a low whistle, surely to signal those very men. No one came. What seems to be the trouble, McAllister? Rodric bent quickly, snapping back up with the sword in his hand. He leveled it at Connor, whose hand immediately flew to his side in order to grasp the hilt of his own sword. Rodric flicked at it, slicing the skin covering Connor's knuckles, making him hiss in pain and draw his hand back as though his sword burned to the touch. "Keep your hands where I can see them," Rodric warned. The rain began pooling at her feet, soaking through her leather shoes and running down the trunk against which her back was pressed. She shivered, colder than ever, but unable to care very much in light of what was taking place in front of her. A thrill ran through her body at the sight of her stepfather's apparent confusion and growing fear. "You had to kill them, didn't you?" Rodric asked. "Kent. Fiona. Why couldn't you leave them be? They harmed no one. They sheltered her." Connor roared, pointing at Caitlin, who cowered behind Rodric's shoulder. They knew what they were doing. She ran from her lawful husband, and refused to abide by the marriage contract. They aided her in her refusal. They paid the price. "You're pitiful and weak," Rodric sneered, the sword dangerously close to Connor's throat. "Killing innocent people, destroying the farm and the livestock, those working for them. It makes me ill to look upon ye." Even in the darkness, Connor's eyes seemed to glow with fanatical fire. "It makes you ill, eh? You've no idea what took place just before we set out for Fiona's, I'd wager." It sounded as though he was taunting Rodric, which made Caitlin's blood run cold. He'd done something terrible. "What took place?" Rodric asked, the sword never wavering. It would take more than an idle suggestion to break his concentration. "Why don't you ask your older brother? If he's still alive to tell you." She gasped, her fingers digging into Rodric's shoulders. Connor's eyes met hers. "Oh yes, my dearie. Your loving husband is more than likely dead by now." Rodric roared, unable to hold himself back any longer. Caitlin tried to pull him back, but it was no use. She couldn't have controlled him when he wasn't in a rage, much less when one had overtaken him. He rushed at Connor, causing the older, slower man to stumble backward, until the thick, unmoving trunk of a gnarled birch stopped him. "Don't, Rodric," she pleaded, standing at his side. He was dangerous, just at the edge of giving in to his rage. His arms shook, his breathing reminded her of a bull on the rampage. The sword trembled ever so slightly but never moved much from its mark, the center of Connor's throat, just beneath his chin. "What did you do to him?" he whispered, his teeth tightly clenched beneath lips curled in a snarl. "Tell me." It was his own fault. Connor spat. He was the one who began things. He was the one always ready for a fight. He challenged me, called me a thief for not standing up to my part of our agreement, demanded repayment, and finally threatened me. One of his men began a scuffle with one of mine, and your fool brother jumped into the fight. What did you do? Rodric roared. Stabbed him. Connor smiled. I ran him through with my dirk again and again, left him lying in a pool of his own blood before we set out for Fiona's. We must have just beaten you to it, a shame, since I wouldn't have minded hearing your screams of terror as you burned to death in that house. He looked at Caitlin, their eyes locking for a single chilling moment. Both of you. Rodric drew his arm back as though preparing to strike a blow, and Caitlin gasped, ready to scream. Wait! Another voice called out over everything else, even over the rain which seemed to be slowing down but still filled the air. Her head snapped around in time to see a tall, dark-haired stranger on horseback riding toward them, with several men behind him. Among them were Bryce, Fergus and Quinn. We took care of the rest of them, Bryce muttered, and she noticed a bleeding gash which ran the length of his arm. Rodric. Don't do this, the man warned, dismounting and standing on Rodric's opposite side. He isn't worth it, and it's more than likely what he wants you to do now. Why would I want this? Connor spat, glaring at the stranger. Because you have nowhere to go now, Connor McAllister. No one will shelter you. You've no clan, no power, nothing. Why? Because Philip Duncan declares it so? Oh. So this was Philip Duncan. Quinn had reached the Duncans after all. She would have kissed him if things weren't still so dire. Because I declare it so and because I know it to be true. You've slain innocent people, and only just confessed to murdering Alan Anderson, leader of Clan Anderson. You have nothing now, and we both know it. Connor trembled slightly, his chin quivering, but his eyes were still hard as flint. What do you plan to do with me then? My men will take you to neutral territory, where you will be set free to wander the rest of your days. I have little concern over what happens to you past that point. Caitlin watched in awe as two men twice as big as Connor took him by the arms and hauled him to his feet, leading him to a horse. They ordered him to mount, one of them riding behind him. Philip turned to Rodric, who still held the sword, and removed it from his hand. I see we arrived just in time, he murmured. Would that you hadn't, Rodric snarled. As I said, you would have been granting him the death he most likely wished for, Philip reminded him. His eyes fell on Caitlin. I suppose you're Caitlin then? I am. I'm Philip Duncan. It's pleased I am to meet ye. He looked over his shoulder to where Bryce and Fergus were both being treated by a woman. It seems those two were ambushed while searching for shelter. Oh no, she whispered, her heart sinking. Fear not, lass, Bryce called out with a hearty laugh. They weren't long for this world, once they decided to tangle with the McDougal brothers. It seemed as though he was genuinely enjoying himself. Rodric looked down at her, and in his eyes was a mixture of relief and confusion and still blazing rage. It was a frightful combination, but she stood straight and tall before it. She would not back down, not when the man she loved needed her. Thank you for saving me, she whispered, placing tentative hands on his chest. He'd killed a man on her behalf, to protect her. It was almost too much to take in all at once. He touched her cheek, sighing softly as he did, and he seemed to come back to himself only to jerk away with a grunt. Alan. She knew exactly what he meant. We can go. We have to go. He looked at Philip. I must go to my brother. He agreed. Take 2 of our horses. They're fresher than yours. I'm going as well. The healer who'd cleaned and bandaged Bryce's wound stood, tossing a long thick braid over her shoulder as she did. Philip all but sputtered in obvious surprise. You will do no such thing. Philip Duncan, a man may need my help, she argued, already mounting a small black mare. It's no more than a day's ride if we go straight through, is it not? If it's just past midday we ought to arrive past midnight if we don't stop, Rodric confirmed. She nodded, turning to Philip. I must go. Heather's looking after Mary. I'll be back as soon as I can. Sarah, I refuse to allow this. Philip blustered. Caitlin surmised that they were husband and wife. She respected the woman instantly, standing up to such an obviously powerful man as the laird himself. I don't recall asking your permission, as you didn't ask mine when we first met. Or need I remind you? She turned her attention to Rodric. Come. We have no time to lose. Yes. Caitlin liked her very much.
Chapter 25. They rode through the day and into the night, the three of them, hardly stopping for anything but the direst of nature's needs and the watering of the horses. They exchanged barely a word, concentrating on the ride. That was more than enough to concentrate on, as the muddy ground and hot moist air, combined with non-stop riding, made the journey one of the most difficult he'd ever taken. He couldn't imagine how much more difficult it was for two women, though they seemed to be handling it well. Always in the back of his mind was his brother. His brother who he'd never liked much but who was still his blood. They shared a clan, they'd shared a home. So many of his earliest memories involved Alan. As youngsters they'd even been friends. Where had they gone wrong? What had changed? Certainly, Alan had been all but impossible to get along with, but they were still brothers. He should have tried to be a better friend to him, to support him a bit more, instead of looking down on him as a temperamental, undisciplined, immoral waste. He might never have the chance to make amends. For all he knew, he might already be head of the clan. They rode alongside the river Nevis on the last leg of the journey, the horses all but ready to collapse from exhaustion. Just a bit more, he urged, tapping his heels to the beast's sides and praying in his awkward, unpracticed way that they could make it in time. It had been so long since he'd prayed, since he'd even felt the need to do so. He prayed then. As fervently as he ever had. There were lights in the windows of the house, and he kept his gaze focused on them. Come on, hurry, he silently urged. What was happening inside? There were horses out in front, dozens of them left to their own devices rather than being cared for in the stables. The closer they came to the house, the louder the sound of men's voices raised in angry protest. Caitlin shot him a terrified look when they dismounted. She was still somewhat of an outlaw as far as the Andersons were concerned, he supposed. Worry not, he assured her as he took her by the hand, Sarah on their heels. The house was a flurry of activity, the entry hall packed nearly shoulder to shoulder with clansmen. Rodric pushed his way through, pulling Caitlin along with him. As he cut a path, he heard enough to know that Alan was still alive. At least, according to what the men believed. The stairs were empty, and he took them two at a time in his haste. So great was his haste, in fact, that he crashed into Porrick as he turned the corner. His younger brother looked as though he might burst into tears. How did you know? He asked, already leading the way down the corridor. It's a long story. I've brought a healer. Porrick cast a look over his shoulder. I don't know if that will help now. They stopped at the door, and Porrick threw up an arm to block Rodric's progress. I must warn you. He is in dire condition. The village healer has done what she can, but I do not think it's done much good. He looked over Rodric's shoulder to where Sarah stood. Perhaps you can do more. I'll do everything I can. She touched Rodric's arm. I must have space in which to assess him, however. I ask that you wait here while I do. You can leave the door open to watch if you wish. He nodded, unable to speak, only grateful that his brother still lived. There could still be a way to save him. Why he wanted so badly to save Alan was just as much a surprise to him as it would have been to anyone else, he supposed. Porrick opened the door, revealing a dark room. The curtains hanging in front of the windows were drawn tight. Only a single candle burned by the side of the bed. Once his eyes adjusted, Rodric made out the shape of his brother's oversized body stretched out on the bed. He was covered in linen sheets pulled up to his neck, leaving no way of seeing what was beneath. His eyes were closed, though his head turned from side to side as though he were in the middle of an unhappy dream. Sweat glistened on his brow. Sarah immediately went to work, washing her hands before drawing back the sheets. He held his breath. Caitlin gasped, burying her face in Rodric's arm. He should have warned her of what she might see and smell. The wounds were infected. Anyone could see it. He'd witnessed the progression of infection more times than he cared to remember. There was no way to forget the way a festering wound looked and smelled, the foulness of it. The red lines which extended from the wound once the infection began to enter the blood. Alan bore wounds to his stomach, his sides. Sarah examined each, the creases in her brow deepening all the while. "Can you assist me?" she whispered, motioning for Porrick to join her in rolling Alan onto his side, away from the door. When they attempted it, and the sheet beneath the body stuck to the wounds on his back, he closed his eyes in impotent rage. Who had allowed his brother to come to this? The head of the Anderson clan, no less. Sarah looked up from her work, her gaze meeting his. There was no need to ask whether his brother would live through this. Just from the look of the wounds and the spread of the infection, the fact that he was alive at all was something near a miracle. Caitlin saw it too, and her hand tightened around Rodric's. It wasn't for Alan's sake that she was concerned, but rather for his. He loved her all the more for knowing without being told of it the conflict raging within her. The same conflict raged within him as well. Alan's death might just bring peace to the clan, for the first time since he'd assumed leadership. Alan was his brother. Their father's firstborn son. Alan had never been kind to him. He'd looked up to his older brother as a child. He was only a child then. He knew no better. Alan was his blood. Part of his past was dying in front of him. Sarah straightened, washing her hands once again in the basin beside the bed, before motioning for Rodric to join her. Caitlin nudged him into the room, waiting in the doorway. "The fever will take him before the night is out," she predicted in a low voice, grimacing as she looked around him to where his brother lay dying. "I know not who treated him, but they have no right to call themselves a healer." Why did he care so? Why did her words send a cramp of panic to his chest? "I heard of what you did for Jake Duncan when he was wounded. He too was close to death when you arrived at the manor house." Her face seemed to crumble. "Aye," she whispered, placing her hands on his arms. "But the damage is far more widespread than it was in Jake's case. He's sustained multiple wounds, including what I fear is a puncture to his liver. Even if we had been here to immediately treat him, I'm afraid there would have been nothing to do to save him. I'm very sorry. It didn't seem possible. How was such a thing possible? How could a man as vital as Alan succumb so quickly?" "What did the healer do wrong then?" Porrick asked. She all but growled in response, angered at the laziness of a healer like herself. For one, the wounds were not properly cleaned. He's been given nothing for the pain. If the man is bound to die, he might at least have been tended to, and his pain managed. He need not die in pain and filth. Rodric absorbed this, refusing to allow himself the luxury of wallowing in emotion. There would be time enough for that later. "I'll see to it they answer for what they've done," he vowed. "Is there anything you can do to ease his suffering?" "Of course, and I intend to do it," she promised. "If you could direct me to the kitchen, I'll get to work." He looked over his shoulder, where Caitlin hovered just outside the room. "Caitlin knows. She can direct you." It wouldn't do for her to be there, while he and Alan spoke their last words to one another. Sarah seemed to understand this, going to the door and exchanging a quiet word with Caitlin before the two of them disappeared. "I'll go too," Porrick announced. "I must see to the men and make certain they don't tear the house down." This left just Alan and himself. For the briefest moment, he wasn't certain he wanted to speak to his brother at all. What good would it do? Alan was likely delirious with fever. Nothing he said would mean anything. And yet, perhaps it would do him good to speak of that which he'd never have another chance to address. What would he have said to his father if he'd had the opportunity? It was that lack of opportunity, of knowing they would never share another hour, which haunted him. It was this knowledge which drove him to the side of the bed, which made him stand over his brother's dying body. The stench which rose from him was not unknown to Rodric. It brought to mind the battlefield, throngs of men whose bodies had been torn to shreds. Tents filled with the wounded, arms and legs missing, eyes and ears, wounds which couldn't be kept clean thanks to hovering flies and the blood-soaked earth in which the bodies rested. But this man wasn't one of those nameless wounded. He wasn't even a friend made while training side by side. This was Alan. Alan, who might have taunted and lauded advanced age and skill over his younger brothers, but who had spurred Rodric to improve himself as a result. He'd fought to become stronger, smarter, a better rider and an unbeatable fighter. All because he had longed to live up to his brother, and eventually surpass him. Alan's eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first but soon narrowing once he recognized the figure standing beside him. "You." His voice was barely a whisper. I'm here, brother." Rodric drew up a stool which sat nearby and perched on it, leaving them at roughly the same level. "Didn't think you'd come." "I almost didn't, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know. Once I found out what had happened to you, I rode through the night. Wanted to get here before you lost the chance." Alan grimaced, his body tensing from head to toe as a wave of pain washed over him. Rodric found himself grimacing along with his brother. "The chance for what?" he asked once it appeared Alan had once again relaxed. "The chance to tell me you were right, of course." His body shook again, but Rodric soon realized that laughter was the cause. Even while dying, his brother was able to laugh. "You don't truly believe that was the reason I came, do you?" His question went unanswered. "We all knew I would come to such an end," Alan gasped, grinding his teeth in pain. His eyes were bright with fever, searching Rodric's as though searching for something beyond what he saw. Reassurance. Comfort. Rodric wondered if he could offer either. "From what I understand, you weren't at fault for this last battle," he pointed out. To his surprise, there was a lightness in his voice which belied the dread in his heart. He was watching his brother die. But I was," Alan breathed with a slight shake of his sweat-drenched head. "Would that I died quickly, then and there, so as to avoid thinking." Thinking. A man thinks quite a bit when he knows the end is upon him. "I've had nothing to do but lie here and think over my mistakes." He ground his teeth again, tendons standing out on his neck as he battled the pain. "Where was Sarah with the potion?" "I suspect you'll have to live much longer," Rodric attempted to jest, forcing a chuckle. "After all, you have so many mistakes to think over." Alan tried to smile, as beads of sweat rolled down the sides of his head and soaked into his pillow. His smile was tight, desperate, as though he smiled through something too terrible for words. Every time he moved, the stench of rotting flesh wafted up toward Rodric and wrapped itself around him. "I suppose it was for the best that I had this time to think." "Why do you say that?" Though he loathed leaning in closer, knowing it would only mean smelling more of his brother's death stench, he did so in order to hear him better. Alan's sour breath made his nose wrinkle in distaste, but he held steady. "I thought about what I've done. Who I've hurt. I wasn't a good son. Brother. Leader." Rodric turned his head in order to meet his brother's eyes. "Alan, don't do this to yourself, brother. I cannot help what has already plagued me. I haven't been able to keep from thinking. When I sleep, when I wake." He groaned in pain, frustration and possibly many other things he dared not speak of. "If there is a hell, I'm in it, brother." Rodric clasped Alan's hand as tightly as he dared. "I'm here with you. You aren't alone." Sarah burst into the room a moment later, balancing a tray. Rodric glared at her. "What kept you?" "I had to find my way around the kitchen," she hissed, glancing Alan's way. "It's in a bit of disarray at the moment, with so much of the clan staying in the house." She leaned closer to her charge, seeming to disregard the stench which hung about him. "I've brought you a potion for the pain, which I'll mix with strong broth." "You should mix it with strong ale," he gasped, chuckling softly through gritted teeth. Sarah chuckled along with him. "Perhaps I should then. You've given me an idea." Rodric could hardly believe his ears. "You're not serious?" She fixed him with a hard stare. "It cannot harm him any further. He'll suffer no more. Lass, tell me true." Alan's glassy eyes fixed on Sarah's face. "I'm not much longer for this world, am I?" She let out a soft sigh, taking one side of his face in her hand. "I'm afraid you aren't. It's sorry I am to say it. I wish there was something I could do." "Och, I've known all along the end was upon me," he assured her, going so far as to pat the hand which still caressed him. "There's only so much a man can fight his way through. When the time comes, no man can hold it back." Rodric listened to this, watching the tender scene unfold. If Sarah couldn't pull his brother back from death, she could at least make his final moments warm and peaceful. This knowledge did not make it easier for him to accept his helplessness. Alan was fading away, slipping from the world, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. If anyone had told him only a day earlier that he'd sit at his brother's bedside and wish desperately to stop death from making a claim, he might have laughed. Now, he wanted to scream and rage against the cruelty of it all, Alan's suffering, the helplessness of it all, the fact that it was too late for either of them to bridge the chasm which had stretched between them for most of their lives. A knock at the open door introduced Rodric, who looked very nearly apologetic as he entered. "They're asking questions," he murmured, his eyes fixed on Alan. "Let 'em ask all the questions they want, the vultures," Alan grumbled. "They're here to pick the bones, nothing more." "You're their leader," Rodric reminded him. "Surely, they're here to offer their allegiance to you, and to whoever you name as your successor." Successor. The word turned Rodric's blood to ice. Everything around him seemed to fall away, even the stench of the sweat-soaked bedding which had commanded so much of his attention up to that point. None of it existed any longer. Successor. He was the second son. The clan would by rights be his to lead, should he choose to do so.
Chapter 26. Kill the bastards. Run them through. Make them pay for what they've done. Anderson forever. They forget who they've crossed swords with, the bastards. Their words sent chills up Caitlin's spine. She pressed herself to the wall, running the length of the corridor, not daring to venture from the deep shadow in which she'd hidden herself, when it became clear there was nothing else for her to do. They hadn't recognized her when she escorted Sarah to and from the kitchen, which was certainly a blessing, though if they had, what could they have done? She was an Anderson by marriage, in spite of her having run from her husband. Their clan was hers. Even so, the very thought of bearing the weight of their rage, had they stared at her, muttered, whispered, vile threats toward the clan which had been hers since she was a child. She shivered, running her hands up and down her arms in a weak attempt to warm and comfort herself. There was nowhere for her to go, really. Nothing in the world could have convinced her to sit at Alan's deathbed, not even if Rodric had begged her to join him. She had no wish to watch a man die, even a man who'd caused her so much pain. And there was no telling what he would say to her. What he'd accuse her of. Because once again, she'd brought death upon the head of another. It may have been Connor McAllister's dirk, which had slid into Alan's body. It may have been Connor's hand which held the weapon, his arm which had delivered the force which drove the blade into the soft, yielding flesh. But it had been she who'd put the dirk in his hand, because she'd been the one to break the agreement. If only she'd seen into the future, if only she had seen the string of events which would lead from her escape. At the time, in the room which had been prepared for her, the day of the wedding ceremony, there had only been one concern: escaping before he had the chance to put his hands on her. Escaping, before he could truly solidify the bonds of their marriage. Nothing else had mattered. Nothing else had even entered her head. Fool. For she'd known Alan well. She'd known her stepfather too. She should have seen what might come of her hasty escape. She'd behaved selfishly, and now Alan was near death. What would Rodric think of her, once his brother had passed on to the other side? It was one thing for a rivalry or bad blood or whatever it was which stood between the pair to stand strong, while both parties were healthy and vital. Let one or the other die, and suddenly everything in the past might fade away, until brotherly love was all that remained. He might blame her for his brother's death. And then what? He would no longer love her. She would truly have no one. No clan, no stepfather's protection, no protection from the Andersons, as Rodric would surely assume leadership as the second-born son. She might live with Sorcha, but how long could that last? While she loved her aunt, life with her would be cold comfort compared to the brief promise of paradise which Rodric's love had afforded. If he loved her no longer, nothing could make up for that loss. A tear escaped her eye, one which she knuckled away before willing no others to follow. If she was on her own, she hoped not, prayed not, but had learned how unfair life could be and wished to be prepared. She had to harden herself against emotion. Wallowing in self-pity would not serve her. It would only make her suffering more unbearable. A winter of starvation had taught her this lesson. Porrick walked past her without seeing, rounding the corner after climbing the stairs from the entry hall. She waited until he was inside Alan's chambers before deciding to follow him. Her curiosity was too great to ignore any longer. Also, she needed to get away from the vicious talk downstairs. She hovered just beside the door, allowing only half her body past the doorjamb in order to cast an eye upon the scene inside. Sarah was just in the act of opening the draperies, allowing light and air into the room. All the while she shook her head and muttered to herself. While they were in the kitchen, she told Caitlin about the many mistakes the healer had made in treating Alan. "I do not believe the mistakes were intentionally made," she was quick to point out. "I once treated a man who it was clear from the start had been deliberately poisoned. That is not the situation here. I believe ignorance and laziness have played a part. And, having heard all I care to know about Alan Anderson, stubbornness from the patient." Caitlin had merely nodded in agreement. She could just imagine Alan refusing the proper treatment, calling for his ale and his food, while his body was dying from the inside out. He'd always been reckless, pretending to care little for the wisdom of others. She would have just bet he'd gone against the healer's orders just to be contrary, to prove what a strong man he was. The fool. His foolishness was about to kill him. And yet he looked somewhat at peace as Sarah guided a cup to his lips. Rodric sat on one side of the bed, facing Caitlin, and he turned his head away from the sight with his face contorted in a grimace she could not make sense of. Why did he appear so pained by what was going on before him? Porrick stood at the foot of the bed, his head bowed. He'd done what he could with the men downstairs, placating them with food and drink, answering what questions he could with authority in his voice. She admired his courage and level head, neither of which she was certain she'd exhibit in such a situation. Alan patted Sarah's hand with a tenderness Caitlin never knew he possessed. He was a changed man, or perhaps pain and the knowledge of his impending death had stripped him of everything which had once made him insufferable. "I thank you," he breathed. Sarah nodded, smiling softly. "It won't be much longer now." "I cannot believe I'm bearing witness to this," Porrick whispered. Caitlin noticed for the first time that his fists were clenched at his sides. "It is for the best," Sarah murmured. "He has already suffered much and would continue to suffer. Now he'll sleep until the time comes. He'll feel no pain." "Porrick." Alan stared at his younger brother. "I want it this way." "You always have to have your way, do you not?" There was no lightness in Porrick's question, almost accusation more like. And I know what you're thinking," Alan muttered, grimacing when he shifted slightly. A spreading patch of reddish-brown ooze on the linen sheet caught Caitlin's eye, turning her stomach. "Because I had to have my way, I'm in this position. Like as not you're right. Too late to do much about it now." He closed his eyes, taking as deep a breath as he could. "I see it all. Everything. I was cruel to you, Porrick, and I'm sorry for it. I hope you'll not remember me uncharitably. I hope you'll forgive me." "You're forgiven," Porrick murmured as a tear dripped from his chin. Caitlin wanted to look away, suddenly uncomfortable at witnessing such a show of emotion. Still she remained. "And you?" Alan grunted, turning his attention to Rodric. Rodric, who sat as still as stone, his face unreadable once Alan had finished the drink Sarah prepared. He met his brother's gaze. The clan will be yours now. I never wanted it. I know. I always wished you did. Alan snorted. It would have been much sweeter if I'd taken something you wanted. Caitlyn's heart seized. So he admitted it. Was this what people did when given the chance? Did they unburden themselves so? She held her breath, waiting for Rodric's reply. Aye, he breathed, a smirk touching the corners of his mouth. So you kept trying, did ye? I did. Alan winced. Was it pain or guilt? I did, and it was wrong of me. Why didn't I see it, when there was something for me to do about it? It's haunted me the entirety of my time in this bed, making it damned impossible for me to sleep. I canna stop thinking. It's in the past now, Rodric offered, taking Alan's hand. Aye, it will be for you, and for the lass. Her? Caitlyn held her breath. He was talking about her. Admitting why he'd wanted to marry her. She leaned against the wall for support, her chest suddenly tight, tears threatening to choke her. Tell her for me. Alan took a breath, smiling slightly. It doesn't hurt, oh thank you. Tell her. I'm sorry. I will, Rodric promised. And I'm sorry to you, Alan added, squeezing Rodric's hand. I know. You're forgiven. Alan's smile grew. He was at peace at last. For the first time in his life, he was at peace. His eyes closed, his breathing slowed. Sarah touched his chest, the side of his neck. He's sleeping, she whispered. It won't be much longer before his body can take no more. Before dawn, I would imagine. Rodric rose, placing his hand on the top of his brother's head. Sleep well then, brother, he said in a tight voice. The way he held himself, the tension in his arms and shoulders, spoke of how he fought to keep himself together. Caitlyn backed away from the door, not uncertain as to what he'd do. There was so much tenderness and affection in the way he spoke, in the way he touched his brother's head. So much love there which had never found expression before. What would that love do to the love he claimed to feel for her? Even the thought of being without a clan to protect her was nothing compared to the stark, cold, lonely expanse of nothingness which came to mind when she imagined being without Rodric.
Chapter 27. Rodric couldn't believe it. It couldn't be real. And yet he knew it was. Sarah washed her hands again, shaking her head. I'm sorry, she said again with a sigh. I wish there was more to be done for him. I'd like the chance to speak with the healer who treated him. Perhaps they can be instructed against allowing something such as this to happen again. Her words hardly registered with Rodric, sounding as though they came from a great distance. She might as well have been shouting to him from the Duncan manor house. He'd been through this before. The finality of watching a man die. But he'd never watched his brother die. He'd not known until that very day that there were further horrors in the world. When Rodric did not reply, Porrick cleared his throat. I'll send for her and for her apprentice. They ought to both learn of the mistakes made here. Do not be too hard on them, she warned. As I told Rodric, if the liver was punctured, there was not much a healer could have managed. And I do believe that was the case, judging by the placement of the wound to his lower back. Connor had stabbed him in the back, the coward. Banishment wasn't enough for him. He should have died for what he did. To murder the leader of another clan. Rodric. Sarah touched his shoulder, her voice stronger than before. You need to wash, and I believe food and rest would do you a world of good. There's far too much to manage, he replied, still staring at the dying man stretched out before him. You'll manage it much better when you've taken care of yourself. The hand on his shoulder tightened. I'm the wife of the laird. I've spoken those words many times and I've always been correct. She makes a good point, Porrick agreed. You ought to refresh yourself. There's nothing to be done at the moment while he sleeps. I do not wish to leave him. I won't leave his side, Sarah promised. Now please. You've been traveling for many days with little food, and even less sleep. I do not wish to have to treat you because you've run yourself into exhaustion. It was as if her words sank into his bones and weighed him down. Yes, he was nearing the point of exhaustion, and she only reminded him of this. He nodded at Porrick. I'll go to my old room then. I instructed one of the maids to prepare it for you when you arrived, Porrick replied. You always think ahead. He shared a long look with his brother, rivers of thought and feeling and regret flowing between them. It would go unspoken, as it always did. It was there nonetheless. His feet were heavy as he walked from the room which no longer held the thick stench of death, likely thanks to Sarah's opening of the window curtains. Or he'd grown accustomed to it that quickly. His clan. Within hours it would be his to do with as he pleased. By blood and by law. He wanted none of it. The sensation of a rope slowly tightening around his neck was strong enough to make him touch his fingers to his throat, as though rough, coarse fiber would be there instead of skin. Every breath his brother took put him one step closer to losing his freedom. Some men would consider it gaining power and strength. Alan certainly had, and their father had before them. What was wrong with him then, that he saw it as being just the opposite? Caitlin wasn't waiting in the corridor, as he'd assumed she would be. Judging by the sounds of it, she wasn't downstairs with the men. They were ready to rush from the house and cut down any McAllisters who came into view, and like as not were merely waiting for word of their leader's death to do so. He supposed she'd gone to rest and was glad of it. She had been running for too long. They both had. It occurred to him that once Alan breathed his last, she would be free. She could be his. He'd waste no time in making it so. They had already nearly missed their chance. Only the thought of their marriage could lift his spirits, but it did, and it carried him the rest of the way to the room in which he'd spent so much of his life. The bed was the same, still sitting by the window which overlooked the breadth of Anderson territory. From where he stood, the Grampians looked like little more than foothills. To his left, too far off to see clearly, was the river Nevis and the farm where Sorcha lived her solitary life. To the right, beyond the lands his clan oversaw, were thick woods populated by any number of animals and birds and wandering stragglers. So much of it would be under his control, and so soon. A yawn wide enough to split his head open reminded him it was well past time to sleep. There would be much to address once Alan succumbed to his wounds. The bed was still soft at least and the linens clean. He sank into it without removing his tunic or trousers, exhaustion overtaking him before his head touched the pillow. The full weight of all that had transpired seemed to catch up to him at once. He fell into a deep slumber. When he woke to the sound of knocking at the closed chamber door, he knew what needed to be done. It was all so clear. Much to his bemusement, Sarah had been correct. In order to manage the matters before him, he needed first to attend to himself. Nothing was as murky as it had been before, after even a short sleep. No wonder Philip Duncan managed to keep his clan in line, and the activities of the manor house running smoothly, with a wife such as herself behind him. There was no need to ask why Porrick waited on the other side of the door. The light outside told Rodric that he'd slept for hours, meaning enough time had passed that Alan could only be dead. Porrick nodded, wordless. "Och, it's for the best that he be out of pain now," Rodric murmured, though his heart ached nonetheless. "Aye, so it is." Porrick drew a deep breath, as though to steady himself. "I suppose you ought to speak to the men then." "You haven't told them." "It isn't my place to make such a pronouncement. Also, I was certain you'd want to know first." "Aye, so it is," Rodric replied. None of it mattered just then, however, something he didn't expect the younger man to understand. The finality of Alan's passing left him wanting no one but her. She was free for good and all. Free to be his if she pleased. "Where is Caitlin?" he asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as they walked side by side. They were nearly the same height, he noted, and both walked with high heads and a long stride. It struck him once again how his brother had grown, the man he'd become. A natural leader, intelligent, able to look ahead and foresee problems in order to address them in advance. The way he'd ordered the bedchambers prepared for one. He'd anticipated their needs even in the midst of a crisis. Such a gift had to be born in a person, for Alan hadn't possessed it in spite of his birth order and the great pains Ross Anderson took to shape him into the man worthy of clan leadership. Rodric possessed perhaps a small portion of what Porrick exhibited regularly. The obvious solution was in front of them, clear and plain. First he wished to speak with Caitlin. Porrick offered only a blank stare. "I have not seen her since your arrival. I thought she might have been with." Rodric scowled. "She was still our brother's wife, man. I meant no disrespect. When I traveled throughout the house without sign of her, it was the only conclusion I could come to. She certainly was not with me." His mind darted to and fro, possibilities flying past. "None of the McAllisters breached the borders of our land," Porrick assured him, the two of them hurrying down the corridor to the room which had been prepared for Caitlin. It was empty, the bed smooth and untouched. "And we know for certain that none of them were here." "Absolutely for certain." He went to the window as he spoke, looking out toward Sorcher's. The farmhouse was small from a distance but visible. He knew her well enough to know what had been going through her mind as she gazed out the window. She would have wanted to escape the men downstairs, the houseworkers dashing back and forth to attend to their needs, the gut-twisting hours spent waiting for her husband to die. She would have wished to spend the time somewhere more pleasant, peaceful, where she might rest easier. "Rodric, the men will want to hear from you." He turned from the window, shaking his head as he did. "They've been up all night, drinking heavily and telling each other of the heroics they'll perform on behalf of the clan. They're all asleep now." Note the silence. It was true. What had been a steady roar of male voices raised in oath-swearing and calls for vengeance had turned to the occasional snore echoing off the stone floors and walls. "Even so, I'd rather we not wait very long. Once they begin to wake, they'll be hungry to learn what transpired. If you aren't available to them, they'll be certain to share their frustration." Rodric sat at the foot of the bed, hands on his knees, smiling in spite of the serious nature of the situation. How had it taken him so long to see what was so plain? "Perhaps you and I ought to speak first," he suggested.
Chapter 28. Caitlin woke on the pile of blankets which had been arranged for her on the floor. The sound of her aunt preparing tea had pulled her from her slumber. In spite of the rather uncomfortable conditions, while welcoming, the floor was hardly her first choice of bed. She had slept without moving or even dreaming. "I did not wish to wake you," Sorcher murmured. "It is just as well you did," Caitlin replied, groaning softly as she sat up. The muscles of her back and shoulders did not much care for the rough nature of her recent days of travel and sleep wherever, and whenever, she could manage it. "Are you hungry? I have fish left over from last night's supper." Caitlin's stomach rumbled at the thought. "Yes, please." When had she last eaten? In all the commotion over Alan, she had not taken a bite at the Anderson house. "Will you tell me now what brought you here in the middle of the night? Hair hanging in your face, cheeks flushed, looking as though you were running from the very devil himself?" Sorcher cast a doleful eye in Caitlin's direction. "Or must I wager a guess?" Caitlin rose from the floor and set to work shaking out the blankets. "No, you do not need to guess. I came from the Andersons." Sorcher nearly dropped the kettle onto the table. "What brought you there?" "Alan Anderson is likely dead by now," she reported, gooseflesh rising over her skin as she did. "My husband is dead." "What happened?" Caitlin told all. The attack by Connor's men and their escort back to the Duncans, the ride to the Anderson house, the wounds he'd sustained and the assessment Sarah had made. "She's a good healer, quite the legend from what I hear. And she said there was no hope. Even if we'd been there at the time of the fight, there would likely have been no saving him." "Och, poor lad," Sorcher murmured, sinking into a chair. "I mean no disrespect to you, my dear. You know I have always had your side and always will, no matter what. But anyone could see he was an unhappy sort, never able to settle down and be satisfied with what he had." He confessed to Rodric that he only wished for us to be wed, in order to take something Rodric wanted, she whispered, twisting her fingers together. It was an embarrassment to admit it, though she was not at fault for what her husband had done. He did he? I could have guessed that as well, Sorcha replied, sipping the tea. Go on. Eat. You need to build your strength. The fact that both she and her aunt were widows occurred to Caitlin then. What a difference there was between them. She'd never loved her husband, hadn't even liked him, while Sorcha's eyes still always looked a bit red, slightly watery, as though she had only just finished crying or might start crying again at any moment. Sorcha watched as she ate, which Caitlin found rather unnerving. What is it? She finally asked, making the ungraceful choice to lick her fingers free of every last delicious morsel of fish. Even a day past its full freshness, it was a marvel. Her aunt had always prepared an excellent meal. I merely wondered what you will do now, Sorcha explained. Where will you go? I'm uncertain, she admitted with a shrug, deliberately keeping her eyes downcast. You'll marry Rodric, no doubt. It was an effort to keep her tone light. Why is there no doubt? Because he is the one you were always meant to marry. I know it. Your uncle knew it. Even Alan Anderson knew, considering what you just told me. He confessed on his very deathbed that he only wanted to take you from his brother. It seems everyone except for you knows of the path you were meant to take. Not only me, she muttered in reply. I'm not the only one. Do you mean Rodric? Sorcha laughed. Don't laugh. I'm sorry, dearest, but I cannot help myself. It was an effort for the older woman to compose her features. It's only that the idea of Rodric Anderson, who's been in love with you his entire life, not wishing to marry you, is too amusing. I don't find it amusing at all. And if you would be so kind as to look back on the words I chose, Aunt Sorcha, you'll find that I never said he doesn't wish for us to be wed. Perhaps he does. But with Alan dead by now, I assume, there are far too many concerns for him to turn his attention to. With Connor banished and Alan dead, I'm no longer threatened. Do you truly believe he would forget about you, because you're now safe? Do you believe he would push you aside, because the needs of his clan would demand his attention? Oh no, my dear. Sorcha shook her head, wisps of grey-streaked hair floating around her face. No, you will always be his highest priority. I'm as certain of it as I am of my own name. What if? She chewed her lip and stared at the wall, not seeing the wall but something much farther away. What if he blames me? Why do you always think you're to blame? Oh, Caitlin, you cannot hold yourself responsible for the actions of others. Alan Anderson behaved much the way he has his entire life. He was selfish and stubborn and quick-tempered, and God rest his soul, he has paid the price for it. If I had stayed. If you had stayed, you would not be the young woman I know my niece to be. I would never have expected for you to step aside and allow others to determine your future. Especially not if the future included a man you so clearly wanted no part of. There are other considerations to be made, Caitlin argued, leaning closer. I should have considered what this would mean for both clans. I was the stepdaughter of the leader of one, and the new wife of the leader of another. This was always about more than merely my happiness. It wasn't that I turned my back on the others involved. I simply never considered them. And that is what I cannot forgive myself for. So you assume that means Rodric will not forgive you either? It pained her to do it, but Caitlin nodded. How can he? Now that he sits where his brother did, he'll be able to see things as his brother did. He will have to start thinking for the entire clan, not only for himself. Why should he? Sorcha asked, tilting her head to the side. He has you doing all of his thinking for him. The comment, and the almost mocking tone in her aunt's voice, sent her reeling back. Aunt Sorcha. Did it occur to you that you should speak with him about this, before making up your mind on his behalf? Her cheeks flushed. No. He was at Alan's bedside. And instead of waiting and offering him your strength, you came here. To be fair, Caitlin pointed out, holding up a finger. There was no spending the night in the house with all of those men. Rough, drunken, loudmouthed, angry. A fair point. Even so, you sit at my table and fret and tell stories of what might be, what you think could happen if Rodric believes this or that. You've all but named yourself Alan's murderer, my dear, when you were far away and had no knowledge of the fighting here. Why not wait until you have the time to speak with Rodric before you conclude what he's thinking? Caitlin wanted to answer, wished to tell her aunt she had no understanding of things but couldn't. It seemed that all she could do was let out a long, frustrated sigh, and wonder if there would ever come an end to her troubles. It seemed that no sooner did one fade away, before another came up. You love him, Sorcha whispered. I do. With all my heart, always. It was the only thing of which she was entirely certain, and she answered without hesitation. Then, my dear, there is nothing to question because I'm certain he loves you in the same manner. Do not allow what you only think to be true to cloud your judgment, because it might get in the way of the happiness you both deserve. You've waited your entire lives, after all. Caitlin smiled. We have, that's true. The splashing of a horse through the river brought them to their feet, both stepping outside to see what caused the commotion. When Rodric trotted over to them astride a winded gelding, Sorcha merely patted Caitlin's arm before retreating back inside the house. Why did you go? He asked, not yet dismounting. It was too much, I suppose. Too many men, too much shouting. You could at least have warned me you wanted to leave, he murmured. There was no telling from his expression whether he was angry or merely stating a fact. You were at Alan's bedside. He nodded. You're a widow now. He's gone. And even in spite of the pain Alan had caused her, caused to so many in one way or another thanks to his carelessness and temper, she felt sorry to hear it for Rodric's sake. You're free, he added in an even tone. Free? She repeated it to herself once, twice, unable to quite understand it. She was free. For the first time in my life, I have no laird and master. He nodded, his lips pursed. No one to order you about, or deny you what you want. Are you telling me you would order me about? Are you telling me you still wish to be my wife? What do you think? I wouldn't know. You're the one who ran from the house last night. I told you why I did, Rodric Anderson. And I left out one important reason, she added, her anger fully stoked as she charged over to where he still sat on horseback. I was afraid you'd blame me for Alan. And you wouldn't want me in your life any longer, now that the clan is yours. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable once again. You thought that? Of course. It's only natural. It isn't natural at all. It's the least natural thing I've ever heard come from your mouth, lass, which is saying quite a bit, as you have a talent for coming up with strange things. He slid from the saddle, taking her arms in his hands once he was in front of her. You don't blame me then, she asked, awestruck. While she understood Sorcha's assertion that it wasn't her fault, that Alan had always behaved according to his own desires, and had led himself into a fight with a man as ruthless as Connor McAllister, it didn't make hearing him say the words any less surprising or wonderful. His face contorted as though she'd said something truly unthinkable. Why in the world would I blame you for what you had no part of? I don't know. I thought you might is all. You blamed yourself and thought I would feel the same. He took her in his arms, wrapping her in a tight hug. You daft thing. Sometimes I wonder why I love such a daft lass as yourself. She was certain her heart would crack open from pure joy. Because you know I love you, as well? He still loved her. He didn't blame her. All was well. No. All was better than it had ever been. He pulled back, looking down at her with more love in his grey eyes than she thought she'd ever seen. My Caitlin, he murmured, taking her chin between his thumb and forefinger in order to draw her closer. Her heart pounded out of control, her cheeks flushing and the breath all but leaving her body entirely as their lips brushed together, tenderly, gently, the way she'd dip her toe into rushing water to test how cold it was before stepping in. Her very toes tingled, the racing of her heart all but deafening her as it sent blood rushing in her ears. He was as lovely and delicious as she'd always dreamed he would be. They had never kissed before, not even when they were children. She'd only ever imagined the firmness of his mouth, the way his hands held her face so carefully. As though she might break. Large hands, hands capable of killing, holding her as though she were the most precious thing in the world. The way he'd press his mouth to hers more firmly after the first taste, how the passion which had built between them over the course of their lives would suddenly break free and consume them both. Her arms wound around his neck, while his wound around her back, enclosing her in a tight embrace she sank joyfully into. Her head fell against his shoulder, her senses full of the scent and taste and even the sound of him, as he groaned with every movement of their lips against one another's. Each groan increased a delightful tightness, the flickering of the flames she would swear were burning deep inside her body. Inside her soul. Everything was right. Finally, all was as it was meant to be. When he lifted his head, she strained toward him, hungry for more. His breathless chuckle broke her free of the daze she'd fallen under. "A man needs to breathe, lass," he whispered, smiling softly. "And there are limits to what he can endure, without losing control of his better nature. We've had many happy times here, but I cannot imagine doing what I long for more than anything else on your aunt's land." She giggled, turning her face to his shoulder to hide her burning cheeks. "Besides," he added, sounding solemn, "there's something standing in our way. We aren't yet wed." She looked up at him, hoping he meant what it sounded as though he meant. "You want to marry me?" Not the most expressive way I could imagine asking a lass to marry me, especially once I had always intended on marrying ever since I was a wee lad, but yes. I can say with all certainty that I do wish to marry ye, Caitlin, if you'll have me as your husband. Oh, Rodric. She was ready to sink into another one of his deep, delicious kisses, but he surprised her by dropping his arms from her waist. His frown startled her, nearly stopping her heart. "There's still one thing we have yet to discuss," he explained. "And you might not wish to carry on with what we've discussed once we're through." Chapter 29. She hardly dared ask. Did she really wish to know what he meant? When he turned his back, her heart sank lower than ever. He couldn't bear to look at her. What could be so wrong that he couldn't meet her gaze? She drew a deep breath and forced herself to ask. "What is it, Rodric? What could possibly make me rethink my wanting to marry you?" "Oh, lass." He looked up at the clear blue sky. There was no trace of the storm which had torn through the day before, not a cloud visible. "There's so much you do not know. Tell me then, if you feel you must." She wasn't entirely certain she wished to learn whatever it was, seeing as how it seemed to tear him apart. He punched one palm with the other fist, looking down at the ground now. He walked to the river, and she followed him dutifully, prepared to listen. She loved him. He'd saved her life. She owed him that much. "The questions you asked yesterday," he reminded her, staring off across the river as he did. "You asked about the sort of men we were, what we did together. Why we traveled as we do." When he sat, she sat. Her feet were still bare after spending the night on her aunt's floor, and she extended her legs until they touched the surface of the water. She felt horribly soiled, in need of a long bath and at least a fortnight's sleep. Rather than prompting him, she waited for him to continue. It was becoming clearer, with every passing moment, that he referred to the things he'd done in the past. After his performance in the woods, using the dirk so quickly and efficiently to cut a man down, there was no doubt in her mind that he'd killed before, after the war had ended. How did that make her feel? "I've done things I'm ashamed to share with you," he murmured, turning his head ever so slightly so she could make out most of his face. "And I'm afraid I haven't much to offer you in the way of a home or wealth. There's still so much uncertainty." She frowned. "No home? What about your house?" "My?" He laughed softly. I didn't explain that far, did I? I won't be taking over in Alan's stead." "You won't?" He met her gaze, shaking his head. "I named Porrick leader instead." She laughed, clapping her hands in glee. "He's perfect. You're so clever to see it. You see it too? Of course. It's as if he is so much like your father, but he has your sensibility as well. I couldn't imagine a better choice. Not even me, he asked, feigning shock. Not even you, because I know you never wanted the position, whereas he's at least gained experience after managing things for Alan. Which was exactly how I saw it. We think alike, I suppose. Instead of turning to her for a kiss or a sweet word, he turned his face away again. Even so, this means I have nothing to offer at all. We can live at the house, Porrick has already insisted upon it in fact, but what good would that do? You'd live in a house not your own, one in which you'd have little say. You should have your own home, your own family. Perhaps this is all the sort of thing we can work out together over time, she suggested. There is no need to act in haste. If we were to spend a little time with Porrick, perhaps until he feels better settled too, as it's likely he'll face many challenges, we could spend more time making plans. Nothing has to be decided today, except the fact that I want to be your wife. He let out a sigh which might have been a laugh. Still? You saw what I did in the woods. How easy it was for me. I like to think it was easy because you did it on my behalf, she murmured. Aye, lass. What did you think? I don't consider it an amusement. Well then? That isn't the first time. I didn't think it was. And you still love me? Oh, Rodric. She leaned against him, winding her arm around his. I've loved you every day since I was old enough to understand love. Perhaps before then. Yes, I still love you. I'm certain that I will to the last beat of my heart. You wouldn't mind being the wife of a man who might be wanted by the authorities for some of the things he's done? The thought did chill her heart somewhat. All there is to do is hope things work out for the best. They always do. Even if it takes a lifetime. Her hand found his, their fingers intertwining. He kissed the top of her head, his lips lingering there. I think it would be only fair to escort Sarah back to the Duncan house, and meet up with the men there. Explain to them our plans. Of course, he whispered. I'd think they'd want to congratulate you on your happiness. They'll want to slap me on the back and ask you if you're completely daft for marrying such a scoundrel. He snickered. She shrugged, smiling as she imagined how much enjoyment the men would derive from taunting her new husband. Either way, I'll enjoy it. He leaned back, looking down at her. We're truly going to do this then? We truly are. Perhaps you're the daft one if you didn't know it. He shook his head, smiling in amazement. I must confess something I've never told anyone else. Another confession? What is it? I've spent a good deal of time wondering why I was spared during the war, the Battle of Largs in particular. Jake Duncan, Philip's brother, saved my life. I was moments from dying there, on the field, lying on the ground after my horse threw me. That's how I got this, he added, motioning to his wounded shoulder. Oh, my dearest? He nodded. An enemy soldier was nearly about to take my head off, when Jake threw himself in front of me, and took a wound which nearly killed him. Sarah saved his life, but it was very close. She remembered overhearing them speak of Jake in Alan's room, while she watched from the doorway. Since then, he continued, looking just over her head out toward the horizon, I asked myself why I was spared. Why me? Why not any of the men who died there, or throughout the rest of the war? I felt in my heart that there had to be something, some reason, some purpose I was spared for. A wide, brilliant smile spread across his face. And now I know. It was you. You were my salvation. Tears filled Caitlin's eyes. Oh, Rodric. It's true. I know it now, lass. He cupped her chin, stroking her jaw with his thumb, his eyes so deep and clear she was certain she'd drown in them as she gazed helplessly up. I was spared because of you. You needed me, and I needed you. It wouldn't be right for me to be taken in battle, before what was meant to come to pass had come to pass. I believe this. It made perfect sense, just as Porrick leading the clan was the only course of action which anyone should have ever considered. Everything had fallen into place as it was destined to do. I believe it too, she agreed. He caught the tears which trickled down her cheeks. You cry frequently. It seems I do, she gasped, laughing at his observation. But only because I've had reason to do so as of late. His lips replaced his thumbs, kissing away what remained of her tears. I vow to you, Caitlin, that I will do everything in my power to ensure the only tears you shed are tears of joy. Her heart swelled, as she once again reflected on the way it had all come to be. Excuse me. You too. They turned to find Sorcha standing by the front door, smiling. If you aren't too busy out there, you might like to come inside so we can discuss the plans for your wedding ceremony. If you think I'm going to let you traipse all over the Highlands without first witnessing you taking vows together, you're sadly mistaken. Rodric burst out laughing. I wasn't aware we had an audience. I suppose our voices carried. Caitlin could only shake her head at her aunt, who'd known all along the way things ought to be. The two of them stood hand in hand, and walked to the little house where so much of their history and their love had first come to pass.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.